Silent Order, Royal Hand. Jonathan Moeller. Description: Jack March must choose between duty and the woman he loves. Elite Silent Order operative Jack March has only ever loved one woman. But when the brutal cybernetic final consciousness unleashes its battle fleets upon Kalaskar, March must decide upon his loyalties. Yet every path leads to ruin. Because no matter what choice he makes, the sinister masterminds of the final consciousness want him dead. 1. Family Man. Jack March had done many strange and dangerous things. He had carried out covert missions in perilous circumstances, both for the final consciousness and for the Silent Order of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. March had flown in starship battles against both human and alien adversaries, battles where a half-second meant the difference between life and death. His travels had taken him across tens of thousands of light years and hundreds of different solar systems. He had spoken with an ancient alien artificial intelligence older than human civilization, and he had stolen the relics of malevolent creatures from another universe. He had seen a world burn in nuclear fire, but he didn't like to think about that. But March had never before paid an unannounced visit to one of his fiancée's relatives. A first time for everything, he supposed. A season for every activity under the sun, as the preachers of the Royal Kalaskaran Church were fond of saying. So March drove through Kalaskar City towards the apartment building where Adelaide's youngest and only sister Sydney and her husband Daniel lived. He drove an unobtrusive four-door sedan on its second fuel cell and over 275,000 miles on the odometer. March could have afforded a much nicer car after the fallout from the Ark incident, but he cared nothing for appearances, and the purpose of wheeled transportation was to be reliable and cheap. The car met both criteria. Additionally, it was unremarkable, little different than the thousands of other cars that thronged the streets of the capital city of the primary world of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. It was a convenient way to move about without drawing notice. March might not have been an Alpha operative any longer, but the habits of a lifetime were not easily discarded. Besides, just because he was no longer an Alpha operative didn't mean he had left the Silent Order. He drove past the main campus of the Royal Hospital, the largest hospital in Kalaskar City and the most prestigious in the kingdom. It was past 10 in the morning, and the worst of rush hour was over, but a steady stream of cars and vans moved into the acres of parking lots around the hospital. Medical and genetic science had advanced greatly in the 100,000 years since mankind had left primeval Earth and the Sol system. And despite all the knowledge that had been lost in the collapse of the 5 successive Terran empires, the average Kalaskaran citizen could expect to live to 160 years. But regardless of science, disease and injury remained constants in life, and so the hospital was always busy. March circled around the hospital, past several hotels that catered to patients and doctors arriving off-world for medical conferences. South of the hotels were several blocks of much less luxurious apartment towers where medical students and residents live. He found an empty street spot and pulled into it. The harsh red light of Kalaskar's sun filled his eyes as March climbed out of the car. The natives of Kalaskar found a red-tinted sun to be normal. Off-worlders never got over finding it unusual. March found it strange, but he didn't care. Calixtus, the world where he had been born, had a yellow-tinted sun, but he would never return there. He had visited so many worlds with so many different suns that it hardly seemed worth noting. His gun rode in a concealed holster beneath his jacket, and March adjusted it. Kalaskaran men usually wore jackets and ties when out in public. He avoided wearing a tie whenever possible, since it gave any attacker a direct handle on his neck, a fact he had exploited more than once. Today he wore a suit with a vest, the loose Kalaskaran-style coat concealing the small pistol in his shoulder holster. It ought to be formal enough. March locked the car behind him and walked to the nearest apartment tower, a 15-story building with white walls. Dozens of rows of balconies lined the exterior of the tower, most of them given over to small hydroponic gardens, potted plants, solar cells, and drying laundry. A courtesy android stood by the twin doors to the lobby, serving as the doorman. Native Kalaskarans loved courtesy androids and used them whenever possible. March had always found them odd, but he had encountered planets that had more unpleasant customs. This particular courtesy android had a blue plastic shell with a vaguely female shape to avoid triggering the uncanny valley effect. It looked like a cheerful cartoon character. "Good morning, sir," said the android in a pleasant female voice. "Since you are not a resident, I wish to inquire as to your business at the Mid-City Towers, Kalaskar City's friendly apartment complex with convenient access to the Royal Hospital and the many other cultural amenities of the kingdom's capital." He waited for the android to stop talking. "I'm here to see Sydney Knoll." "Your name, sir," said the android. "Jack March." "One moment, sir," said the android. "I am contacting Mrs. Knoll now." The robot went motionless for a few seconds. "You may speak with Mrs. Knoll at the communications panel." It gestured at a small computer panel next to the wall. March nodded, crossed to the panel, and hit a button. Whoever communicated through the panel would be able to see him through the built-in camera. It was a useful way to screen visitors and delivery people. "Hello," came a woman's voice with a noticeable rural Kalaskaran accent. "Good morning, Mrs. Knoll," said March. "My name is Jack March. I was hoping to talk to you for a few minutes." There was a pause. "Jack March," said Sydney Knoll. "Wait. Are you Adelaide's fiancé?" There was a peculiar mixture of fascination and surprise in her voice. "That's right," said March. "Can I see some ID?" March nodded in approval. It seemed that Sydney had picked up some good security habits from her older sister. He fished his new ID card from his wallet and held it up before the camera. "Okay, you can come up," said Sydney. "I've actually been really curious to meet you. Apartment 14D." The panel flashed, and the connection ended. "Mrs. Knoll has granted you access," said the courtesy android. "Please proceed to apartment 14D. Thank you for visiting Mid-City Towers, Kalaskar City's friendly apartment complex with convenient access to the Royal Hospital and—" "Yes, thank you," said March before the android could finish the rest of its speech. He pushed open the front door, walked into the austere-looking lobby, and came to a pair of elevators on the far wall. March disliked elevators and always preferred taking the stairs, more room to maneuver in the event of an attack, but if he didn't take the elevator, it would look suspicious. He hit the call button, stepped into the gray metal box of the elevator, and selected the 14th floor. The elevator rose with a faint hum, the screen on the panel flashing ads for local businesses, most of them related to the hospital. He glanced at the ceiling, noting the position of the camera. The elevator came to a stop, the door hissing open. A tired-looking woman holding a large basket of laundry got into the elevator. March stepped to the side and let her pass and headed down a corridor with blue-painted walls and a gray carpet, the sort with industrial fibers that made for easier cleanup. He stopped before the door marked apartment 14D, knocked and waited. A moment later, the door opened a crack, and March found himself looking at Sydney Knoll. She looked a good deal like Adelaide. A little shorter, a little plumper, and not as athletic, but the family resemblance was clear. She had the same gray eyes, the same shade of black hair, albeit curlier, and even the same jawline. If Adelaide's life had taken a different turn, if her husband Duncan had not been killed in the machinist bombing, she would likely look like an older version of her younger sister. Sydney wore a blue house dress with her hair tied back, and she looked at March with a mixture of wariness and frank curiosity. "Mrs. Knoll," said March. "Yes, that's right," said Sydney. "You're Adelaide's fiancé." March nodded. "Huh. So you are real." Was that in doubt? Said March. Well, no, said Sidney. I know Mom met you, and so did William. He couldn't keep anything to himself if his life depended on it. Yes, said March, who had met Adelaide's and Sidney's oldest brother some time ago. William Renton seemed like a decent man, but one utterly incapable of keeping a secret. But it seemed implausible, said Sidney. Adelaide meeting a man while she was flying around the kingdom, digging up old alien artifacts. I agree, said March. I lived through it, and I still find it implausible. He hadn't intended it as a joke, but Sidney blinked and lifted a hand to her mouth to stifle a laugh. Okay, said Sidney. I mean, Adelaide never paid that much attention to men. Men paid attention to her, sure, but she always ignored them. Then she mentions that she has a boyfriend. Actually, it was William who mentioned it. He told everyone. Then Adelaide says that she's getting married again, and... March listened to the flow of words, nodding when it seemed appropriate. Adelaide liked to talk a great deal, and preferred to work things out while talking aloud to herself. March was beginning to suspect that it was a genetic trait. Oh, said Sidney. I'm making you wait in the hall. That's really rude. No need to worry, said March. I'm a strange man you've never met before. Caution is only sensible. Sidney laughed. Now you sound like Adelaide. I suppose if you're going to marry her, we're going to be family, so you'd better come inside. Come in, Mr. March. She opened the door all the way, and March stepped into the foyer and followed her into the apartment's living room. It looked comfortable and a bit cluttered, with a couch and a pair of easy chairs against one wall, a pair of glass doors opening onto the balcony, which had a surprisingly good view of the Royal Hospital. There were various baby-related items scattered around the room, plastic toys, cardboard books about brightly colored farm animals, and a playpen holding more toys. Like Adelaide, Sidney had numerous pictures of her family. March spotted Adelaide in several of the pictures. A pair of shelves were stuffed with books, mostly medical textbooks mixed with popular historical novels about the early days of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. There was, of course, a courtesy android standing in the corner, currently deactivated. It was an older model, and to judge from the vacuum cleaner propped up next to it, Sidney probably used it for domestic chores. Well, Mr. March, what can I do for you? Said Sidney. The baby's asleep, so we can talk for a bit. Though my husband should be coming home for lunch in a few minutes. I think he'd like to meet you. I'll come right to the point, said March. I know you're planning a surprise party for Adelaide's 40th birthday. Oh my God, said Sidney in exasperation. How did you know? It was supposed to be a surprise. Her eyes narrowed. William told you, didn't he? I knew it. I knew it. The real answer was that March had been an intelligence operative for years, and it was difficult to conceal secrets from him. Especially since Sidney and her siblings thought they were stealthy, but they weren't. That said, William did leak gossip like a sieve. Yes, said March, deciding that was the simplest answer. He did. I would like to help. Sidney blinked. Help. Planning a party for that many people is a logistical challenge, said March. I might be able to make it easier. It would also be a useful method of getting to know the rest of Adelaide's family. Seriously, said Sidney. She looked bewildered. Don't you have a high-powered job or something? In charge of security at that fancy museum Adelaide's opening. The Museum of the Ark, said March, keeping his amusement concealed. The Museum of the Ark would display historical artifacts of incalculable value, and the computer databases recovered from the Ark of the Third Solar Republic had shed tremendous light on forgotten epochs of humanity's history. The artifacts of the museum and the Ark were so valuable that they were impossible to insure, and the annual operating budget for the museum would be in the hundreds of millions of credits, which would be more than covered by admissions and tourism revenue. Yet to Adelaide's siblings, it would be that fancy museum. In the unlikely event Adelaide ever started to develop an inflated ego, a few hours with her siblings would cure that. "Yeah, that," said Sydney. "I'm in charge of the security for the Ark and the museum," said March. "That means I'm the boss, so I can set my own hours. Plus, until they start building the next wing of the museum, there's not that much for me to do. If I want to take a few days to help prepare a surprise birthday party for my fiancée, I can do it." Sydney blinked. "That's very direct." March shrugged. "Everyone's time is valuable. No sense in wasting it." "All right," said Sydney. "Let's try this out." She crossed to the coffee table and picked up a cardboard box holding paper envelopes. "If you're really serious about helping me plan this party, then all these invitations need to be stuffed into envelopes. Then I can't get a caterer to call me back." "Let's start," said March. A half hour later, he was sitting on the couch, addressing and sealing invitations. It would have been vastly more efficient to send the invitations via electronic message over the planetary network, but apparently that would have been a grievous breach of etiquette. It was one of those Kalaskuran cultural things that March would never quite understand, like the courtesy androids or their preference to give paper books as gifts. He supposed the tree farms required to support the Kalaskuran mania for paper at least helped oxygenate the atmosphere. Sydney chattered away as he addressed and sealed envelopes. While Sydney liked to talk as much as her older sister, she wasn't anywhere near as organized, which March suspected made preparing a surprise birthday party more of a challenge than it would have been otherwise. He made mental lists of tasks that needed to be done as she talked. About halfway through the stack of envelopes, Sydney excused herself to tend to the baby, who, as it turned out, was named Luke. March deduced that meant Sydney needed to breastfeed the baby and didn't want to do it in front of a man she had met 30 minutes before. He had gotten through most of the envelopes when the front door unlocked and a man walked through the foyer and into the living room. Sid. Daniel Knoll was rail thin and about 10 or 11 years older than his wife. Given that Kalaskuran men were required to spend 6 years in the armed forces, marriages with an age gap were the norm rather than the exception. Dr. Knoll looked tired and unshaven, his suit rumpled and his eyes a little bloodshot. Daniel was serving out his residency at the Royal Hospital, and between the long hours and the new baby, sleep was likely a rarity. He came to a stop, blinking in surprise at March. "Good morning," said March, getting to his feet. "My name's Jack March. I'm engaged to Sydney's sister Adelaide." He shook Daniel's hand. "I came by to help set up the surprise birthday party Sydney's planning." "Yes," said Daniel, blinking. March could almost see the younger man's brain reboot itself as he processed this new information. "Yes. I heard about that. Aren't you that privateer that helped Adelaide find that Ark spaceship?" "That is correct," said March. "Right," said Daniel. He yawned and made a vague gesture towards the kitchen. "Want some coffee?" "I should have some before I go back on rotation." He managed a weary grin. 6 more months of residency, and then I can ease back a bit." "Please," said March, and he followed Daniel to the kitchen. "Daniel," called Sydney from the bedroom. "I'm home," shouted Daniel. "Get Mr. March some coffee." "Yes, Sid," said Daniel. March suspected that he said "yes, Sid" a lot. Daniel poured 2 cups of coffee, saw his wife emerge from the hallway, then poured a third. "Rough day," said Sydney, giving Daniel a quick kiss. "Started that way, could have been worse," said Daniel. "Car accident on the off-ramp near the spaceport. No one was killed, but a lot of broken bones and internal injuries. The surgeons are having a busier day than I am." He took a drink of coffee and looked at March. "But you probably don't want to hear about that." "I have a strong stomach," said March. Daniel smiled. You're engaged to Adelaide. What's that like? Does she ever let you get a word in edgewise? Daniel, said Sydney, and she punched his arm. That's not fair. I'm a doctor, you can't hit my arm, I need it, said Daniel, though he smiled as he said it, and put the arm in question around Sydney's shoulders. I like it enough to help her younger sister plan a surprise birthday party, said March. Speaking of that, said Daniel, if you really want to help you could call the tent rental place. He made a face. We're having the party at Rent and Repair in Vanderen. March nodded. That had been Adelaide's father's business, which her eldest brother William had taken over. I keep meaning to do it. William said he'd do it, but he keeps forgetting. I can help with that, said March. So March essentially took over the planning of Adelaide's party, in between meetings with the security staff at the construction site for the Museum of the Ark. Sydney wasn't quite as ruthlessly organized as her older sister, and the task of planning the party was causing her an enormous amount of stress. March suspected that she had volunteered for the job in a burst of affectionate enthusiasm, and then gotten in over her head. He didn't know the first thing that went into a Kalascaran birthday party, but Sydney did, so he took her ideas and implemented them. Caterers were hired, a baker was obtained, and March bullied the tent rental place into providing a tent and setting it up. The entire experience was one of the oddest things he had ever done, but it wasn't all that different from his new job at the incipient museum. Albeit there he was dealing with the security for priceless historical artifacts, and here he was cutting down the excuses of a tent rental business one by one. 2 weeks after he met Sydney, it was the day of the party. March was in a contemplative mood as he drove Adelaide to Vanderen. She had just turned 40, which, given the average Kalascaran lifespan of 160, put her in the middle of early adulthood. March's mother had been no more than 25 or 26 when she had died of malnutrition and the resultant illnesses in a machinist labor camp on Calixtus, but she had looked twice Adelaide's age. The old rage flickered through March's mind, but for once he did not feel compelled to act on it. He had spent years waging war against the final consciousness, but his days of flying from solar system to solar system as an alpha operative had come to an end. The reason for that sat next to him, a faintly puzzled smile on her face. I can hear you thinking, you know, said Adelaide. It was an old joke between them by now. He did tend to brood more than she did. Not unless you've suddenly developed telepathy, said March. Adelaide laughed. We shouldn't joke about that. Human societies that develop telepathy through genetic engineering always collapse into violent anarchy. Spoken like a true historian, said March. I'm an archaeologist, not a historian, said Adelaide. Why are we going to Vanderen, anyway? March grunted. Most of your family lives out there. I would like to be more familiar with the area. That was true, just not completely true. All right, said Adelaide, settling back in her seat. He could tell she was tired, since she had let him drive without putting up more than a token protest. It had been a long day of arguing with the contractors and the architects of the museum, and the Ministry of Information and the Ministry of Education wanted to arrange a tour of some of the more remarkable artifacts that the researchers had found on the Ark. It fell to Adelaide to organize all of that, and March to plan the security. There had already been 5 attempts to steal artifacts while in transit from the Ark's orbital dock to the surface of Kalascar, attempts that March's security plans had foiled. But as far as March could tell, Adelaide had no idea he was driving her to a surprise birthday party. It was surprising, but maybe it shouldn't have been. Lately, they had only seen each other for a few hours at the end of the day, since their respective jobs kept them busy. March didn't keep tabs on her all day, and he assumed that she didn't track his movements either. He could have very easily monitored her, thanks to his skills and training, but a marriage was supposed to be based on trust. He wondered if she was doing anything he didn't know about, and decided that line of thought was unproductive. "Here we are," said March, turning onto the street where Renton Repair was located. Vanderen was a small town a few dozen miles from Kalaskar City, serving the countless farms that dotted the countryside around the capital. Renton Repair was the largest tractor and autocab repair facility in the region, and so well regarded that they had opened a branch office in Kalaskar City. The company's Vanderen facility was a large metal warehouse with corrugated walls and roof, with a small parking in front and a dozen garage doors lining the walls. Outback was a much larger lot that held either finished vehicles or ones in various states of repair. "Why are we here?" said Adelaide. She made a face. "My mom isn't throwing a bridal shower for me, is she? I told her and Sydney that I didn't want to do that again." A flicker of old grief went through her eyes for an instant. Her life had been that of a normal Kalaskaran woman, marriage and a baby on the way. Then a machinist bomb had killed her husband and her unborn child, and the silent order had found her. "No," said March, parking and shutting off the engine. "You have my solemn word that this isn't a bridal shower." "Oh, then it is something, isn't it?" said Adelaide, getting out of the car and flipping on her sunglasses against the late afternoon glare of the red sun. She was wearing her usual business clothes, black pencil skirt, white blouse, snug black jacket. March thought it looked good on her. "Everything is something," said March. "True. Why are we here?" "Maybe I bought you a new tractor," said March. Adelaide snorted. "I suppose that would be one way to deal with the Kalaskar City traffic in the morning. Just roll right over it and keep going." He put his right hand, his hand of flesh, on the small of Adelaide's back, and guided her around the side of the building while he used his left hand to send a quick message from his phone. "So just why are we walking into the storage yard of my brother's repair shop?" "Maybe I've decided to buy a tractor," said March. "I have to sell the Tiger, so why not buy a tractor?" He had intended it as a joke, but she gave him a concerned look. "You know, you don't have to sell the ship if you don't want to. It's not like we need the money, and we might be able to find a use for the Tiger with the museum." "It's all right," said March, but Adelaide kept on talking. Which was just as well, because it meant she was looking at him, and not at the side of the building. "You lived on the Tiger for 12 years, said Adelaide. "I know it's hard to part with it, and—" He guided her around the corner, and Adelaide's gray eyes went wide with surprise. March was pleased to see how well the preparations had went. 2 pavilions stood with seating and tables holding food, and a good-sized crowd had arrived. All of Adelaide's siblings and their spouses had come, except for Alexander, who was a non-com in the Royal Kalaskaran Navy and had sent a recorded message, along with numerous uncles, aunts, and cousins. The Renton clan was both numerous and quarrelsome, but they did like parties. There were a number of Adelaide's friends and professional colleagues: Lars Bauer from the Royal Kalaskaran Media Service, Samuel Warner, who owed Adelaide a big favor after some trouble with his ex-wife turned machinist operative, and several others. From the Royal University campus, March spotted Simone Kelly, the departmental secretary, and Dr. Charles Handler, the head of the archaeology department. Adelaide really didn't like him, but Sydney had insisted on inviting him since she said it would annoy him, and that would please Adelaide. March hadn't argued. "Surprise!" chorused the guests. And Adelaide was indeed surprised, but from the way she lifted her hands to her mouth and laughed, it was a good surprise. Later, as the party settled in, March socialized. It wasn't something he particularly enjoyed doing. His life and training had left him as something of a loner. Previously, he had spent days or even weeks alone aboard the Tiger with no company but his own. But he was perfectly capable of socializing when necessary, and Adelaide's family was important to her. And as director of security for the Museum of the Ark, March now spent all day giving instructions to people. Best to stay in conversational practice. So he held a bottle of beer and listened to Adelaide's oldest brother William talk about autocab repair. "The new Mr. 200 model of engine came out last year," said William, gesturing with his own bottle. He was wearing a blue coverall with a Rent and Repair logo on the chest pocket, though March knew that William spent more time managing the business than taking apart engines these days. "It's supposed to get greater efficiency than the MR155, but I'm not convinced. The manufacturer got cheap and used these low-quality capacitors from the Antioch system." "The Antioch system probably needs the work," said March. Antioch was one of the 7 core systems of the Kingdom of Kalaskar, and it was also the closest core system to machinist-held space. Consequently, the machinists devoted a lot of covert operations to destabilizing the system, including a terrorist group called the Antioch Liberation Front. The front was a creation of the Final Consciousness, but one of its grievances was local unemployment. "Suppose they do," said William. He took a sip of beer. "Sid put on a hell of a party for Audie, didn't she?" "Yeah," said March, glancing in Adelaide's direction. Adelaide stood with her younger sister, surrounded by a mob of cousins and some of Adelaide's friends. All of them seemed to be talking at once. March was grateful he didn't have to follow that conversation. William grinned. "I'm betting you helped with the organization." "Sydney did a good job with everything," said March. "I'm just grateful I had the opportunity to help out where I could." "Ha," said William. "A good answer. You seem like the sort of man who gets things done quietly and never talks about them." Yes, William was more perceptive than he let on. "I don't know about that," said March. "Well, Audie likes to talk and you don't, so it will be a good match," said William. "By the way, how's the new job going?" March hid a smile. He knew where this conversation was going. "Keeps me busy. I imagine this fancy museum of Addie's is going to need a lot of autocabs," said William. "Ferry tourists from the spaceport, that sort of thing." "Seems reasonable," said March. "You know, if you need help repairing and maintaining all those autocabs," said William, "we can probably give you a discount rate." "I know you could," said March. "But you'll have to apply to the Ministry of Security, since you're the older brother of the museum's director. Nepotism laws." He took a sip of beer and looked at the orderly yard of Rent and Repair. William and his employees did run a tight ship. "But if you do apply, I'll help push it through." "I've had to do that a few times," said William. "Some of the cousins oversee farms for various nobles. It's a pain, but it keeps the Ministry of Revenue out of my neck come tax time." He started to say something else and then snorted. "And speaking of pain." March turned his head and saw Dr. Charles Handler approaching. William Renton was paunchy, but there was a good deal of muscle on his frame. Charles Handler, head of the Department of Archaeology at the Royal University of Kalaskar, was just fat. He was as tall as March, but considerably wider. He had receding black hair, a ruddy face, and wore glasses that glinted in the red light of the setting sun. They were a pointless affectation. The technology to correct flaws in vision had been commonplace for millennia. The glasses were supposed to provide an aura of thoughtfulness and wisdom. March didn't see the point. They would be a liability in a fight. Then again, March was wearing a necktie, which would be an even bigger liability in combat. He didn't like Handler. Something about the man's smile rubbed him the wrong way. Of course, that could be his own biases. Usually, when the Final Consciousness set out to claim a world, the machinist's covert arm started by subverting a world's intellectuals and academics to their cause. Then, when the Final Consciousness conquered a world, the academics were the first ones shot or sent to the labor camps. One of the ancient politicians whose thought had eventually made up the machinist's ideology had called such men useful idiots, and March saw no reason to disagree. "Mr. March," said Handler. "Yes," said March. Handler held out his hand, and March shook it. I'm Dr. Charles Handler, chair of the archaeology department at the Royal University of Kalaskar. I thought I'd see who lured Dr. Taryn away from the university. He ignored William. William seemed amused by this. I didn't lure her away from anything, Dr. Handler, said March. The government offered her the job as director of the Museum of the Ark, and she accepted. I didn't have anything to do with it. But you helped her find the Ark, said Handler. The greatest archaeological find in centuries. I did, said March. So you're going to settle down and oversee the museum's security, said Handler. Won't that be a bit boring, after flying around as a privateer? March shrugged. I hope I will get shot at less often. But the museum will be the target of every machinist agent and art thief for 1,000 light years, so I expect it won't be boring. Well, I hope both you and Dr. Taryn appreciate the responsibility, said Handler. It will take decades to properly catalog and research the artifacts from the Ark. Already, they have revolutionized our understanding of pre-empire human civilization, and they have the opportunity to do the same with several areas of science. Dr. Taryn needs to understand the significance of this find and not grandstand and make flashy documentaries. March grunted. Flashy. Handler blinked, realized that he had put his foot wrong. Well, I'm saying they lack a certain intellectual rigor, are more concerned with entertainment than with academic value. We're talking about my fiancée, said March. And my sister, said William. Handler went a little redder. Excuse me, I need to greet some colleagues from the university. It was nice meeting you, Mr. March. With that, the department chair made a hasty retreat to the rest of the party. William snorted out a laugh. What a dumbass. Don't know how Audie stood working for him all those years. It's different in academia, said March. Once she had tenure, Handler couldn't really do anything to her. And for the last few years, she spent more time on her documentaries and books than at the university. Which was one of the reasons she was leaving the university at the end of the month. Even if Adelaide hadn't found the Ark, March suspected she would have left the university sooner rather than later. For much the same reason that he was selling the tiger. William grunted. He's still a dumbass. If we ever have another civil war with a group like the Renarchists, he'll be the first one to go. March thought about that. Kalaskaran society, by the standards of a place like the Falcon Republic or Rusteril, was repressive and parochial. Men could only vote if they had completed a 6-year term of military service, and women could only vote if they had at least 2 legitimate children. Membership in religions other than the Royal Kalaskaran Church wasn't illegal, but it carried a severe social stigma and an inability to get any job requiring a background check. And yet Kalaskar had lasted for 2,000 years, far longer than most other human governments. It lacked the crushing poverty of places like Calixtus or Martel's world, the self-destructive hedonism of Rusteril and Ratia, and the brutality of Oradria. March suspected William's attitude had a great deal to do with it. The Kalaskarans viewed their intellectuals and academics with a healthy dose of suspicion, and in the 100,000 years of recorded human history, intellectuals were almost always the ones who started a society down the road to ruin. On Kalaskar, productive work was more respected than anything else, and thanks to hydroponic and robotic technology, it was possible for a family to support itself off a self-sustaining farm. It worked prickly independence into the Kalaskaran national character. That, and the silent order was very good at heading off potential threats. I wouldn't worry about that, said March. The only stand Dr. Handler has ever taken in his life has been for more funding. William snorted and took a drink of beer. Later, March walked around the side of the rent and repair building. He didn't mind socializing, but by God, it got tedious after a while. He was glad he had gone to the trouble of memorizing the names of Adelaide's siblings, nieces, and nephews. March leaned against the metal wall and looked over the fields on the outskirts of Vandren, the red light of the setting sun painting everything the color of blood. He always thought that Kalaskuran sunsets looked rather ominous. A pack of cigarettes was in his hand. He didn't usually smoke, but it had been a long day, and his head buzzed with dozens of conversations. A cigarette, or possibly 2 or 3, would help clear his head. Shoes crunched against the gravel, and March looked to the left. Got a light. Adelaide's mother walked towards him. Catherine Renton was 95, which, given the average Kalaskuran lifespan, put her in late middle age. She was shorter than all her children. Their height must have come from their father. Catherine wore a black jacket and skirt, as she usually did when not at work, and her iron-gray hair had been pulled into a long tail. She was holding a packet of cigarettes. March hadn't known she smoked. He produced a lighter and lit the cigarette she held out. March lit his own, and they smoked in silence for a while. "You don't seem surprised that I smoke," said Catherine. Her voice was quiet, calm, a little worn. She was probably good at soothing patients. March shook his head. "You're a nurse. The biggest smokers I ever met were clinic nurses on space stations." "That shouldn't surprise you," said Catherine with a smile. "Nurses have to deal with doctors all day." "Don't tell Daniel," said March. She laughed, and he saw a hint of Adelaide in her expression. "You know, that was the first time I met Daniel. It was at one of these Renton family gatherings. Sydney brought him here to meet the family." "Everyone at once?" said March. "The poor boy was terrified," said Catherine. "And he was scared half to death of me. Held up well, though." She paused and blew out a cloud of smoke. "Not you, though. You aren't scared of me at all." "Should I be?" said March. She smiled. "It is traditional to be nervous around your fiancé's family at first." March wasn't sure what to say to that. What could he tell her? That he had seen an entire world die in nuclear fire. That he had spent years killing at the command of the final consciousness. That he had traveled hundreds of thousands of light years and seen horrors and wonders far removed from a family gathering behind a repair shop in rural Kalaskar. "There are things that frighten me," said March. "Offending William's wife because I forgot to eat her cake is not one of them." Catherine snorted out a laugh. "You strike me as a man who has seen enough that his threshold for fear has changed." "Perhaps," said March. "Since both you and Adelaide are part of the Silent Order, that makes sense," said Catherine. March just stared at her. She wasn't supposed to know that. "Oh, don't worry," said Catherine. "Adelaide didn't tell me. No one did. I might be getting older, but I'm not stupid. Adelaide changed a lot after Duncan died." Her expression grew distant. It made Adelaide harder, angry in a way she wouldn't have been if it really had been just an accident and not a bombing. "All those long trips she takes. I know she does quiet jobs for the Ministry of Defense and the Silent Order on the way." Still March said nothing. "Before I met my husband," said Catherine, "I worked for a while at the military hospital on Kalaskar Station. That was where I found out about the Silent Order." She drew on her cigarette again. "If you keep staring at me like that, I'm going to be the one who is nervous." "Sorry," said March. "I was just thinking about what to say." "Neither confirming nor denying, is that it?" said Catherine. "I will say this," said March. He gestured with his cigarette towards the party. "All of this, the family gathering, this is new to me. Adelaide is probably related to 100 people within 5 miles of here. My mother wasn't even 30 when she died, and as far as I know, I have no other relatives anywhere." "But you will have a family now, Jack," said Catherine. She touched his right arm. You'll be one of us." He wasn't entirely sure how to respond. He didn't mind the idea, certainly. But March had been alone for a long time. It had taken some effort to accept Adelaide into his life. He supposed it would take even more time to get used to the idea of Adelaide's large and extended family. "What I was going to say," said Catherine, "is that Adelaide is special. I love my children, and I'm proud of them all, but Adelaide is brilliant, and she's one of the hardest workers I've ever met. I think she needs someone like you. Someone she can rely on, who will be there for her." March inclined his head. "Are you really ready to stop traveling?" said Catherine. "To settle down on Kalaskar?" March snorted and fished his phone out of his pocket with his free hand. "Look at this." He unlocked the phone, brought up a network page, and rotated it to face Catherine. "What am I looking at?" said Catherine, peering at the screen. "The sale listing for the Tiger," said March. "I'm selling the ship. Next week, I'm going to meet with the most serious potential buyers and finalize the sale." "Then you are ready to stop traveling," said Catherine. "I wouldn't have asked Adelaide to marry me if I wasn't," said March. He put his phone back into his jacket pocket. "You can't travel forever. Eventually, you have to stop somewhere." "What made you stop?" said Catherine. He looked across the back lot, where Adelaide stood talking with her sister and some of her friends from the Royal Kalaskaran Media Service. "I found a good reason," said March. 2. Mentor. The next day, March drove to work. After the Royal Navy had brought the Ark to Kalaskar, there had been a great deal of debate about where to put the museum. The Congress of Lords had wanted to put it in downtown Kalaskar City, not far from the Royal Palace and the main ministry buildings. This plan proved implausible, since every square inch of ground in downtown Kalaskar City was already used and chronically congested. The Congress of Admirals wanted to build an orbital museum, but the Congress of Commons rejected this plan on the basis that it would impose the additional cost of a shuttle ticket for poorer Kalaskarans to see the historical artifacts. The Royal Kalaskaran Church attempted to assert control over the Ark as part of its supervision of the universities and primary schools, but the three Congresses had managed to achieve a rare moment of unity in rejecting that idea. Finally, the king's opinion was discreetly sought, and a compromise was reached. There was an unused plot of land several miles south of Kalaskar City's sprawling spaceport. The land was too sandy to become good farmland, too swampy to be easily developed, and too far from anywhere significant to make it worth the cost of development. It had been the one location all Kalaskar's power brokers could agree on, and so that piece of swampland became the new location of the Museum of the Ark. March approved of the location. It was close to the spaceport, which would make moving artifacts to and from the Ark's orbital dock easier. 2. It wasn't all that far from Adelaide's house in Keldrex, which meant he only had a drive of 20 minutes in light traffic. That would change once the museum was open and visitors came on a regular basis, but for now, March had an easy drive to work. Though at the moment the museum was mostly a series of large holes in the ground, several dozen park trailers, and just as many construction and earth-moving machines. He drove up the access road to the construction site and stopped at the gate. A 4-meter-high security fence encircled the site, topped with razor wire, and equipped with wireless cameras every 20 yards. The expense of raising the fence had been considerable, but March would not put it past machinist collaborators to bury a bomb in the foundation of the future museum, waiting for a suitable opportunity to detonate it. A 30-ish man, wearing the gray uniform of museum security, emerged from the booth. He was in good shape, and his broad belt held both a plasma pistol and a stunner. "Morning, sir," said the guard as March rolled down his window. "Morning, Riley," said March. "I'll have to scan your car before you go inside, sir," said Riley. March nodded. A few of his guards had tried to wave him and Adelaide and some of the senior construction contractors through, but March had been adamant. Every vehicle entering the museum site was to be scanned for explosives, weapons, nanotech, and every other dangerous substance that he could think of. Go ahead. Riley produced a handheld scanning unit and ran it down March's car and back up again. The unit chirped a few times, and Riley scrutinized the screen. "You're clear, sir. Head on in." "Thanks," said March, and he drove through the gate. Gravel roads had been laid down to the various points of the construction site, and March drove along the one leading to the security office. He spotted 2 camera drones circling overhead, monitoring the surrounding countryside for intruders. Multiple security drones patrolled the perimeter of the site, keeping close to the base of the fence. Unlike the courtesy androids popular on Kalaskar, these drones didn't even try to look friendly. They had squat barrel-like chassis propelled on sturdy treads, and the top of their cylindrical bodies featured a rotating turret holding multiple optical, infrared, and audio sensors. On either side, they sported small turrets containing a variety of non-lethal weapons. The security around the site of the future museum was excellent. March had designed it himself and sought input from numerous experts. When he had still been an iron hand and an alpha operative, he would have considered the museum a hard target. But no security was perfect, and while the construction site was a hard target, it was still a tempting one. Given the incalculable value of the artifacts, troublemakers might be tempted to install a backdoor before the museum was even built. Which was why March was here. He parked outside the security center. At the moment, the museum's security center was a prefab building of the sort usually carried on colony ships, quick and easy to assemble. It had been the cheapest option and also the easiest to secure. March locked his car and stepped into the front office of the security center. It was a utilitarian-looking room with industrial gray carpet and a large desk. One of the uniformed security officers sat there, watching both flat-panel displays and holos from the cameras. He had the stern look of a former Royal Marine, and he nodded as March stepped inside. 4 waiting chairs lined the walls, and in one of them sat a man about Adelaide's age wearing a severe suit with a crimson tie. He had close-cropped hair and the sharp features of a man without a lot of body fat. "Get locked out of your office, York," said March. Winston York, the deputy security director, gave him a sour smile and got to his feet. Their first meeting in the Ministry of Security headquarters in Kalaskar City had not gone well. It had been during the first phases of planning for the museum, and March had still been hiring security staff. He needed a deputy director to help get the department up and running, and he had narrowed it to 4 candidates, all of whom had been vetted by the Silent Order. Winston York, former Royal Marine and beta operative of the Silent Order, had come with the highest recommendation. "You should not have your job," York had said during their interview. They had been sitting on either side of a conference table in the Ministry of Security headquarters. "Just why not?" said March. York met his gaze without blinking. "This is an important job, and it should go to a native Kalaskaran. You're not." His eyes had shifted to the leather glove covering March's left hand. "You're very clearly not. I'm not one of those people who thinks that cyborgs aren't entirely human. But you obviously used to be an iron hand." "Dealt with them before, have you?" said March. "Yes," said York, his eyes going flinty for a moment. "A couple of fights out past Tamlin's World. Quiet things that didn't make it into the press. You could probably read all about it in my file if you wanted. But I don't think you should have this job, and I don't think you should have any job that has a security clearance." March nodded. "I see. Do you want the deputy director job?" He had the satisfaction of seeing York's belligerence dissolve into brief surprise. "You're offering me the job," said York. "That is unexpected." "You told me the truth to my face," said March. Most people didn't do that. I'll return the favor and give it to you straight. He leaned forward, watching York. This is going to be a hard job. Most of the men and women who've applied think it's going to be easy. I've gotten a lot of old men who want to wear a security guard's uniform and sleep at their stations until they retire. But the Museum of the Ark is going to hold artifacts and relics that can't be found anywhere else. Most of them are unique, and all of them are priceless. With the kind of visitor numbers the museum will draw, crowd control is going to be a nightmare. And that will be the easiest part. We're building a giant beacon for every thief in human space. That doesn't even count the machinist's sympathizers. They'll try to blow up the building or destroy a few artifacts to advance the revolution of the final consciousness. I need competent men who will tell me the truth without any bullshit. Tell me the truth and do what I tell you, and we'll get along fine. But if you lie to me, disobey me, or go behind my back, I'll fire you so fast you'll think you are still on a troop ship moving through hyperspace. York stared at him for a good 20 seconds. That, York had said, is the strangest job offer I've ever heard. Well, said March, it's going to be a strange job. York had served as his deputy director ever since. They didn't particularly like each other, but March respected York's abilities, and together they made an effective team. As it happens, said York, I haven't even gone into my office yet. We've got a situation on the perimeter of the security fence. March sighed. Photographers. Yep, said York. About 400 meters north of the security fence. 3 of them, long-distance telephoto lenses. Probably more journalists. Or journalist wannabes. His lip curled in contempt. He had the opinion of journalists shared by most members of the Kalaskaran armed forces. Some ancient general on primeval Earth had said that if he hanged all the reporters, there would be dispatches from hell by breakfast, and this was an opinion shared by most Kalaskaran veterans that March had met. Dumb of them to come so close, said March. York offered a thin smile. Apparently, they don't think our cameras can pick up infrared signatures. Right, said March. Who's on patrol duty? He already knew, but he wanted to see if York would get it right. Ronson Squad, said York. Shall we take the sled? March nodded. Get half of Ronson's squad rounded up and met us by the sled. 3 minutes. York left the building, already talking into his phone. March stopped by his office long enough to retrieve his tactical vest, plasma pistol, and stunner, and then joined York in the makeshift garage behind the security center. 3 men in gray uniforms waited there, already wearing vests and carrying pistols and stunners. Photographers, said March. 2 of them. We're going to arrest them and hand them over to Kalaskar City Security. Don't kill anyone. Yes, sir, said Ronson, and they got into the sled. It looked like a typical police van, painted black with the logo of the Ministry of Security on the front, a push bar fitted to the front, and sirens mounted on the roof. Unlike a typical police van, it had been fitted with a low-yield anti-grav sled that let it float a few feet off the ground, which made it an excellent all-terrain vehicle. The damn thing was expensive and had taken a chunk out of the budget, but given how swampy the terrain was around the construction site and the lengths to which foreign media services had gone to get pictures, it had proven its worth several times over. York drove, and March settled into the passenger seat. The anti-grav unit powered up with the usual irritating whine, and York steered the van out the northern gate of the security fence. They shot north at about 60 kilometers an hour, the van's anti-grav handling the uneven terrain with ease. The landscape was mostly flat grasses, but dotted with numerous small pools. The photographers were easy to find. About 400 meters north of the security fence was a low hill, topped with a few lichen-spotted boulders. It was the perfect spot for someone to use to take surreptitious photographs of the construction site. Perhaps it was just as well because this was the fourth time March's officers had found someone trying to use that hilltop to take pictures. York brought the van to the top of the hill and spun it around. March caught a glimpse of two startled-looking people crouching behind the boulders. One was a somewhat paunchy young man in cargo shorts and a t-shirt. The second was a bony woman who had dyed her hair a regrettable shade of blue, piercings glittering in her ears and nose, and wore a ship crewer's jumpsuit and a leather jacket. Given the rigid standards of Kalaskuran public propriety, they looked like off-worlders, but that could just be a clever disguise. "Go," said March, and Ronson barked an order to his men. The van door slid open, and Ronson and his officers scrambled out, stun pistols held ready. "Hands in the air," said Ronson. "Hands in the air now." March got out of the van, York following him. The man had gone white as a sheet, his hands raised. The woman had put her hands up, but her shrill voice filled March's ears. "You can't arrest us," said the woman. "We are citizens of the Falcon Republic, and we are accredited journalists. It's not illegal to take pictures." "It is here," said March. "That construction site is a protected location, requiring a security clearance to visit. Unless you have a security clearance, photographing it is illegal." "It's not," shrilled the woman. "We are journalists. Taking photographs isn't illegal." York pointed at the security fence, which had numerous signs clearly stating in large red letters that the construction site was a secured location, and taking pictures was forbidden under Kalaskuran law. "Guess you got ripped off on that telephoto lens. Because you should have been able to read the sign." He nodded to Ronson. "Sir," said Ronson, and he and his men produced restraints and moved in. "You can't," started the woman. But as it turned out, they could. Ronson read them their rights, informed them they were under arrest, and bundled them into the van. March helped one of his officers search the two journalists. No weapons. Their IDs and passports identified them as residents of Eastbridge City, on Raisha, the capital world of the Falcon Republic. They had press credentials, identifying them as employees of one of Eastbridge City's news networks. If it was a false identity, it was a good one. The woman kept ranting as March and the officers photographed their possessions, downloaded the contents of their phones and laptops, and started documenting everything. Almost certainly, there would be a lawsuit. It wouldn't come to anything, but best to neatly tie up everything. And if the two journalists were machinist operatives, they might have evidence of it on their computers. Most likely, they were what they appeared to be. March had dealt with people like them before. The Ministry of Security would confiscate their computers, phones, and cameras, ban them from the Kingdom of Kalaskar, and put them on the first Starliner, heading back to the Falcon Republic, and that would be that. But best to thorough. "Thugs!" shrieked the woman. God, but she had an unpleasant voice. "This is an attack on the freedom of the press. You authoritarian thugs can't stop the truth from getting out." She directed her stream of vitriol at Ronson's men, claiming that they were only arresting her because of their profound inability to satisfy a woman in the bedroom. The male journalist only looked embarrassed. March watched his men, pleased that they did not respond to the torrent of abuse. They had been trained well. "I think we're ready, sir," said York, all business in front of the prisoners. "All the evidence has been processed, and we've downloaded the contents of their devices. There was no encryption worth the name." "That's private," yelled the woman. "You are violating my privacy. I am going to lodge a complaint with the embassy. I am going to sue you all. "Let's go," said March. "You drive. I'll contact the constables in the city." York nodded, and they got back into the van. He drove around the perimeter of the security fence while March called the Keldrex precinct office of the Ministry of Security, which was the nearest ministry outpost. He explained the situation to the inspector on duty as York pulled the sled up near the main gate. About 15 minutes later, a pair of ministry vans arrived, and constables in their blue uniforms and black tactical vests got out. They loaded the journalists into the vans, and March and York handed over the documentation and the evidence. "Fourth time this month," said the sergeant in charge of the constables, a battered-looking man named Horner. "You're keeping us busy, Director." March shook his head. "We're just getting started. The site's just a big hole in the ground right now. Wait until you can actually see things over the fence." Horner laughed. "No skin off my nose. Our precinct station is getting an upgrade and expansion thanks to all the prisoners we've been processing." They shook hands, and Horner's men got into their vans and drove off. "Not bad," said York. 2 arrests already, and it's not even lunchtime." "Let's hope that's all the excitement we have today," said March. With that, Ronson's squad returned to their patrol, and York finally made it to his office. March walked past the front desk and into his own office, locking the door behind him. His office was a utilitarian space. An array of monitors linked to the security cameras covered one wall, shifting between camera views as the server's pseudo-intelligent software sorted through potential threats. A tall cabinet on the opposite wall held weapons, and a footlocker contained spare clothing. The desk held his work computer with a pair of monitors and a holographic projector, and March sat down with a grunt. There were very few personal items in the office. He never liked having his picture taken, and years spent as a covert operative had put him in the habit of avoiding identifiable information. Nevertheless, there was a framed photograph on the corner of his desk. It showed March and Adelaide standing in a field, the red Kalaskuran sunset behind them. Adelaide's brother William had taken it on the night that March had met his wife and children. He knew Adelaide had found the experience awkward, but March had approached it methodically, as he had done with nearly everything else in life, and he thought it had gone well. The picture, too, had turned out well. It had caught him smiling, and Adelaide said he almost never smiled. His right hand was around her waist, and there was a look of affection on her face. March unlocked his computer and started sorting through messages. He would do paperwork until lunch, and then get in a workout. There was a small gym attached to the security center as an employee benefit, but so far, March and some of the younger men were the only ones who used it. After lunch, he would do a ride along with one of the patrols, and then his computer started chiming with an incoming call. March glanced at the screen, half tempted to let it go to voicemail so he could finish his work. Then he saw the caller ID. It identified the caller as Christopher Dominic of the Royal Marines, captain in the Royal Guard. The Royal Guard was the division of the Marines assigned to guard the king, his family, and various royal residences and facilities. Only the best of the Marines were chosen to serve in the Royal Guard, and they were regularly rotated out to combat tours with the rest of the Royal Marines to keep them sharp. And if a captain in the Royal Guard was calling March, that meant only one thing. Someone in the Kalaskuran royal family was going to visit the construction site, and probably soon. March turned his chair so he was facing his computer's camera and accepted the call. "Hello." The screen flickered, and Captain Christopher Dominic appeared. He had hard features, with tan skin that had either seen a lot of sun or been born that way. His eyes had the cold focus of a veteran soldier, and he wore the crisp black uniform of a Royal Marine with the red collar of a Royal Guard. "Director March," said Dominic. "Speaking," said March. "My name is Captain Christopher Dominic with the Royal Guard," said Dominic. "I understand you are in charge of security arrangements for both the Ark and the construction site of the museum." "That's correct," said March. "I will come right to the point," said Dominic. "The king would like to visit the construction site in 4 days, and I am responsible for arranging security for His Majesty's visit." "I see," said March, his mind racing. 4 days. That was tight timing. Yet it could be done. The perimeter of the construction site was fenced off and guarded with cameras and drones. There wasn't all that much that had actually been built yet. Basically, Adelaide would be able to lead the king around and point out where the various buildings would one day stand. "Is this feasible?" said Dominic. "The king's security, of course, is paramount, especially with the increase of machinist terror incidents lately. But he would like to see the site for the museum as soon as possible, and this is the only time in his schedule for the next 3 months." "I'll have to confirm with Director Tarrant," said March, "but we can make it happen." He already knew what Adelaide would say. "Good," said Dominic. "Let's begin. This is what we'll need for security requirements." The next 4 days were busy. It was just as well that the Royal Guard had only given them only 4 days advance notice, because the preparations for the king's visit slowed construction work. Teams of Royal Guards arrived, and March took them on a tour of the facility. The site was scanned from one end to another, and bomb-sniffing dogs went over every inch. A deputation of Royal Guards brought their own trailer and set up shop near the security office. March had already run background checks on everyone hired to work on the museum construction project, but the Royal Guards did their own checks, and March had to answer several questions about the pasts of various workers. They never asked him about the silent order, though, or his own background as an Iron Hand. Maybe they already knew. The press was another problem. Everything the nobles and the royal family did on Kalaskar was news, and anything the king did was especially newsworthy. Kalaskaran journalists were generally better behaved than those from the Falcon Republic and the other starfaring nations, but that was because Kalaskaran libel laws were much stricter. March still didn't like reporters, and in his experience, Kalaskaran journalists lied whenever they could get away with it, all while hiding behind the cliché of the heroic investigative reporter. Again, the ancient quote about hanging all the journalists came to mind. Still, he couldn't do that, so March had to set up a press area outside the construction site. The Royal Guard, the Ministry of Information, and the various news organizations reached an agreement. The journalists could cover the king's arrival at the construction site, but they couldn't follow him and his entourage inside, and they couldn't take any pictures of the interior. Bad enough that they would get pictures of the outside of the fence. March could see the machinists using pictures of the construction to plan where to place bombs in the future museum. By the morning of the 4th day, the preparations were in place, so March drove to Kalaskar City to pick up Adelaide from the university. He didn't particularly like going to the university. The machinist terror cell that had killed Adelaide's husband and left her unable to bear a child had originated among the university's graduate students, Simon Laurie among them. March's interactions with Adelaide's colleagues since he had settled on Kalaskar had only reinforced his negative opinions of academics. They disliked Adelaide and had gone out of their way to undermine her. Not that it had ever really worked, but it still annoyed him. They didn't like him either, but March didn't care. Still, in another few weeks, Adelaide would finish her last semester at the university, and then she would be the full-time director of the Museum of the Ark. Her life ought to be a little less hectic. She had boundless energy coupled with a tendency towards insomnia, but the combination of finishing her last classes, overseeing the museum construction efforts, and writing her book, of course she was writing a book about finding the Ark, was starting to wear on her. Lately, she had been more and more tired. Another few weeks, he thought. Another few weeks, and perhaps she could dial back a little. Working as the security director for the museum gave him a Ministry of Security parking pass, so March used it to park by the curb in front of the building that housed the university's archaeology department. That would no doubt irritate Adelaide's colleagues further if they saw it, but March didn't care. The building was several stories of red brick and red roof tiles, an aesthetic throwback to universities on old Earth, and surrounded by a green lawn. March thought a lot of the university's lawn space would have been better used as a parking lot, but he had not been consulted. March climbed the stairs to the top floor and the archaeology department and walked into the outer office. The receptionist's desk was empty, no doubt she was at lunch, and all the faculty office doors were closed except for Adelaide's. A woman sat in one of the visitor chairs, frowning at her phone, and March came to a surprised halt. He knew the woman very well. She was wearing the usual formal business clothes of Kalaskaran women, black jacket, knee-length black skirt, and high heels. The woman had dark hair that hung to her shoulders, and black eyes that were narrowed with concentration as she stared at a mathematical equation on her phone. She looked up. March remembered the first time he had seen her, years ago, her eyes bloodshot with fear and weeping, her hair cut short and ragged because she had little interest in her appearance. The contrast now was striking. She looked strong and healthy, and life on Kalaskar had clearly been an improvement over life on Orodria. But given that the Orodrian secret police had been trying to kill her, that made sense. The woman did a double take, and then her face lit up with a smile. "Jack." "Hello, Cassandra," said March. Cassandra Yerzov, Ph.D. of Dark Energy Physics, got to her feet. Like Adelaide, she was a beta operative of the Silent Order. Unlike Adelaide, she was a dark energy physicist and had accidentally stumbled onto a means of detecting the machinist's mind control wraith devices. For that, the Orodrian government had tried to kill her to please their machinist masters, and March had interrupted their assassination attempt. After that, she had joined the Silent Order, and she had helped March stop a machinist attempt to create a dark energy radiation weapon on the Falcon Republic's capital world of Raisha. She stepped forward and gave him a quick hug, smiling. "What are you doing here?" said Cassandra, stepping back. Her smile faded. "Is it something dangerous?" "No," said March. "I changed jobs. I have one on Kalaskar now. Security Director at the Museum of the Ark." Cassandra looked surprised. "Really? I didn't think you would ever stop, that you would ever change jobs." She knew better than to discuss Silent Order business when there was any chance of being overheard. "What made you change your mind?" As if on cue, Adelaide stepped from her office. She was wearing a similar outfit to Cassandra, and she had taken off her jacket. March found his eyes drawn to the way the white fabric of her blouse clung to her chest. He also noticed her earrings. They were new and larger than her usual preference, with crystals set into a silver frame. The crystals were the size of his thumb joints, and they looked vaguely familiar, though March could not place where he had seen them before. "Jack," said Adelaide, and she grinned. "This is Dr. Cassandra Yerzov from the Dark Energy Physics Department." "We've met once or twice," said Cassandra, looking back and forth between them. "She started at the university last year," said Adelaide. "The university likes to have an experienced faculty member mentor a new one, and I was Cassandra's mentor." "And she's been a great mentor," said Cassandra. "I've had an easier time adjusting to Kalaskar than I would have otherwise." She did wait. Wait. She smiled. "Do you two know each other?" Adelaide's smile widened. "You could say that." Cassandra frowned, and then her eyes went wide, and she let out a squealing noise. March's first thought was that she was in pain, or maybe having a seizure. Or that she had been shot, and he started to shift to put himself between Adelaide and any attackers. But Cassandra's expression wasn't alarmed or pained. If anything, her face looked like the time she had seen a puppy on Raisha and had cooed over it. For a brilliant physicist, she had a weakness for cute things. "He's your fiancé," said Cassandra. She looked at March. "I knew she was engaged, but she said her fiancé had a dangerous job, and she couldn't talk about it, which makes sense now." She looked to Adelaide and pointed at March. "He saved my life a lot. Like 7 or 8 different times. I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for him. I had no idea. You two would be perfect for each other. You must be so cute together." "Yes," said Adelaide with a laugh. "That's us. Cute." Cassandra completely missed the amused sarcasm. I know. You're two of my favorite people. Oh damn, I have my class in 10 minutes. We should have dinner soon. You have to tell me how you met. Well, as much as it isn't classified anyway. Next week, said Adelaide. This week is full. But that does sound pleasant, doesn't it, Jack? It does, said March. Probably should have it at Adelaide's house. We can talk more freely there. But not too freely, said Adelaide, and she grinned. She looked at Cassandra. You've got my number. Call me when you're free. I will, said Cassandra, and she smiled once more and left. Come on, let's get ready, said Adelaide, heading into her office. The high heels combined with the snug skirt did good things for her backside, and March had to concentrate to look away. Maybe she looked exceptionally nice today. Which made sense, as they were going to meet the King of Kalaskar in a few hours. He'd been in her office a few times before. Now it was mostly bare, with the shelves empty and only her laptop and tablet on the desk. The window looked over the lawn surrounding the building. Adelaide closed the door behind them, crossed to her desk, and slid the laptop and the tablet into a briefcase. We have time for lunch yet, said March, before we need to be at the museum site. Adelaide shook her head. I don't want to eat lunch. Nerves, he said. No one on the museum staff had ever met the king, and the degree of tension was remarkable. The security offices had never been so clean, though March thought it unlikely the king would decide. At the last minute he felt like walking through the temporary offices of the museum's security department. March wasn't Kalaskaran, so he didn't fully understand the affection people had for the king. He assumed it was created by the Kalaskaran school system and lifelong propaganda. No, said Adelaide. She crossed to the window, stared through it as if trying to remember something, and then shook her head. Not at all. Which surprises me. But maybe it shouldn't. Right now the museum's just a big hole in the ground. All the interesting work is up on the Ark, where the researchers are going through the artifact catalogs. It won't be a big hole for much longer, said March. No, said Adelaide. This was my office for years. I'd come here every day when I was on planet. I know, said March. Despite her conflicts with her colleagues, her impending departure from the university had inspired moods ranging from giddy relief to sad regret. All those years, said Adelaide, reaching for the window, you know what I never did here? What's that? Said March. She closed the window shade and turned, undoing the buttons of her blouse. The desk is nice and empty, said Adelaide. What? Said March, startled. Adelaide grinned, tossed aside her blouse, and stepped out of her shoes and then her skirt. Jack, you're wearing too many clothes. He really was. A moment later, she was in his arms, and the moment after that, they were together atop her desk. Fortunately, it was a sturdy desk. Whatever flaws the Royal University of Kalaskar had, buying cheap office furniture wasn't among them. After they had finished, March caught his breath. He would have rolled off Adelaide, but that would have put him on the floor or onto her desk chair. Instead, he settled for bracing his weight on his arms as he looked down at her. The metal of his cybernetic left hand rasped against the wood of the desk. Never done that in my office, said Adelaide. Sweat had beaded on her forehead and upper lip, and her gray eyes were still a little unfocused. Yeah, said March. She smiled at him. God, I don't know what got into me. Sure about that, said March, and she laughed. Been in a weird mood lately, said Adelaide. Leaving the university must have hit me harder than I thought. She turned her head and glanced at the clock over the door. I suppose we'd better get going. March frowned at the clock. Yeah. He climbed off both Adelaide and the desk, and they got dressed. Adelaide's makeup and hair had gotten messed up in the process, but she produced a small cosmetic kit from her laptop bag and stared into its mirror, touching up this and that on her face. He was still surprised that she had seduced him in her office. They had never done that before. Maybe she had just been in the mood. Or maybe she had been reacting to the way he had been staring at her. One of the effects of the genetic and cybernetic alterations the final consciousness had made to his body was a heightened libido, a side effect of increased aggression and musculature. But March had simply ignored that part of his nature for most of his time as an alpha operative. Then he had met Adelaide, and it had all come boiling out. He looked back at her as she snapped shut the cosmetic kit and realized that if not for the press of time, he would have been more than happy to have her on the desk a second time. "I'm about to meet the king," said Adelaide. "You are," said March. "We both are." Adelaide frowned at her reflection. "I should be nervous. Why am I not nervous?" She straightened up and stared at him. "I have to tell you something." March waited. "But I can't remember what it is," said Adelaide with irritation. She rubbed a hand over her forehead. "I don't know what's wrong with me. I just feel off." "You're tired," said March, catching her other hand. She stared up at him. "You've been working 2 jobs, all your side projects, and getting 4 hours of sleep a night for weeks. Even Adelaide Tarrant can't do that forever." A smile flashed over her face. "Going to be Adelaide March soon." "That's right," said March. "Another few weeks, you'll be done with the university, and you can scale back." Though he had no doubt that she would find something to fill the time. Adelaide was a workaholic, but then so was March. "Okay," said Adelaide. "Okay." She stepped back, checked her reflection one more time, and nodded. "You're right." She scowled at the mirror and then smiled at him again. Her moods had been veering back and forth so much over the last week that March would have wondered if she was pregnant, but he knew that was physically impossible. Cellular damage from the machinist bombing that had killed Duncan Tarrant had left her barren, and the machinist implants had altered March's DNA so much that he couldn't impregnate a woman. She was just tired and overworked. "All right," said Adelaide. She smiled again. "Let's go meet the king." 3. A royal visit. An hour later, March drove to the gate of the museum construction site, Adelaide in the passenger seat. It was about 2 p.m., and it was a cloudless day, Kalaska's red-tinted sun throwing harsh shadows from the construction equipment. The gate was far more crowded than usual. A mob of media vehicles parked seen the fence, with a few cameramen recording the fence. March supposed it hardly made for compelling viewing. 4 of March's gray uniformed men kept watch over them, making sure that none of the reporters decided to climb the fence. More impressive were the 2 large black quadcopters of the Royal Guard that had set down. Sleek and black, the quadcopters were equipped with both 4 rotors and anti-grav units, and could achieve high speeds at atmospheric flight. They also carried an array of weapons, and could transport 20 soldiers each. 6 Royal Guards had taken over checking traffic, and March eased the car to a stop in front of the gate. The guards wore their formal black uniforms with red collars, and every one of them had a holstered plasma pistol. March showed his ID to the guards, as did Adelaide. One of the guards ran a scanner over the car, and a second ran another beneath the vehicle. "You're clear," said one of the Royal Guards. "Please proceed inside." March nodded, drove through the gate and towards the security office. There was already a good crowd inside the construction site. All the construction workers who had been cleared for the visit stood near their machines, looking anxious. Several of the members of the museum board had already arrived, mostly older men and women in formal clothes. "I suppose it's time to go to work," said Adelaide, as March slid the car into its parking spot. For a moment, she looked confused and then nodded to herself. "I'd better talk to the board members." Considering the museum is just a big hole in the ground at this point, they're worried that the king won't like it. "You're nervous," said March. Adelaide blinked and then laughed. "Suppose I am." Funny. I don't think I was this nervous at the Battle of Vesper's World. You weren't about to meet the king, said March, shutting off the engine. Lord Admiral Stormreel was much less intimidating. I remember how Stormreel's eyes seemed to cut right through you, said Adelaide. I hope the king isn't like that. She blinked, frowned as if trying to remember something, and then shook her head and got out of the car. Captain Christopher Dominic of the Royal Guards waited for them. March had talked to him over the phone a great deal, but he had yet to meet the officer in the flesh. Dominic was a big man, but moved with the fluid grace of an expert fighter. The planet-side posting of the Royal Guards might have offered more amenities than duty aboard a capital starship or a far-flung station, but the guards did not let their training lapse. March thought he could have taken Dominic in a hand-to-hand fight, but it would have been close, and he would have had no choice but to rely on the advantage of his cybernetic arm. Dr. Terran. Director March, said Dominic, stepping forward. I'm Captain Dominic of the Royal Guard. Pleased to meet you in person, Captain, said Adelaide, shaking his hand. And you, Director March, said Dominic. He shook March's hand. Strong grip. Your people have been very helpful with the preparations, especially with the short timetable involved. We've made it work, said March. It's not every day the king stops by to visit. No, it is not, said Dominic. But the king makes visits like this 3 or 4 times a week, so as you can imagine, we're quite busy. Usually, the local security isn't as competent as your people. The local security isn't usually headed by someone like Jack, though, said Adelaide. No, I imagine not, said Dominic, and his eyes flicked to the glove and leather bracer covering March's left arm. March wondered how much research Dominic had done on him. But we always welcome competence when we can find it. He offered a brief smile. I tend not to find it very often outside of the military. If you'll excuse me, I must check in with my men. And I assume you'll want to speak to your people. Yes. Thank you, Captain Dominic, said Adelaide. Dominic nodded and strode off. Efficient fellow, isn't he, said Adelaide. Someone has to be, said March. He wanted to say that it was refreshing to meet someone who could get things done without the Calaskran love for elaborate courtesies and small talk, but decided Adelaide would take that the wrong way. And we don't want anything to go wrong today. No. Adelaide leaned up and gave him a quick kiss, just as long as propriety would allow. It's always nice to get things done. I have to get the package and then talk to the board members. Package, said March. Adelaide frowned. What package? I'm not getting a package. You just said that you needed to get a package, said March. Adelaide blinked and pinched the bridge of her nose. Oh yes, that's right. Another load of concrete is getting delivered tomorrow. Suddenly she looked bone-weary. I must have gotten the dates mixed up in my head. Maybe, said March, feeling a growing level of concern. You're sure you're up for this? Irritation flashed over her face, followed by chagrin, confusion, and then weariness. It's a royal visit, Jack. I'd better be up for it, one way or another. It is massively important to the museum. I know, said March. He wondered if she was getting sick. But once this is over, maybe you should take a few days off. Nobody can work every single day. She smiled. You can. I'll even take some days off, said March. You are worried about me, said Adelaide. All right. After the royal visit is settled, I'll take a couple of vacation days, but only if you do too. It's a promise, said March. Good, said Adelaide. She fiddled with her left earring, the crystal glinting. That's good. I'll look forward to it. She started to look confused, then pulled in a deep breath and smiled once more. Well, I'd better get started. See you soon. She gave him another quick kiss and walked off, admirably keeping her balance in her high heels on the uneven ground of the construction site. March watched her go, uncertain of what to do. Adelaide was rarely that unfocused, which proved beyond all doubt that she had been working too hard. But what could he do about it? He didn't know. Despite approaching and befriending her family in a systematic way, this was all new to him. His father had been a prison camp guard, and his mother a laborer, who had slept with the guards in exchange for increased rations. There were no marriages or families among those joined to the final consciousness, and after March had left them and joined the Silent Order, he had never been with a woman for more than a few weeks. He'd been with Adelaide longer than he had been with anyone, and sometimes he had no idea what to do. He'd never cared about anyone as much as he cared about anyone. That, he had to admit, affected his judgment. March had never thought he would sell the tiger and settle on Kalaskar, but here he was. Well, the simplest solution was usually the best. Another few weeks, and Adelaide was done at the university. The problem would take care of itself. Once she had just one full-time job, if she tried to take on more work, March could talk her out of it. He shook his head and turned towards the security office as Winston York emerged from the front door. York was wearing his best suit, and his look of perpetual annoyance had sharpened. March waited as York strode over to join him. "How do things look?" said March. "You kissing the museum director in public?" said York. "Like you got this job for reasons other than competence." March grunted. "I knew the director when people thought the Ark was just a myth." Though he'd never heard of it until Felix Quincy had made his pitch to Adelaide in that tavern on Sibley Station. "Maybe when your fiancé finds an ancient starship full of lost relics, she can build a museum around it." York snorted once. "Fair point. Things look good. The Royal Guard is watching the gate. Our people are watching the cameras and the perimeter alarms. We're also handling the media." His perpetual scowl deepened. "Damn vultures with cameras. At least the Kalaskaran media is better behaved than the off-worlders. We can always threaten to pull their licenses. Can't do that with reporters from the Falcon Republic or wherever." March nodded. "The ones we arrested last week will probably go back to their homeworlds and write stories about how they were oppressed by the Kalaskaran security forces. Any trouble with the journalists?" "No, they've been well-behaved little vultures so far," said York. "We had to make them move their vehicles, though. They had all parked in front of the gate to get the best camera angles." "Good," said March. He glanced at where Adelaide stood talking with the board members. All hint of her earlier weariness and confusion had fallen away, and she looked like her usual confident self. "We should have time for one last perimeter inspection." March and York went into the security office, checked the cameras, and then took the anti-grav van in a drive around the fence. All the cameras were functional, and for once there was no sign of any foreign media services camped in the empty land around the construction site. For their own sake, that was just as well. The local Kalaskar City police forces would arrest unauthorized journalists, sit them in jail for a night, and deport them from the Kingdom of Kalaskar. The Royal Guard, if it decided that the king's safety was threatened, would respond with lethal violence first and ask questions later. There was nothing left to check, and March and York joined the crowd at the gate. Royal Guards in their black uniforms stood watchful, plasma rifles resting in their hands. Captain Dominic supervised them, his eyes cool, his posture wary. The construction crews had gathered to greet the king, as had the board and the various employees the museum had hired so far. "You're sweating," said March. "It wasn't that hot out today." York grimaced at him and then nodded. "I'm about to meet the king." "It's not every day you meet the king." "You were in the Royal Marines," said March. He spotted Adelaide standing with the board members. She was fiddling with her crystal earrings. Some of York's nerves must have spread to her. "Our regiment was inspected by 2 dukes and 3 earls," said York. "But that's not the same thing as meeting the king." True, said March. Attention. Captain Dominic's voice rang over the crowd. Attention. The King's transport is about to arrive. Everyone to their positions. Remember to retain your distance from the royal person and to observe the customs and laws of a royal visit. He raised a hand to his left ear and kept speaking, no doubt relaying orders to the royal guards outside the security fence. A whine came to March's ears, and he looked up to see 3 more quadcopters approaching the construction site. The aircraft put down, and a moment later a half-dozen more royal guards strode through the gate, stark and formal in their red-trimmed black uniforms. Alexander Kala, the 16th of his name, monarch of the Kingdom of Kalaskar, walked after his royal guards. At first sight, the king was a singularly unimpressive figure. He looked a little older than Adelaide's mother. March knew that the king was 106, which by Kalaskaran standards put him at the end of middle age and the start of old age. Alexander wore the black uniform of a royal guard, which looked impressive, though unlike the guards he had something of a paunch. The king had close-cropped white hair and a neat white beard, and he looked like a genial college professor, maybe one of Adelaide's more amiable colleagues at the university. There was something off about him. March couldn't say what it was, not at first. Yet something about Alexander Kala drew his eye, almost demanded his attention. Had March been pulled into the mystique of royalty, the Kalaskaran reverence for the king? No, that wasn't it. He looked at the king, and he saw an older man in a black uniform. It was something else, something. The realization came to him with a shock. The king of Kalaskar was possessed by a dark energy macrobe. March's machinist implants gave him a measure of protection from macrobes. When in hyperspace, he could not be possessed by one of the dark energy creatures if the ship's resonator field failed. He could also sense macrobes, and his mind interpreted that as visual impulses. When he had met Malcolm Rawle, he had been able to see the macrobe who possessed the navigator, and bestowed the ability to sense hyperspace currents upon him. Was the king a navigator? Or was he something else? Some other fusion of human and hyperspace macrobe? March remembered the horrors he had seen from macrobe possession, of humans twisted into nightmarish creatures. Was Kalaskar ruled by such a creature? The king's eyes met March's for a second, and he felt a jolt, the presence of a strong will and mind. Alexander seemed to recognize him. Perhaps Censor had reported some of March's missions to him. Then Adelaide and the board of directors strode forward, and they offered bows to the monarch. "Your Royal Majesty," said Adelaide. Her fatigue had vanished, and her voice was the one she used when narrating videos, calm and pleasant and controlled. "On behalf of the board of directors of the Museum of the Ark, we are honored and pleased to welcome you to the future site of the museum." "Thank you, Dr. Tarrant," said the king. March recognized his voice from the news. It was always pitched a bit higher and more nasal than he expected. The Ark was a treasure trove of humanity's shared history, and I hope the museum will make that history as accessible to as many people as possible. "There's much work to be done before we reach that point, Your Majesty," said Adelaide, "but we hope to have a functioning wing of the museum open before the end of the year." "I have seen the reports from the researchers aboard the Ark," said the king. "It was an astonishing find." A dry note entered the royal voice. "And I dare say I enjoyed the documentary you made about the process of its discovery." "Thank you, Your Majesty," said Adelaide. March had also seen the documentary. At his request, Adelaide had minimized his involvement, but it was part of the historical record that he had been one of the finders of the Ark, and there was no way around it. "May I introduce our board of directors?" The directors formed into an orderly line to greet the king. March and York took position at the end of the line with the other employees of the museum. The king started to move down the line, greeting the board members, a pair of royal guards trailing after him. Adelaide stepped back, and a confused, dazed expression went over her face. The king and the two royal guards kept moving down the line, but Adelaide remained where she was, shaking her head. "March," said York. "There's something wrong with Adelaide," said March. "The king's almost here," hissed York. Adelaide staggered and shook her head again. She looked as if she had forgotten where she was, or like she was about to faint. "Then you can greet the king on behalf of museum security," said March. He stepped back from the receiving line and circled past the royal guards, heading for Adelaide. A few of the guards gave him hard looks, but none of them stopped him. Adelaide froze, and the confused look vanished from her face. A strange blank expression fell over her features. Yet her movements were swift and sure, as she pulled off both of her crystal earrings. She reached into her jacket pocket and produced a small, flat gray object. A battery pack of some kind. Adelaide pressed her earrings against the pack, and they locked into place. And in a single horrified instant, March remembered where he had seen crystals like those before. They were laser emitter crystals. The crystals contained microcircuitry, and when connected to a suitable power supply, would emit a powerful laser pulse. It wouldn't last long, not more than a few seconds at the most, but it would be more than enough to burn through a human body. And Adelaide was standing less than 10 meters from the king. She was about to assassinate Alexander Kalaw. The pieces came together in March's mind with stark, grim clarity. Adelaide's bursts of confusion, her fatigue, the strange mood swings. He had assumed she was overworked and tired, but that hadn't been it. She was exhibiting the effects of a machinist wraith device, symptoms that March had seen years before. At some point in the last few weeks, the agents of the final consciousness had caught her, entangled her with a wraith mind control device, and were using her to assassinate the king. "Adelaide!" shouted March, hurrying forward. Her expression did not change. The king did not notice. A few of the board members and museum employees turned surprised glances in his direction, and more of the royal guards turned much harder glances towards him. Adelaide leveled the improvised laser at the king, and March slammed into her. He seized her right wrist and forced her hand down, and the laser fired. The beam was invisible, but it ripped across the dusty ground in a line of fire, slicing a molten path an inch wide across the earth. It missed the king's boots by perhaps 2 inches. A shocked silence fell over the gathering. Adelaide kept staring at the king, her expression still a blank mask. She struggled against March's grasp, and while she was strong for her size, he was much stronger. If she really wanted to break free, she should have tried to twist out of his grip or kick the heels of her shoes into his knees. Instead, she kept trying to simply break free, almost like a fussy toddler trying to pull away from a parent. It was as if she was in a fugue state, and March had seen that before in victims of wraith devices. The silence exploded into noise and violence. "Defend the king," roared Captain Dominic, his plasma rifle swinging around to point at March and Adelaide. "Defend the king." The royal guards were going to kill March and Adelaide. When it came to the king's safety, the guard was inclined to shoot first and ask questions later. And Dominic would have briefed his men about March. They would know that he was a former Iron Hand. Their immediate assumption would be that March had been a traitor all along, that he had coerced or seduced Adelaide into helping him. 4 royal guards moved to encircle the king, shielding him from any direct fire. The board of directors and the museum employees froze in place, or ran or ducked for what cover could be found. At any second, March expected to feel a plasma bolt burn into his flesh, which would likely be the last thing he ever felt. But there were too many people moving in too many directions. The guards would not open fire indiscriminately, not yet. March had to get Adelaide away now, right now, before she got killed or anyone got shot. He shoved Adelaide behind him, wrenching the laser from her hand and flinging it to the ground as he did. A royal guard pushed through the crowd, his plasma rifle swinging towards Adelaide. March stepped into the path of the weapon, seized the barrel with his cybernetic hand, and twisted. The barrel bent at a right angle, destroying the emitter coil and rendering the weapon useless. March yanked the weapon forward, and the royal guard stumbled. He did the proper thing, releasing his rifle and reaching for his sidearm, but March snapped the ruined rifle up. The stock slammed into the guard's chin, jerking his head back. In that instant of shock, March snatched a stun grenade from the guard's belt, yanked the pin and flung it to the ground. He just had time to squeeze his eyes shut and slam his hands over his ears before the grenade detonated. Even with his eyes closed, he saw the searing glare, and he felt the infrasonic shockwave of the weapon. March opened his eyes and saw the guards, the board members, and the employees reeling, temporarily stunned and dazed from the blast. Adelaide dropped to one knee and threw up, and more than a few of the other guests were retching, their inner ears unbalanced by the stun grenade. March had a moment in which to act, just a moment. But what could he do? The royal guards would kill Adelaide, and they would probably kill March. Could he convince them to listen to him? That was doubtful. What could he tell them? That his fiancée had been mind-controlled by alien technology, employed by the final consciousness. Had March not seen the Wraith devices with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that story himself. He had to get Adelaide away. And he had to contact Censor. The head of the Silent Order had to be warned that the machinists had a Wraith device somewhere on Kalaskar. And he could help March find a path that didn't end with Adelaide executed for attempting to assassinate the King of Kalaskar. All this flashed through March's mind in an instant, and then he moved. He raced forward, seized Adelaide, and flung her over his shoulder with one jerk of his cybernetic arm. She was dazed, her eyes glassy, and he wasn't sure if that was a result of the stun grenade or the effects of the Wraith mind control device. 2 plasma bolts sizzled past March, the second so close he felt the heat of it on the right side of his neck, and he risked a look back. Captain Dominic had gotten to one knee, his plasma rifle in his hand. March stooped, snatched 2 more stun grenades from the belt of a prone guard, and flung the first one behind him. It went off with a flash and a roar, followed by another chorus of groans and screams, and March hurled the second one over the gate and into the crowd of reporters outside the security fence. He closed his eyes and ducked, using Adelaide's body to block his left ear and his hand to cover his right, part of his mind noting that he was an easy target for any royal guard who had shaken off the stun attack. The grenade outside the gate went off, and Adelaide let out a moan of pain. March surged to his feet and raced outside the fence. The grenade had stunned the mob of reporters and cameramen outside the construction site, and March risked a quick look around. If the reporters had followed instructions and parked their vehicles, yes, there. One of the vans was still running, its engine no doubt powering some cameras or uplink equipment. March threw open the driver's door, tossed Adelaide into the passenger seat, and jumped inside. He slammed the van into reverse, spun it around, and drove from the construction site as fast as he could, the electric engine whining as he pushed the accelerator to the floor. March had gotten Adelaide away from the king and the royal guard. But now what? 4. Dropped call. March figured he had maybe 2 minutes before the royal guard was in pursuit. Probably less, realistically. The van shot down the narrow road, the video and broadcast equipment in the back rattling. The speedometer hovered around 140 kilometers an hour, the fields on either side blurring past. There were no vehicles in the rearview mirror, but March knew that wouldn't last. For that matter, land vehicles weren't his chief concern. The Royal Guard had brought quadcopters. Once they moved the king to safety, they would pursue March from the sky. The quadcopters, with their combined anti-grav rotor engines, could move upwards of 600 kilometers an hour, and they would have absolutely no trouble overhauling the van. They might try to take March and Adelaide alive, or they might simply blow up the van from the air. "Jack," murmured Adelaide, her voice dazed. He risked taking his eyes off the road long enough to look at her. "The presentation, Jack," she said, slurring the words. "I have to give the presentation to the king." She made a pushing gesture with her right thumb, like she was pressing an invisible button. I have to give the presentation. Do you know where my remote is? March blinked. Did she think she was giving a presentation? He had seen recordings of her lectures, and she always used a remote with a laser pointer. The presentation, said Adelaide. I have to give the presentation. My remote. I'm running late. I've got to get to the lecture hall. He was trying to watch both her and the road at the same time. There wasn't much traffic on this road, at least not yet. Eventually, it would be built up to a major highway to support traffic flow to the museum. But tractors and automated farm equipment frequented the road, and if March wasn't careful, he was going to slam into an autonomous tractor at 150 kilometers an hour. But he was still trying to watch Adelaide, fearful that the mind control effect of the Wraith device might make her do something dangerous, so he saw her open the passenger door and start to get out. March cursed and grabbed for her arm. He missed. Adelaide started to rise, preparing to step out of the van. At this speed, if the impact didn't kill her, she would probably die from her injuries within an hour. March jerked the wheel hard to the left. The sudden change in direction made the tires squeal and threw him against the door. It also flung Adelaide back into the van, and she landed with a yelp. The passenger door swung closed, pushed shut by the wind. Stay there, said March. Jack, said Adelaide. I've got to give my presentation. Yes, said March, thinking fast. I'm driving you there. Don't you remember? That's why we're driving so fast. So you're not late. Okay, said Adelaide, blinking. That makes sense. Just sit there, said March. Go over your presentation in your head. He looked in the rear-view mirror. No one was behind him. He tried to glance towards the sky, and though he didn't see anything, the gesture was probably futile. It wasn't as if media vans carried anti-missile ECM equipment. If one of the Royal Guard quadcopters decided to blow up the van, he would never see it coming. March needed help. There was no way he could elude the Royal Guard by himself, to say nothing of the regular Kalaskaran police once they were alerted. He also needed to get Adelaide to a place of safety where she would not hurt herself while he tracked down whoever had the Wraith device. March needed Sensor's help. He also needed to get rid of his phone. It would not take the Royal Guard long to figure out that March had stolen the media van, and it would be a trivial task for them to track his phone. Which meant that if he was going to contact Sensor and request help, it had to be right now. Driving at this speed while using a phone was asking for a fatal crash, but there was no other choice. March fished his phone out of the interior pocket of his coat, found the contact for Sensor, and dialed. He lifted the phone to his ear and heard the harsh clang of a busy signal. Surprise rippled through his alarm. A busy signal? That didn't make sense. In all the times he had contacted Sensor over the years, he had never gotten a busy signal. March had come to suspect that Sensor wasn't an individual, but rather a group of people, or perhaps a sophisticated computer dispatch system. But he'd never gotten a busy signal, not once. Had the Royal Guard cut off his phone access already? He risked a glance at the screen. He had normal network signal strength. Could he use Adelaide's phone? No, she didn't have it with her. That sleek black skirt and jacket looked good, but it didn't have room for a phone or even pockets. He risked a glance around the van. Unfortunately, it seemed as if the technicians had all their phones with them. There was satellite uplink and network communications equipment here, but not the sort he needed. March needed a phone. More immediately, he needed to get off the roads. He couldn't contact Sensor if the Royal Guard shot him, or the Kalaskar City Police ran him off the road. Jack, mumbled Adelaide. My presentation. We're on our way, said March. Jack, said Adelaide again, and she suddenly sounded haunted. I'm so confused. I don't I don't know what's happening. But don't leave me. Don't leave me. She grabbed at his arm, which was probably a bad idea at the speed he was driving. Ever since Duncan died, you're the best thing that's happened to me. I'm not confused about you. I love you. Please don't leave me. March stared at her, something like a fist squeezing his heart. He'd only ever really loved one person in his life. That had been his mother, and she had been dead for decades, killed by disease in a labor camp on Calixtus. There had been friends and comrades, and even an occasional lover in the years since, but no one he'd loved. Not the way he loved Adelaide Tarrant. He knew with cold, stark certainty that he would go as far as necessary to save her life. And Jack March had once been an iron hand. He could go much farther than most men. I won't leave you, said March. But you're not thinking clearly right now. I need you to do what I tell you. Don't try to get out of the van. Okay, said Adelaide. She closed her eyes. I'm really tired. I might take a nap until we get there. That's a good idea, said March, pushing more speed from the van. If she fell asleep, it would keep her from trying to get out while the vehicle was in motion. Adelaide nodded, yawned, and slumped in the seat, closing her eyes. A brief, absurd thought flickered through March's mind. If that was not proof that she was under the control of a wraith device, then nothing was. Adelaide never took naps during the day. She slept even less than he did. March jabbed at his phone again, trying the contact number for Censor. Again, he received a busy signal. Frowning, he tapped another contact on his phone, the main desk at the Royal University's Kalaskar City branch. The phone rang twice, and a pleasant female voice answered, asking where she could direct him. March terminated the call. His phone hadn't been cut off, but for whatever reason he couldn't reach Censor. Was Censor refusing to talk to him? Or was something else going on? March forced himself to think. If Adelaide had succeeded in killing the king, what would have happened? He and Adelaide would have been gunned down on the spot, of course. But the consequences would have been far greater. Kalaskar would have been thrown briefly into turmoil, with the government paralyzed. No, not paralyzed. The king hardly had absolute power and rarely involved himself in the day-to-day business of governing. But the full attention of the government and most of Kalaskaran society would have turned to the king's funeral and succession. Did the machinists have some larger plot underway? March tried calling Censor once more, and again got a busy signal. He grimaced, and then crushed his phone with his cybernetic hand, and flung the ruined device out the van window. It seemed that March could not call on Censor for help. Fine, he would find a way to save Adelaide himself. The beginnings of a plan came together in his mind. March pushed the accelerator towards the floor, coaxing more speed from the van. 5. Infrastructure. The van came to the outskirts of the suburb of Keldrex, and March heard a siren in the distance. Several sirens, come to think of it. He was out of time. Most likely, the Royal Guard had contacted the Kalaskar City Police, instructing them to raise a roadblock. There was currently only one road to reach the museum construction site, though that would change as new roads were built. If the police acted swiftly, they could bottle March inside a perimeter. Then the pursuit would be over. He didn't want to kill any of his pursuers. Not unless he had to. As far as they knew, they were chasing a machinist operative who had tried to kill the king. Fortunately, March had reached his destination. He turned off the road and came to the water plant. A gravel road led to a gate in a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. Beyond was a building with the look of a warehouse or an industrial facility. It was a water plant, part filtration system and part pump, and there were dozens of them around the Kalaskar City metropolitan area. The gate was closed, so March pushed the accelerator and drove right through it. There was a horrible metallic screech and tearing noise, and the gate ripped off its hinges. March hit the brakes, and the van skidded to a stop in front of the building. Adelaide jolted awake in the passenger seat, looked around in confusion, and fell back asleep again. March shut off the van's engine. One way or another, they weren't going to need it again. He slid out of the vehicle and walked around its crumpled fender. The door to the water plant burst open, and a middle-aged man in coveralls came out, his eyes wide. "What the hell?" he said. "What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you wreck my gate?" March glanced through the open door and saw a second man standing there watching the scene. "I'm very sorry about this," said March. The technician started to complain again, and March moved. He slammed his right hand against the side of the technician's head. Not hard enough to kill, and not hard enough to seriously injure, but the technician stumbled to the side. March punched him hard in the stomach twice, and the technician doubled over, wheezing. The man in the office whirled and ran to a desk, but March was right behind him. He sprang into a drab-looking office with concrete walls and a pair of metal desks. A dull humming came from equipment elsewhere in the building, and a pair of flat-screen displays on the wall showed diagrams of pump status and water flow. The second technician reached for a desk phone, his eyes wide, and March surged forward. His cybernetic fist smashed the phone, leaving the technician holding the handset, the cord dangling. March hit him in the stomach with his other hand, and the man doubled over. He turned, hurried outside, and caught the first man as he staggered back to his feet. March dragged him inside, and a few moments later, he had both technicians tied to their desk chairs with electrical cable, their phones destroyed. "Who the hell are you?" snarled the first technician. "What do you want?" "Nothing," said March. "The next shift should come in 4 hours?" He glanced at a schedule taped to the wall. "No, 5. I'll be long gone by then." "You're a fugitive, aren't you?" said the second technician, who seemed a little quicker on the uptake than the first. "You're going to hide in the utility tunnels. Do that, you're going to get killed. Those tunnels are way more dangerous than most people know." He was right, but the Royal Guard and machinist agents were more dangerous still. March walked from the office. He was relieved to see that Adelaide was still in the passenger seat of the van. Sirens wailed in the distance, a lot of sirens. Soon they would start blocking off all the freeways and major roads. Very soon, someone would think to check this water station. March opened the door. Adelaide. She was still asleep. March tugged on her arm. Her gray eyes blinked open. "Jack, I have to give my presentation." A new wave of fear went through him. Could the Wraith device do permanent damage to her mind? He didn't think so, but as far as he knew, everyone who had ever been under the control of a Wraith had died soon after. The device might have long-term effects. "I know," said March, easing her out of the van. She looked around and blinked in the bright sunlight. March had never seen her drunk, but he supposed it might have been like this. "Come with me." "Okay," said Adelaide. She looked around. "Am I giving my presentation here? I don't see the king." March thought about moving the van and decided it didn't matter. It wouldn't take long for the Royal Guard and the police to track down the vehicle, and when they did, they would search the water station anyway. "This way," said March, and he eased her into the office. The two technicians still sat in their chairs, struggling against their bonds. The second technician snorted. "She's going into the tunnels in those shoes. Lucky if she only breaks an ankle." "Wait, I know her," said the first technician. "She's on the Ministry of Information broadcasts, talking about history and old ruins." He looked at March. "Are you kidnapping her?" "Why are they tied up?" said Adelaide, blinking. March ignored the questions and crossed the room. A steel door was set into the wall, marked with authorized personnel only and warning, hazardous environment beyond. Take all safety precautions in bright red letters, followed by a listing of several relevant regulations from the Ministry of Labor in a much smaller font. He grasped the door handle with his cybernetic hand and ripped it open. The lock squealed as it tore apart. Beyond was a small metal room with an equipment elevator and a flight of metal stairs that descended into the earth. "Seriously," said the first technician. "You go down there, you're going to get killed." Criminals who try to hide in the utility tunnels usually get either electrocuted, drowned, or crushed by the maintenance drones. Those things register humans as organic debris to be cleaned. "I'm sorry," said March, and he guided Adelaide into the small metal room. He led her to the stairs, not the elevator. It was always possible that one of the technicians could get free of the cables and shut off power to the elevator. If that happened, the technicians would quite literally present March and Adelaide to the Kalaskar City Police in a neat box. He guided Adelaide down the stairs, watching her feet to make sure her heels didn't get stuck into the metal grillwork. He was going to have to find her some shoes better suited to fleeing from the authorities. They passed 2 levels with doors leading to water pumping and filtration equipment, the hum of working machinery filling the air. March led Adelaide past those and down another 40 or 50 feet. At last, the stairwell ended in a metal door that said "Utility Infrastructure. Caution, authorized personnel only." "This doesn't look like a lecture hall," said Adelaide. "It's on the way," said March, which he supposed was technically true. One of the biggest advances in human civilization had been large-scale, subterranean engineering. That had allowed the founding of colonies on asteroids and planets with no atmosphere or toxic atmospheres. The habitats were simply dug into the ground, protected from hard radiation or toxic atmosphere by hundreds of meters of solid rock. On habitable worlds, building underground offered different advantages. Much of the infrastructure required to support a modern human city was subterranean. Water plants, power lines, recycling and garbage processing, chemical formulation, and so on. All of Kalaskar's electricity was provided by fusion plants buried a mile underground. And if one of them exploded, it would cause a minor earthquake, but no radiation would reach the surface. The different tunnels and buried stations created a vast labyrinth beneath the cities of Kalaskar. And through this labyrinth, March hoped to evade the Royal Guard and find proof that Adelaide had been controlled by a wraith device. The metal door was locked, but March wrenched it open. He supposed that tearing open all these locks was leaving a trail that the Royal Guard could follow, but it couldn't be helped. A splashing noise came to his ears, accompanied by a louder hum of machinery. Beyond the door was a large round concrete room lit by a pair of harsh white lights. Pumping and filtering equipment for the installation above filled about half the room. 9 tunnels branched off in all directions. Some of them were spillways for water overflow, their floors slanted. Others were lined with pipes and electrical conduits. The tunnels stretched into hazy gloom, lit only by red safety lamps along the walls every dozen yards or so. One portion of concrete wall had been marked with spray-painted symbols and numbers. That was where the utility tunnels to the museum would connect to the network beneath Kalaskar City and its suburbs. In fact, if March remembered right, the plasma drillers were scheduled to start digging the utility tunnel and the subway tube next week. "This still doesn't look like a lecture hall," said Adelaide. Her speech was getting slurred, and March wondered if she would fall asleep on her feet. March examined the signs painted over the tunnel entrances. He found one that read KELDREX Central Junction AA, 87 to 5, and nodded to himself. "This way," he said, and March led Adelaide down the tunnel. It was one of the spillways, with a current of water flowing down the center of the floor, metal walkways on either side. Adelaide's heel shoes clanged like hammers against the metal, echoing down the passage. Halfway through, her head started to droop, so March picked her up and slung her over his shoulders in a fireman's carry. The strain in his muscles helped him focus, helped him consider his next move. He wondered if the machinist agents who had the wraith device were aware of Adelaide's failure to assassinate the king. Would they abandon their plan and flee Kalaskar? Or would they send new commands to Adelaide? Maybe they would instruct her to kill herself. March didn't dare leave her alone, not until he had found and destroyed the Wraith device that had entangled her mind. One problem at a time. First, he had to get to the section of the utility tunnels beneath Keldrex. He continued walking, Adelaide's weight making his shoulders ache. She wasn't all that heavy, and he was strong enough to carry her, but he had been walking a long way now. How far was it from the water pump station to his destination? About 3 kilometers, he thought, and he had been walking for maybe a kilometer. Nothing for it but to keep moving. The tunnel came to a junction, with 2 more tunnels opening on his right and another 2 on his left. Metal racks along the ceilings of the side tunnels held conduits, power lines and data lines. Most of Kalaskar's power grid was buried underground, which would protect it from EMP attacks from orbit. March paused, listening, but he couldn't hear anything except the splash of water along the bottom of the tunnel, his own breathing, and an occasional sleepy moan from Adelaide. If there were any utility crews down here, the echoing acoustics of the tunnels meant he would hear them a long way off. Of course, they would also hear him coming. He was wearing formal shoes and carrying a woman across his shoulders. It was impossible for him to move silently. He took a step forward, and he heard the whir of a motor from the side tunnel. "Shit," said March. A maintenance drone floated into sight, its plasma torch flaring to life. The drone was a big boxy device about the size of a motorcycle, bristling with a dozen mechanical arms. It would have looked like a giant insect, except that it had been painted safety orange, so instead it looked like a hovering utility knife with extra attachments. The drone's sensor cluster focused on March and Adelaide, and it hovered towards them on its anti-grav unit. Thousands of drones like this wandered the labyrinth of the infrastructure tunnels, performing minor repairs that did not require human oversight. They also cleared away organic debris, such as vegetation, dead animals, live animals, and humans. The drones could have been configured to ignore humans, but they only ignored humans with proper signal beacons. That was a deterrent to keep criminals from using the tunnels. March would have taken the credentials from the pump stations, but neither technician had been authorized to descend lower than the pump rooms, which meant he had to improvise. He sat Adelaide on the floor and headed towards the drone, taking a zigzagging path. The drone's sensor cluster moved back and forth as he walked, and the arm holding the plasma torch came up. March threw himself to the side, hit the ground, rolled, and came up behind the arm with the torch. He seized the drone's sensor cluster and threw himself onto its back. The anti-grav unit couldn't handle that much extra weight, and the drone bobbed lower, emitting a harsh warning beep. His cybernetic fist hammered down once, twice, 3 times, and on the 3rd blow it punched through the drone's casing and found its CPU. March ripped the unit free, along with a good chunk of the central motherboard, and threw it into the water. The drone made a distressed whirring noise, and then its arm stopped flailing, the plasma torch going dark. It kept bobbing in the air, and March supposed it would float there until its power cells ran dry. Or more likely, until the pursuing Royal Guards and Kalaskar City Police found it. March swung back down to the floor and saw that Adelaide was awake and blinking at him. "Jack," she murmured. "Why did you punch that robot?" "Given that we're already wanted for the attempted assassination of the king," said March, helping her to stand. "Destruction of government property hardly matters at this point." "The king?" said Adelaide. She shook her head. "I've got to get ready for my presentation, Jack. The king is coming. I need my laser pointer." "You really don't," said March. "Come on, let's keep moving." She offered a bleary nod. They walked for another mile, following the line of utility lights lining the walls. March strained to hear the approach of any other drones or the footsteps of the Royal Guard, but so far they had eluded pursuit. He supposed it came to a race, whether or not Captain Dominic would figure out where he and Adelaide had gone before March could reach his destination. The corridor ended in another junction. 5 more utility tunnels spread off from the junction, lined with pipes and conduits, and there was a massive metal hatch in the center of the floor. The reason for that became obvious a moment later when March felt a vibration beneath his shoes and heard a low rumble. That was the main subway line to Keldrex, and the vibration came from a passing train. That was good. It meant the Royal Guard hadn't closed down the subways, though March would not be surprised if they had established a checkpoint at the subway station. Fortunately, he had no intention of using public transportation to evade the authorities. Not yet, anyway. And here in the junction was one of the 2 things that March had come to find. Off to one side was a garage-sized doorway that led into a rectangular room. Parked there was a row of a half-dozen small electric carts. They looked like more robust versions of the wheeled carts golfers drove to carry themselves from hole to hole, albeit with bigger wheels and larger motors. Technicians used them to traverse sections of the underground, faster than they could walk. March looked inside, saw that the carts were unguarded, and nodded to himself. At last, a bit of good luck. Though given that Adelaide had just attempted to assassinate the king, maybe the fact that March and Adelaide were still alive was a sign of good fortune. "Jack," murmured Adelaide, looking around and blinking. "I have to give my presentation." "I just have to pick something up," said March. "Then we'll head to the presentation." "Okay," said Adelaide. She yawned, her head drooping, and she slumped against March as she fell asleep again. He caught her and decided to take a calculated risk. She ought to remain out long enough for him to get what they needed. He carried her to the first electric cart and put her in the passenger seat. Then he ran back into the junction box and stepped into one of the other tunnels. A few meters down the tunnel was a small metal door. It was locked, but March's cybernetic fist made short work of it. The whine of machinery came to March's ears, and beyond the door was a large rectangular room lined with humming racks and black metal cases. Thick bundles of wires went from the racks to conduits in the walls. This was a network room, and a portion of the network traffic for Keldrex went through here. March knelt and reached behind one of the black metal cases. The 2 large duffel bags he had taped to the wall were still there. This network room was about a mile from Adelaide's house in Keldrex. March might have intended to step back from his role as an Alpha operative, but the paranoia his missions had instilled in him hadn't vanished. He had several small caches of useful items hidden around Keldrex and Kalaskar City in case of an emergency. When he had prepared them, March had thought he might need them in the event of a machinist terror attack or a natural disaster. He hadn't thought he would need them after Adelaide tried to assassinate the king. March unzipped the duffel bags and checked that the plastic-wrapped contents were undisturbed. They were. Inside the bags he saw hard currency, burner phones, changes of clothing, ration bars, a small water filtration system, and a variety of other items useful for survival and hiding. There was a heavy plasma pistol with a spare power pack. March left it in the bag for now, and instead pulled out a small stunner pistol, securing it in a shoulder harness beneath his coat. He didn't want to kill anyone who got in his way. But if it came down between that and saving Adelaide, he hoped it wouldn't, because he knew exactly what he was capable of when provoked, and he had never cared about anything as much as he cared about Adelaide. Which meant that the only way forward was to find the machinists who had used a wraith device to compel Adelaide to attack the king. And to find them, he needed help. He returned to the electric cart. Adelaide was still asleep in the passenger seat. March started the engine and drove into the junction box. He checked the signs painted over the archways and then headed down the tunnel leading to Kalaskar City proper. 6. The physicist. Save for finding out that Jack March and Adelaide Tarrant were engaged, it had been a wearying and unsettling sort of day, and Dr. Cassandra Yerzov was glad to go home. She stood in the subway car, grasping the handle and keeping her balance as the train made its way through the underground tunnel. Cassandra could have afforded a car, her job at the university paid well, but as much as she disliked crowds, she disliked driving even more, so the subway it was. And it was rush hour in Kalaskar City, and the subway car was packed. Still, it wasn't that bad, not really. The Kalaskarans were an orderly people by and large. Most of the crowd on the train were workers, men in suits or utility coveralls, women wearing black clothes similar to Cassandra's. Most people read on their phones. A few people watched the news on the wall monitors. Cassandra glanced at the monitor every so often, hoping to see a news report of the king's visit to the museum, but nothing. That was strange. Usually, whatever the king happened to do on any given day was top news on Kalaskar. Which was something else Cassandra found peculiar about her new home. Back on Orodria, President Paul Murden had been in the official news a lot, but he had been a figure of fear and dread, not reverence. Cassandra still felt like an outsider on Kalaskar, but it was a lot better than Orodria. Again, she glanced at the news monitor, which made her think of Adelaide and Jack, and that made her smile. It had been the highlight of an otherwise unsettling day. Cassandra found that she was very pleased that Jack and Adelaide were engaged. They were perfect for each other. Adelaide Tarrant was probably the single most confident and energetic woman that Cassandra had ever met. And Jack. Cassandra was very fond of Jack. She owed him her life several times over. Truth be told, after they had barely escaped from the Alpine, she had propositioned him, and he had gently turned her down. This wasn't something she decided to ever mention to Adelaide. In hindsight, it was for the best, since she had been overwrought from the horrors aboard the Alpine, and had latched onto Jack as a strong protector. She liked Jack a lot, but with the benefit of a few years, she realized they would have made a disastrous couple. Cassandra liked peace and quiet and solitude, so she could focus on her work. Jack was an adventurous, energetic man, and he needed someone like Adelaide Tarrant, come to think of it. Cassandra felt eyes on her, and she turned her attention from the monitor. A man seated a third of the way down the train car was watching her, and smiled when he saw her looking. He was handsome, probably about Cassandra's age, and looked good in a suit. She smiled back, but turned her left hand so he could see the fake wedding ring she habitually wore when taking the train. The man smiled once more and turned his attention to his phone. Cassandra thought about striking up a conversation, but decided against it. The social pressure for Kalaskaran women to get married and have children was far stronger than on Orodria. Most Kalaskaran women Cassandra's age had 2 or 3 children already, and the ideal seemed to be around 5 or 6, though she had seen families with as many as 10. Stores offered special discounts to mothers. The Queen made a weekly address to mothers, exhorting them to fulfill their duty to raise the next generation of Kalaskaran citizens. Women could only vote if they were married and had 2 or more children. For men, they could only vote if they had honorably completed their mandatory 6-year term of service in one branch of the Royal Armed Forces. She wasn't opposed to the idea of having children, but she didn't particularly like the idea either. All Cassandra really liked to do was math and physics, though her time with Jack had given her a taste for strength exercises. But what if she had children and they didn't like math? What would she talk to them about? Terrifying thought, really. The wall screen switched from the news to a sermon from the Bishop of Kalaskar City. After the official secularism of Orodria, Cassandra found the religiosity of Kalaskaran society strange. Many of the men who had tried to date her had been very enthusiastic about Jesus, and had hoped she would be enthusiastic about Jesus as well. Still, it wasn't as bad as she had feared, and she saw the advantages. The Royal Kalaskaran Church oversaw many of the social functions, charity and hospitals and a social safety net, that the Orodrian government had handled, but the Royal Church did a much better job. And there was no secret police organization on Kalaskar, no network of informants or hidden prisons where dissidents against the state were tortured to death. Cassandra had lived in fear of the secret police on Orodria. The closest Kalaskaran equivalent was the Silent Order, of which she was a member. Her thoughts turned back to her unsettling day. Cassandra supposed she had 3 jobs: a beta operative of the Silent Order, chief designer of the Ministry of Defense's Eclipse project, and a faculty member in the Dark Energy Physics Department at the Royal University's Kalaskar City branch. The last job was her public one, since no one outside the Silent Order talked about its work, and the Eclipse project was massively classified. Her public job had taken up most of her day. First had come the faculty meeting. Meetings, Cassandra had long ago realized, were an inevitable part of academic life. Just as governments put a tax on income, Cassandra supposed universities put a tax on time in the form of useless meetings. Dr. Cordwainer, the department head, had chaired the meeting. He was a pompous, officious old bureaucrat, more interested in making sure that all the forms were filled out than in getting any actual research done. For that matter, he didn't like Cassandra. Once, that would have filled her with churning anxiety and given her many sleepless nights of self-recrimination. But that had been before the Alpine, before she had seen the macro-possessed horrors on that ship and escaped with Jack. Besides, if he tried to force her out, the Silent Order would arrange for him to stop. Cassandra was more valuable to the university than he was, and if he pushed things, he would find that out the hard way. Right now, though, his ire was on a different topic. As I'm sure you are all aware, said Cordwainer in his pompous style, for some time now, our department has been conducting experiments in dark energy radiation conduction with our sister departments in the branches of the Royal University in the Antioch system. Unfortunately, those experiments have to be delayed for now. Why is that? Said Dr. Walker. She liked Walker. He was a jovial, bearded man who specialized in dark energy shielding. Walker was married with 5 children, and Cassandra had been for dinner at his house a few times. She liked Walker's wife well enough, but the woman kept pushing Cassandra to meet her unmarried younger brothers. We secured a special license from the Ministry of Defense to use the tachyon entanglement relays for communication, said Cordwainer. As you no doubt know, some of these experiments are time-sensitive, and we cannot wait for responses via couriers from the Antioch system. Unfortunately, for the last week, the Ministry of Defense has claimed exclusive use of the relays, and we haven't been able to send any messages. Cassandra frowned, uneasy. She was familiar with tachyon relay technology. It was the only reliable method of instantaneous interstellar communication that mankind had ever developed. 2 tachyons could be entangled on a quantum level so that a change made to one would affect the other, no matter how many light-years separated them. This technology was the basis of tachyon relay communications. It was reliable but hideously expensive, and there was a limited amount of bandwidth, restricting the relays to text-only messages. Her first major research project after getting her doctorate had been to find a way to increase the relay's communications capability. Instead, she had stumbled across what would become the Eclipse device, and her life had changed. Did they say how long the relays would be unavailable? Said Walker. Cordwainer shook his head. Only for the foreseeable future. Whatever that means. He slapped his hand against the table. The Ministry of Defense simply doesn't see the value of our research. We shall have to advocate fiercely to regain our use of the bandwidth. I want each of you to prepare letters to your representative in the Congress of Commons, and... It won't work, said Cassandra. Cordwainer gave her an offended look. Excuse me, Dr. Yerzov. It won't work, said Cassandra again. The Ministry of Defense only takes over the tachyon relays during a crisis. There must be something going on somewhere in the kingdom. Pirates, said one of the junior instructors. It must be pirates. I'd heard all the pirates have gone berserk in the last few years. He was more correct than he knew. Through her sources in the order, Cassandra knew that the Burn Chain Network, one of the chief drivers of organized crime in human interstellar space, had come to an abrupt and unexpected destruction. So far, no one dominant organization had risen to fill the void, which had led to a lot of bloodshed in the shadows. The Kesradites, said another professor. Still another professor opined that the declining plankton harvest yields on Rusterl would trigger a widespread economic crisis. If we're all quite done speculating about interstellar politics, said Cordwainer, we do have more immediate matters to discuss. He gave Cassandra a hard look, and she answered with a small, chilly smile. Now, on to the matter of individual discretionary budgets. The rest of the meeting consisted of Cordwainer lecturing about the new budget process, and then, thankfully, they reached the scheduled end. Cassandra just had time to head to her office, retrieve her laptop, and then proceed to the first floor of the building, where she would teach her class. Every faculty member of the Royal University had to teach at least one class, whether they liked it or not, and Cassandra had one section of Introduction to Hyperspace Physics. It was a 4-credit class, with 3 classroom credits and 1 of lab. Cassandra didn't enjoy teaching, but she found that she liked the students well enough. Her class was a mixture of 18-year-old girls who she suspected were looking for husbands, 24-year-old men who had just finished their mandatory 6 years of military service, current members of the Royal Armed Forces who took the class for a skill certification, and career officers who needed the class to advance in rank. When Cassandra arrived, she was annoyed to see that about 60% of her class was absent. "Where is everyone?" she asked no one in particular as she walked to the lecture hall's podium. "Don't know, Professor," said one of the students, a bright, vivacious 18-year-old girl who Cassandra strongly suspected was juggling the interest of 3 of the recently discharged soldiers. Cassandra unlocked the podium computer, brought up the attendance checking program, mandatory for all faculty, much to their annoyance, and checked her class list. Of her 87 students, 53 of them were absent. All the absent students were active duty military, and the computer listed them as absent due to demands of duty. By law, the university had to excuse any active duty student whose obligations conflicted with the class and make all reasonable accommodations to work around the absence. Every single one of Cassandra's military students was absent. The uneasy feeling grew in the back of her mind. The Ministry of Defense had claimed the Tachyon relays, and now all her active duty students were busy. Curious, she looked up an overview of the university's daily attendance rate. Nearly all the military students were absent due to the demands of duty. What was going on? "It must be a training exercise," said Cassandra. "Now let's begin. You should have read Chapter 14 in your textbooks, so today, we're going to discuss the equations to calculate the amount of dark energy it takes to induce a hyperspace transition." The class went reasonably well. No one flunked the quiz on vocabulary terms halfway through the session. While Cassandra didn't like teaching very much, she didn't hate it, and public speaking didn't frighten her. Many things frightened her, but public speaking wasn't one of them. It wasn't like she had to be herself or talk about her feelings or anything ghastly like that. She just had to talk coherently about her favorite subject for an hour. After that Cassandra retreated to her office and closed the door with relief. She dealt with some administrative paperwork. The University of Orodria had generated no end of bureaucratic busywork, and in this at least, the Royal University of Kalaskar was no different. Though the Royal University did require faculty members to attend chapel at least once every pay period, which would have been an alien concept on officially secular Orodria. Tomorrow would be a more enjoyable day by far. She would spend it in the Ministry of Defense lab, overseeing the final testing of the Eclipse devices that would soon be rolled out to every starship, station, and base in the Royal Armed Forces. Today had been unsettling. But perhaps tomorrow would be better. The subway train hissed to a stop at its station, and Cassandra let go of the strap. She glanced at the attractive stranger who had been watching her, but he was busy with his laptop bag. Cassandra checked her own bag, glancing at the stun pistol in one of the pockets. The man might have thought to flirt with her to pass the time. Or perhaps he was a machinist agent. There were cells of machinist infiltrators on Kalaskar, and she had no doubt they would assassinate the head of the Eclipse project if given the chance. But the man joined the general exodus out of the train, and Cassandra followed him. She threaded her way through the crowds in the station, keeping a wary eye out, but no one followed her as she climbed the stairs to the street. She lived on the opposite side of Kalaskar City from campus. The commute was annoying, but she spent most of her time at the university anyway, and she had enough money that she didn't want to live in apartments that catered to students. She lived on the top floor of a 12-story apartment building across the street from a small commercial plaza. As an added bonus, it was only a 2-block walk from the subway station. Cassandra let herself into the lobby and checked her mail. The building's courtesy android greeted her cheerily, and Cassandra grunted in answer. The robot looked like a giant child's toy, with a blue plastic casing and vague features designed to avoid triggering the uncanny valley effect. The Kalaskaran love of courtesy androids was something else about her new home that she would never understand. Cassandra took the stairs to the top floor. Elevators were too easy for an ambush, unlocked her front door and went inside. She had a large living and dining room and 2 bedrooms, with one of the bedrooms converted to an office since she never had visitors. After checking that no one had broken in or was hiding in the closet, she changed to workout pants and a tank top, donned a heavy hooded sweatshirt, and left again, her stunner pistol concealed in her gym bag. She crossed the street and went to the gym in the commercial plaza. The gym was perfectly mediocre, but it was open 24 hours a day, and it had both men-only and women-only workout rooms. Cassandra preferred not to get hit on while working out, and wearing a fake wedding ring while lifting weights had the potential for injury. Still, all she ever did was work. Maybe she should go to the shared workout room, see if any men offered to spot her. Nah. It was late, and she was tired. Before meeting Jack March, Cassandra had never exercised in her life, and had always looked down on those who had. She was a scientist, a woman of the mind, and her mind was her focus, not her body. But Jack had pointed out that her mind was housed in her body, and the better physical condition she was in, the better her mind would run. He had taught her to lift weights, and she had taken to it with zeal. She was in the best shape of her life, and the exercise also helped keep at bay the depression and anxiety that had gnawed at her mind. Cardio exercise also let her mind wander over the various problems in the upcoming production run of the Eclipse device. Cassandra worked through 3 separate sets of weights and then ran 2 miles at a good clip. When she was finished, she was drenched in sweat, and her breath came at a steady wheeze. But her mind felt clear and lucid, and the troubles of the day were behind her. There was absolutely no way she was going to shower in front of strangers, so Cassandra crossed the street back to her building. Once inside the apartment, she showered off, donned a pair of sweatpants and a tank top, and made herself a protein shake for a late dinner. Her living room had 2 massive recliners facing the wall screen, and a long couch on the opposite wall. Stacks of textbooks and journals about dark energy physics stood on either side of the chairs. The couch was mostly filled with stuffed animals. Cassandra was very fond of stuffed animals, which was not a personal detail she was willing to share with anyone. She could just imagine what Dr. Cordwainer would say, but holding one always made her feel better. And Kalaskaran Industry produced high-quality plush toys, much better than anything available on Orodria. Cassandra had set herself a strict limit. She would only buy enough stuffed animals to fill the couch, else her apartment would be overrun with them. Still, the couch was pretty full. She selected a stuffed elephant and kicked back in one of her recliners, putting a blanket over her legs. More often than not, she slept in her recliner. When she went to bed, her mind tended to keep her awake, her thoughts chasing themselves. Instead, she ate her protein shake and turned on her wall monitor. She could fall asleep while watching something unexciting. There was an excellent documentary series about the dresses the queens of Kalaskar had worn across the 20 centuries of the kingdom's history, and Cassandra was only halfway through the 4th century. A short time later, she dozed off, the elephant in her arms, the narrator's voice murmuring about the political significance of a long-dead queen's choice to use fabric manufactured in a specific Kalaskaran city. The knocking at the door jolted her awake. Cassandra's eyes shot open, and her hand went automatically to the grip of her stun pistol, which rested on the end table next to her empty cup. Her eyes flicked to the clock. It was about 2300 hours. The gentle but persistent knocking continued. She frowned and glanced at her phone, which was next to her empty cup. No one had tried to call her. If the building manager or the university or someone from the silent order needed to get in touch with her, they would have called. They wouldn't show up at her apartment door at 2300 hours. Unease flooded through Cassandra, followed by cold resolution. She gripped her stun pistol, got out of the recliner and walked to the front door. There was a small security panel with a camera next to the frame, and Cassandra tapped a command for the exterior feed. A big man with close-cropped blonde hair and hard blue eyes stood just outside her door. Cassandra smiled in surprise. Jack March. What was he doing here? Then her eyes noted details. He wasn't wearing a tie, and his white shirt was stained with sweat and dirt. His left sleeve was ragged, like he had been using his cybernetic arm to punch through things. She swallowed in nervousness. Something was up. A part of her mind wanted to go hide in the bedroom and pretend like she hadn't seen him. But she knew she couldn't hide. And Jack had saved her life multiple times. The shame of hiding when he had come here for help would have been too much to bear. So she unlocked the door and eased it open a few inches. Jack. 7. Eclipse. Can I come in, Cassandra? Said Jack. He had a deep, quiet voice. I need a favor. Yes. Yes, of course, said Cassandra. She stepped to the side and eased the door open, and Jack slipped through it and closed it behind him. Up close, she thought he looked tired, fatigued in a way she had rarely seen in him. The knees of trousers and his shoes were gray with concrete dust, and he smelled of sweat and something musty, like he had just spent a lot of time in a basement. His eyes flicked to the stun pistol in her hand. You've had threats. What? Said Cassandra. No, I'm fine. I'm a single woman living alone. Of course I answered the door with a stun pistol. Other people might have thought that paranoid. Jack only nodded in approval. Sensible. Cassandra, could you call? His eyes fell on the couch filled with stuffed animals, and he blinked. Cassandra felt herself cringe internally. What? She said again, bracing herself for him to make fun of her. I like stuffed animals. This is my apartment. I can decorate it how I want. I know, said Jack. I remember. You had that teddy bear on the tiger when we met. She felt foolish. She'd seen Jack March kill a man with his bare hands, even if one of them was cybernetic, but for all his skill at violence he wasn't a cruel man. It was one of the things she admired about him. And if he had come to her apartment alone at 2300 at night, something was wrong. Her brain, accustomed to finding patterns in equations, remembered the Tachyon relays and the absent military students. Jack, what's wrong? Said Cassandra. What's going on? Because something's going on, isn't it? He paced several steps into the center of the living room, and she realized he was looking and listening to see if anyone else was present. He moved with an efficient, fluid economy of movement. A few months ago, Cassandra had been watching nature documentaries to fall asleep. One of the episodes had been about animals from primeval Earth that had been transplanted to Kalaskar with the original colonists after the fall of the Fifth Terran Empire 2,000 years ago. Panthers were one of those animals, and watching Jack move reminded her of a panther stalking its prey. "You're alone?" said Jack. "There's no one else here." "Yeah," said Cassandra. "Okay," said Jack. "Do you have a contact for Sensor?" Cassandra nodded. "Try to call him." She crossed to her end table and picked up her phone, scrolling through the contacts. Every silent order operative had the contact information for Sensor, the head of the order. Cassandra had only used the number a few times, but she doubted that she had ever actually spoken to Sensor himself. There had to be hundreds of thousands of silent order operatives, maybe even millions of them, among the billions who lived in the solar systems of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. Sensor had to be some sort of pseudo-intelligent dispatch system employed by the leaders of the order, one that used software to simulate a human voice. Her thumb jabbed the call button, and Cassandra lifted the phone to her ear. She heard the harsh sound of a busy signal. "Busy signal, isn't it?" said Jack. "It is," said Cassandra. The call must have dropped or something." She broke the connection and made the call again. Once again, she heard the busy signal. "Okay, that's weird. I tried it on my phone and a couple more on the way here," said Jack. He crossed to her windows, glanced through the blinds, which she usually kept closed, and turned back to her. "A busy signal every time." "That is definitely weird," said Cassandra. "Jack, what's going on?" "I need your help," said Jack. "Of course," said Cassandra. "What do you need?" His cold eyes met hers. "Adelaide tried to assassinate the king." Cassandra's felt her jaw drop. Like, literally fall open. "What?" she managed. "It was at the museum construction site," said Jack. "She built an improvised burst laser out of her earrings, some electronics, and a power cell. It could only manage a shot or two, but that's enough to be lethal." "Oh my God." "She killed the king," said Cassandra. That was bad. She didn't entirely understand the Kalaskaran reverence for the monarchy. President Murden had something like a cult of personality on Orodria, but it was colored with fear and a good deal of cynicism. The Kalaskarans, on the other hand, seemed to genuinely like their royals. If Adelaide had killed King Alexander. "No," said Jack. "I saw what was happening and stopped her in time." Cassandra frowned. "Then why aren't you and Adelaide dead?" "I got Adelaide away from the royal guards without killing anyone," said Jack. "We made it to the underground. I had some supplies stashed there, and we crossed the tunnels." "Why come to me?" said Cassandra. She started to say that he should have contacted Sensor, but they had just tried that. "Because I'm certain Adelaide is under the control of a Wraith device," said Jack. "I've seen the signs before." She was acting confused, tired. Her mind kept wandering. "I just thought she had been working too hard before the royal visit. I should have seen it a lot sooner. And after she tried to kill the king and we got away, she thinks she needs to give a presentation. Like the burst laser was a remote control, and she was clicking through presentation slides. She keeps telling me that we need to go back so she can give her presentation to the king." "Where is Adelaide now?" said Cassandra. "I left her handcuffed in the basement," said Jack. "Jack." "It wasn't safe to do anything else with her," said Jack. "She might wander off if my attention drifts for a second. Which is why I need your help." "How can I help?" said Cassandra. Jack had saved her life a bunch of times, and Adelaide was her friend. She would help them if she could. "An Eclipse device," said Jack. "If I can't contact Sensor, then I need to prove that Adelaide was under the control of a Wraith machine. To do that, I need to find the machine that's controlling her, and the machinist cell that has it. Do you have an Eclipse device here?" "No," said Cassandra, shaking her head. "I don't keep any stuff from the Eclipse project in my apartment. That's all classified." All the Eclipse equipment is locked up at the lab in the Tanvec suburb. Jack let out a breath. Can you get one? I should be able to, yeah, said Cassandra. One of the small portable units would have a range of about 100,000 kilometers in a planetary gravity well. That should let us track down the Wraith device that has entangled Adelaide's mind. All right. Jack rubbed his jaw with his right hand and then nodded. I'll have to break into the lab at Tanvex and get a Wraith device. Thank you, Cassandra. He turned to go. Wait, said Cassandra. Jack, wait. He paused halfway to the door. You can't break into the lab by yourself, said Cassandra. The security is too good. Especially if you have to keep Adelaide from wandering off. Why don't you leave her here, get the Wraith device and come back? Jack was shaking his head before she finished speaking. Because Adelaide just tried to assassinate the king. Until I can prove she was under the control of a Wraith device, every royal guard on Kalaskar is hunting for her. Hell, every police officer on the planet probably. I'm surprised that I didn't see any roadblocks. Come to think of it, Cassandra supposed it was odd there hadn't been any news reports about it. Maybe the royal guard wanted to keep it quiet. If they catch Adelaide here, you'll be in trouble, said Jack. You'll get arrested, and you might find yourself on trial next to us. Or I can let you into the Tanvex lab and get one of the portable Eclipse units for you, said Cassandra. Jack hesitated. She could see that he thought it was a good idea, but he didn't want to pull her into the situation. Jack, said Cassandra, you need an Eclipse unit. You have to find the machinist cell that entangled Adelaide before they do worse. Because they're going to probably do worse before this is over. We have a theory that the machinists might have figured out how to make the Wraith devices multi-state. That means they can control more than one person at a time. More than one person, said Jack. Right, said Cassandra. You know that the final consciousness only found enough relics of the Great Elder Ones to make a limited number of Wraith devices. We think they've found a way around that by improving the control mechanisms they use with the relics. A single Wraith device could control maybe 4 or 5 people. If you give me the address of the Tanvex lab, said Jack, I can break in and get one of the Eclipse units. You don't have. You need help, said Cassandra. Adelaide needs help. That reached him, she saw. He cared much more about Adelaide than himself. And I think something's going on, something big. Not just the assassination attempt. What do you mean, said Jack. There hasn't been anything on the news about you and Adelaide, said Cassandra. They should have shut down the city, maybe issued a civil defense alert. And there's more. The Tachyon relay network has been full of military traffic for days. None of us can contact censor. Every active-duty armed services member at the university today was excused from classes. All of them. I checked, said Cassandra. All of them. It was sort of a weird day. You're telling me, said Jack. That was true. His day had definitely been stranger than hers. But I'm saying. Cassandra frowned, trying to articulate her suspicions. An assassination attempt on the king is a big deal. But maybe it's just part of a larger plan. Maybe Adelaide and the king are only one part of it. Jack stared at her, and old reflexes made Cassandra want to cringe, to slump her shoulders and look away. It was a stupid theory, and he was going to make fun of her for it. Yet she didn't. For one thing, weightlifting had improved her posture. For another, Cassandra thought she was right. She was afraid that she was right. Jack didn't mock her or insult her. He only nodded. You're likely correct. No matter how long she lived, Cassandra would always be a little surprised to hear that. Even when she knew that she was right. If something larger is going on, we need to figure it out and stop it, said Jack. "But I've got to help Adelaide. I have to prove that she was under the control of a wraith device when she tried to kill the king. Otherwise, she might get killed when the royal guard comes to arrest her. And me with her." He said that last sentence with indifference, but the concern returned to his expression as he looked at her. "And if you're caught with us, you might get killed too. Or arrested." Cassandra took a deep breath, trying to make herself look resolved. "I know that. I should have died on the Alpine. Or when the Orodrian secret police almost shot me down. You need help, and I want to help." Jack nodded. "All right. Get what you need and we'll go." Cassandra hurried into her bedroom and dithered for a few seconds about what to wear. Most of her wardrobe was either black jackets and skirts for work or exercise clothes for the gym across the street. Neither were exactly suitable for hunting a machinist's cell in Kalaskar City. In the end, she found a pair of loose black cargo pants, a workout t-shirt, and one of her jackets. The jacket was loose enough to conceal a shoulder holster, and she grabbed a pair of running shoes and hurried back into the living room. "Ready," said Jack. Cassandra scooped up her stun pistol and her phone, dug her keys and her wallet out of her purse, and nodded. "I am." With that, Cassandra knew she was committed. There was no turning back. Part of her still wanted to retreat to the bedroom and hide, but she ignored that urge. Jack needed help, and she was convinced that something dangerous was happening on Kalaskar. And if the final consciousness wanted to kill the inventor of the Eclipse device, hiding under the bed would not save her. Cassandra locked the apartment door behind her and followed Jack down the hall. She started to say that security cameras watched the main stairwell and the elevators, but Jack avoided both. Instead, he led the way to the emergency stairwell, produced a small tool that disabled the alarm, and opened the door. "Let me go first," said Jack. Cassandra nodded, and they went down the emergency stairwell, descending through the basement and the sub-basement. Modern buildings typically extended several stories beneath the ground, providing room for HVAC equipment, emergency generators, and links to the city's underground utility network, and Cassandra's apartment building was no different. A metal door led to the utility level, and Jack unlocked it. Beyond was a dimly lit concrete corridor. The low hum of laboring machines filled the air. They walked down the corridor, and Jack stopped and opened a metal door. It led into a large room filled with towering metal boxes connected to ductwork on the ceiling. Heating units for the apartments above, Cassandra realized. Handcuffed to one of the metal pipes sat Dr. Adelaide Tarrant. 8. Decision. Cassandra came to an abrupt halt, a dark memory fluttering through her mind. It came from when she had still been on Orodria, a doctoral student in dark matter physics. As part of her fellowship, she had been teaching an undergraduate class in a large seminar room with mirrored walls. Cassandra had been nervous for a variety of reasons, not only because it was her first class, but one of the students was the son of a high-ranking officer in Orodria's Oblast of Defense, which meant he almost certainly had connections with President Merton's secret police. Because of the mirrored walls, she had been able to see his laptop screen, and he had been looking at pictures of naked women handcuffed to metal chairs. Cassandra wasn't sure if that had been staged pornography, which was illegal on Orodria, as on Kalaskar, as deleterious to public morality, or archived images from secret police interrogations. She hadn't wanted to know, and thankfully the officer's son had transferred out of her class. Seeing Adelaide brought back that nasty jolt of memory. But Adelaide was still fully clothed, though her usually immaculate skirt and jacket were rumpled and dirty. She didn't look frightened but confused, dazed. Did you drug her?" said Cassandra. "No," said Jack. "She's been like this since she tried to kill the king." "The king," said Adelaide. She offered Jack a tired smile. "I have to give my presentation to the king. Did you see where my remote went?" "Soon," said Jack. Cassandra glanced at him. His tone was gentler than usual, and there was a shadow of something she had never seen before in his expression. Fear. He was afraid. Not for himself, but of what might happen to Adelaide. "Okay," said Adelaide, slumping against the wall. "Soon, Jack." She blinked and tugged at the handcuff. "That's an ugly bracelet. Why would I wear an ugly bracelet when I'm going to meet the king? I'll have to get rid of it as soon as possible." She blinked a few times more, seemed to notice Cassandra, and then smiled. "Cassandra, I didn't know you were here." "Hi, Dr. Tarrant," said Cassandra. "I hope you're feeling better." "Have you met Jack?" said Adelaide. "That's right, you did. This afternoon. He saved your life, didn't he?" She smiled again. "He does that a lot. Jack, she needs to come to the wedding." "I can't remember. Did we send out invitations already?" Her brow tightened, the smile turning into a confused frown. "Why can't I remember?" When Cassandra had first met Adelaide Tarrant, she had been in awe of her, maybe even a little afraid. Adelaide had been so overwhelmingly confident and capable. What was more, she always looked good, so put together. Cassandra knew just enough about the intricacies of makeup and wardrobe to keep herself from looking slovenly when she went out in public. Granted, Adelaide had a media career and was in front of cameras often, so she needed to look good. But that meant Cassandra was even more in awe of her. She hated cameras, hated having her picture taken, and the idea of deliberately putting herself in front of a camera so other people could watch the recording made her stomach churn. Adelaide did it voluntarily and apparently made good money in the process. To see this confident woman reduced to dazed confusion was upsetting. "She's obviously under the control of a wraith device," said Cassandra. "I know," said Jack. "I think we're going to have to steal a car. It would be safer to move through the utility tunnels, but by now the Royal Guard figured out we escaped through them." He glanced at Cassandra. "You don't own a car, do you?" "No," said Cassandra, staring at Adelaide. Something started to scratch at the back of her mind, some recollection, something that bothered her. "I don't like to drive." Jack nodded and grabbed a heavy duffel bag sitting against the wall. He opened it up and rifled through its contents. Most of the cameras at the major intersections are tied into facial recognition software. We'll need to throw that off. We can probably have Adelaide lie down in the back seat. Adelaide shifted, her free hand falling into her lap, and Cassandra stared at it. The nails were perfectly manicured and trimmed beneath a subtle coating of polish. Come to think of it, Cassandra's own fingernails were in pretty good shape right now. She had the nervous habit of biting them, but the recollection came. "Oh my God," said Cassandra. Jack looked up from the duffel bag, one hand going to the stun pistol in the shoulder harness under his jacket. "What?" "I think I know where the wraith device is," said Cassandra. "How?" said Jack. "It was, 4 days ago. No, 5 days. Last week," said Cassandra. "Look, I had to start teaching this year, and Adelaide's been my faculty mentor, right?" Jack nodded. "Well, I'm not the only one she's mentored. I mean, I'm the only one right now, but she's had other mentees in the past. She's on friendly terms with them, and Adelaide and I sort of became friends as well. We were all sad Adelaide was leaving the university. So before she leaves, she invited all of us to a spa day, along with some of her friends from the Royal Calaskaran Media Service." Jack blinked. "A spa day?" Cassandra felt her face warm with embarrassment. "You know, for women. You go to the spa and get pedicures and manicures and massages and facial creams and, stuff like that." "You probably know better than I would," said Jack. "I really wouldn't," said Cassandra. She brushed her hands on the sides of her trousers. "Anyway, I didn't want to go, but Adelaide's been so nice to me, so I thought I should." I kind of enjoyed it more than I thought I would. Getting touched by strangers was never enjoyable, but the massage therapist had been very good at her job. But towards the end, Adelaide disappeared. We were all in a group, and she went off by herself. That was strange. We finished up with everything, and we were sitting around waiting for Adelaide to come back. I mean, we were talking, and we had nice drinks, so it wasn't bad, but we waited an hour for Adelaide. When she showed up, she seemed confused. She said she had to take a call from work, but she wouldn't tell us about it, and then she forgot that she had said anything. But then she took us all out to dinner, and we forgot about it too. I just thought of it now, looking at her fingernails. Which spa was it? Said Jack. Said Cassandra, trying to recall the name. The Daylight Spa, that was it. Jack nodded. I know it. Cassandra blinked in surprise. You do? Adelaide takes her sister there sometimes, said Jack. But she disappeared for an hour. About an hour and a half, said Cassandra. And she was really evasive about it. I noticed because that was so unlike her. I always kind of suspected she was part of the Silent Order, and I knew she had contacts with the Ministry of Defense because of all those videos she's made for them. I figured it was something like that, something she couldn't talk about. Or had been programmed not to talk about, said Jack. During your research, did you work out how long it would take someone to become entangled with a Wraith device? No more than a half hour, said Cassandra. 40 minutes at the most. The timing works, said Jack, frowning. During the last 2 weeks, Adelaide's been getting ready for the royal visit to the museum site. When she hasn't been there or at the university, she's been with me at our house. If the machinists wanted to entangle her with a Wraith device, the spa visit would have been the best time to do it. It might have happened earlier, said Cassandra, some doubt creeping into her earlier certainty. As far as we know, there's no time limit on the Wraith's quantum entanglement. The lab in Tanvek, said Jack. How good is the security? It's very good, said Cassandra. All the entrances have cameras, and there are live guards around the clock. So there's no way you could take an Eclipse device unnoticed, said Jack. The Royal Guard might flag you. He thought for a moment, then went to one knee before Adelaide. Adelaide. Said Adelaide, blinking as she looked at him. She had drifted off to sleep during the conversation. I have to ask you some questions, said Jack. Okay, Jack, said Adelaide. Okay. She smiled. You can ask whatever you want. The smile widened. You can ask me to do whatever you want. Cassandra felt her face warm at the glint in Adelaide's eyes. But Jack only took her free hand. 5 days ago, said Jack. You went to the Daylight Spa. Do you remember? Oh yes, said Adelaide. I like to take my faculty mentees there, along with some of my friends. They're not all as tedious as Dr. Handler. Cassandra was there. She blinked a few times and then smiled again. Hello, Cassandra. Dr. Tarrant, said Cassandra. Thank you for the spa trip. While you were there, said Jack, Cassandra says you wandered away from the others for about an hour and a half. Do you know where you went? The basement, said Adelaide. The basement is closed to the public, said Cassandra. I think there's just utility stuff down there. Why did you go to the basement? Said Jack. Adelaide frowned, the confusion on her face sharpening. I don't. There was a chair. Her expression brightened. That was where I got my presentation. The presentation you need to give to the king, said Jack. Adelaide nodded. Yes, that's right. I have to give that presentation. Are we going to see the king soon? I think you're right, said Jack to Cassandra. The machinists must have caught Adelaide at the spa. Are they still there? Said Cassandra. It's been 5 days, said Jack. They might have moved on already. But then again, a place like the Daylight Spa would be a perfect base for a machinist cell with a Wraith device. Lots of prominent and influential women go there. That was true enough. Cassandra had been shocked at the prices and had been both embarrassed and secretly relieved that Adelaide had paid for everything. And if they can entangle more than one victim with a Wraith device, it would make sense for them to stay there and wait for another high-profile target. He stared at Adelaide, who had fallen back asleep. Only the handcuffs kept her from collapsing into a pile to the floor. "All right," said Jack. "I'll try the Daylight Spa first. If I can find the Wraith device and the machinist cell, I can use them to prove that Adelaide wasn't acting of her own volition when she attacked the king." He nodded. "Thank you, Cassandra." Cassandra took a deep breath. "I'm still coming with you." Jack frowned. "If I find a Wraith device at the spa, I won't need you to get into the Tanvex lab." "Yeah," said Cassandra, "but what if we're wrong? Or what if the machinists have already packed up and moved to a new base? You thought they might. Then you'll definitely need an Eclipse unit." "Cassandra," said Jack, "I'm going to have to steal a car to get to the Daylight Spa. And if you do this, if you go with me, you can't back out. Everything else can be explained away. You can tell the Royal Guard and the police that you were frightened of me, or that I threatened you. You'll be out of it. But if you come with me, and I can't prove that Adelaide was under the control of a Wraith machine, then you've become an accessory to an assassination attempt on the king. That's a life term in a penal colony, assuming the Royal Guard doesn't kill us in the process of arrest." "I know," said Cassandra. Part of her wanted to go back up to her apartment, lock the door, and hide under the bed. But she knew that was her usual reaction to any form of stress. "But I said I would help you, and I'm going to. And you need help. You can't break into the Daylight Spa without someone to watch Adelaide. And if we're wrong and there's nothing in the spa, you'll need my help to get an Eclipse unit." Jack stared at her for a long moment, and then sighed and nodded. "All right," said Jack. "Let's get moving." He stooped, unlocked Adelaide's handcuffs, and helped her to stand. She looked around, blinked in confusion, and then offered Jack a tremulous smile. "We're going to go find the king, Adelaide. Stay with Cassandra. She's going to help you." "Have you ever met the king, Cassandra?" said Adelaide. "No, I haven't," said Cassandra. She'd met the Earl of something or the other a few months ago, when he'd toured the university campus after giving a large donation. Cassandra had shaken his hand and promptly forgotten his name. "They say the king doesn't tell lies," said Adelaide, "but that he always knows when someone lies to him. I don't know if that's true or not. But I'll be telling the truth during my presentation, so it won't matter." "Let's go," said Jack. "I think we'll need to steal a car." Cassandra steered Adelaide towards the door as Jack picked up a heavy duffel bag, slinging it over his shoulder. "I'm already an accessory to attempted assassination. Car theft should be no big deal." Jack paused and looked at her. "It was a joke," said Cassandra. "Sorry." "It's all right," said Jack. He hesitated. "Thank you for this." Cassandra nodded and took a deep breath. "Let's go steal a car." He led the way from the basement, with Cassandra guiding a confused Adelaide. 9. Amenities. As it happened, March wound up stealing a van, not a car. Before they left Cassandra's building, March donned a ball cap, a fake beard, and applied some putty around his nose and cheekbones. For Adelaide, he put a cap on her head and wrapped a scarf around the lower half of her face. That would help throw off any facial recognition software running through the traffic cameras. He was surprised that he and Adelaide were still at liberty, that the massive manhunt that had, no doubt, been orchestrated to capture them had not yet succeeded. March knew his own skill at covert operations, but he was nonetheless realistic about their chances. Hiding for a long time in a city with modern security systems and well-trained police was an extraordinarily difficult task. Smart criminals tried to get off-planet at the first opportunity. Hunting a fugitive across interstellar distances was exponentially more difficult than tracking someone down on planet. So why hadn't they been captured yet? March knew he was clever, but he didn't think he was smarter than the entire security apparatus of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. But he thought of the busy signal on Sensor's contact number, which he tried again once they were clear of the basement and Cassandra's phone could get a signal, and Cassandra's story about the communications relays and the absence of all military students at the university. Something was happening. Something perhaps even bigger than an attempt on the king's life. Or perhaps the assassination attempt was merely part of a larger plan. Regardless, the strange lack of attention gave March an opportunity, and he would use that opportunity to prove Adelaide's innocence. If he could. They crossed the street to the commercial plaza across from Cassandra's apartment building. March's eyes flicked over the businesses and the few vehicles left in the lot at this hour of the night. The gym Cassandra used was still open, but only a few people were there. Which was just as well. Fewer potential witnesses. Next to the gym was a small hardware store, a place that sold sandwiches, an insurance office, and another restaurant that sold a different kind of sandwich. Both promised delivery and catering. Perfect. March led the way around the complex and came to the back of the building, which was much less picturesque than the front. Pipes led to various utility meters, and small dumpsters stood in neat rows, waiting to be picked up and their contents delivered to the recyclers. More vehicles were parked back here, including a delivery van for the second sandwich restaurant. As Adelaide and Cassandra watched, March dropped his duffel bag on the ground, produced a set of tools and picked the lock on the driver's side door. "Jack," said Adelaide, "why are you stealing that van?" "So I can drive you to your presentation with the king," said March. "Oh, okay. That makes sense." The interior of the van smelled very strongly of mustard and mayonnaise. The floor was littered with old sandwich wrappers and condiment packets. March climbed into the driver's seat and used his cybernetic hand to rip off a dashboard panel. He reached inside, pulled out a small computer module, and rearranged some wires. The van's engine whirred to life, the HUD flashing across the dashboard, accompanied by a sternly worded notice that whatever he had done had just voided the warranty. March hoped the restaurant had good insurance. "We're ready," said March, grabbing his duffel bag and slinging it between the front seats. Cassandra urged Adelaide into the van, and the two women sat in the middle seat. March put the van into drive, and he set off into the darkened streets of Kalaskar City. The Daylight Spa was, of course, on the other side of the metropolitan area from Cassandra's apartment. March stayed away from the freeways and stuck to the surface streets, trying to avoid intersections with lights and traffic cameras. All the traffic cameras on Kalaskar were powerful enough to pick up passenger features and ran facial recognition software as a matter of course. March thought his cap, fake beard, and putty would be enough to throw off the recognition algorithm, but he had been wrong before. There weren't many other vehicles out, but Kalaskar City was large enough that there was always some traffic at any hour of the day. March drove 5 kilometers below the posted speed limits. Twice they passed Ministry of Security traffic patrol vehicles, but they made no move to intercept the van. "Jack," said Cassandra. "Yeah," said March, glancing at Cassandra in the rearview mirror. She had seated herself between Adelaide and the door. Adelaide had fallen asleep again. "Adelaide tried to shoot the king, right?" said Cassandra. "Yes," said March. "So why aren't there roadblocks, quadcopters flying overhead, drones sweeping the sky?" said Cassandra. "I read the Kalaskaran Constitution. I know the Ministry of Security can override the laws about warrants and search and seizure in a sufficient emergency. I think someone trying to shoot the king would count. It would, said March. I don't know why they haven't. Probably for the same reason all the military students have been withdrawn, and the interstellar communications are full. Have you looked at the sky recently? The sky, said Cassandra. No. Why? It's a clear night, said March, and from here you can see the lights of Kalaskar Station and the naval repair docks. I checked with some binoculars earlier. There are way fewer military ships docked than there should be. Cassandra considered that. Maybe they're out on maneuvers. Maybe, said March. But it's another coincidence in a long string of them. And maybe they went to see the king, said Adelaide in a slurred voice. March glanced at her, taking his eyes off the road for a second. Adelaide was slumped against the side window, a sleepy look on her face. Jack, said Cassandra. We know there's one Wraith device on Kalaskar. She trailed off, visibly wrestling with a thought. Go ahead, said March. Her ideas were usually good ones, though she sometimes lacked the confidence to voice them. But what if there's more than one, said Cassandra. What if the machinists are using all their Wraith devices at once? We know there are leaks in the Ministry of Defense to machinist sympathizers. The final consciousness might know that we're getting ready to mass-produce Eclipse devices and deploy them to every ship and installation in the Kalaskaran military. He saw where she was going. And what if they decided to use all their Wraith devices at once for maximum effect? They drove in silence for a moment. God, said Cassandra at last. I'd never thought of that. I didn't think they would respond to the eclipse that way. Is this my fault? March shook his head. No. It's the machinist's fault, not yours. Again, he glanced in the rearview mirror at Adelaide slumped against the window. And we need proof of it. With any luck, we'll find that proof at the Daylight Spa. They lapsed into silence. Adelaide awoke once more, asked to be taken to the king, and then fell asleep. March remained wary, keeping to the back streets. He saw one more Ministry of Security vehicle waiting in a speed trap and a few more out on patrol, but there was no sign of general alarm. At least not yet. 25 minutes later, they arrived at the Daylight Spa. Most of Kalaskar City was built of tall, multi-use towers, with businesses on the first few floors and apartments on the rest. Single-family homes weren't common until you got to the suburbs. The Daylight Spa, by contrast, had its own building. What was more, it sat in the midst of something that looked like a small park, with trees and mowed grass and flowering bushes. Presumably, the customers of the spa could relax in nature, or at least a well-trimmed simulacra of nature. The building itself was low and sprawling, an odd mixture of sleek modernity mixed with old-fashioned architecture, glass and polished steel set among rusticated stone. March glanced back at where Adelaide sat sleeping. The fear and determination tightened inside of him. He had to save her. Whatever the cost. His eyes flicked to Cassandra. Whatever the cost, he didn't mind paying it himself, but if he couldn't prove that Adelaide had been mind-controlled, Cassandra was going to be in a lot of trouble. At best, she might lose her security clearance and then her job. At worst, she was going to prison. All right, said March. I'm going to have a look around. He eased the van into the parking lot. There were security cameras affixed to the lampposts. No way around them, unfortunately. The disguise March wore would help, as would the fact that the van was stolen. He doubted the spa's cameras would be linked into the Ministry of Security's network or possess facial recognition capabilities. Still, he was leaving a trail that any competent investigator could follow. Should I come with you? Said Cassandra. March shook his head. Stay with the van and Adelaide. He glanced across the empty parking lot. If you stay in the van, you shouldn't show up on the cameras. Shouldn't you have someone to, watch your seven? Said Cassandra. Despite the grim circumstances, he gave her an amused look. My 7? You mean my 6? Yes, that, said Cassandra. I'm not a pilot. Do you have any experience breaking into buildings? Said March. Cassandra hesitated. Only with you, I'm afraid. March nodded and opened the duffel bag between the seats. If you can stay here and watch Adelaide, that will be a great help. I can't take her with me. And I'll make sure we stay in communication. Among the useful equipment in his emergency duffel bag was a lockpicking gun, night vision goggles, a coil of rope, and a local radio relay. March stuffed the lockpick gun into his pocket, slipped the goggles over his forehead, and put on an earpiece. He passed another earpiece to Cassandra, and they did a quick communications check. Good luck, said Cassandra. March nodded and passed Cassandra the keys to the van. If this goes badly. His first impulse was to tell her to contact Sensor, but they had still been unable to do so. Hole up somewhere and wait until you can get in touch with Sensor. Try to explain what happened to him. I don't think you'll be in too much danger breaking into a fancy spa, said Cassandra. She was probably right. But any number of things could go wrong. I'll be right back, said March, hoping he was telling the truth. With that, he got out of the van and headed across the parking lot for the daylight spa. His eyes flicked over the stone and steel and glass of the building as he approached. There would be alarms on the main doors, the emergency exits, and employee entrances. March doubted the roof would have that kind of security. He walked across the lawn to the base of the wall next to the glass and steel entrance and began to climb. The rusticated stonework offered plenty of handholds and footholds, and the strength of March's cybernetic arm let him brace himself with ease. It took about a minute of careful climbing to reach the roof, and March straightened up with a grunt and looked around. The roof was flat and covered in small landscaping stones, probably to save costs on heating and cooling. The metal boxes of an air handler and a transformer squatted a few meters away. There were also several skylights. March walked past the skylights until he found one that overlooked a waiting room. As he expected, the skylights had no alarms. He pried open one of the window panels, used his rope and collapsible grapnel to hook to the steel frame, and then lowered himself into the waiting room. His shoes hit the carpet, and March caught his balance and looked around. It was less of a waiting room and more of a lounge, with reclining chairs and small trees in stone pots. The air smelled vaguely of flowers. On the far wall was a receptionist's counter with a computer terminal and tray holding various amenities, nutrition bars and face creams and so forth. March had never been here, but Adelaide had, and Adelaide liked to talk, and March was very good at listening. He knew there were private massage rooms, which seemed like a good place to hide a Wraith device. Or the basement, or the utility rooms. Truth be told, he wondered how she could stand her visits without going crazy with boredom, but Adelaide always liked coming here. She always claimed that since she was in the media so often, she needed to look good, which was true enough. But there was also a strong element of vanity in her personality. She liked to look good, and since they had met, she liked to look good for him. He knew she had been alone for a long time, and under the charm and charisma and success, she had been lonely. He remembered the desolation that had come over her expression on Kalaskar Station when she thought he had been about to leave her. March stopped long enough to take a deep breath and settle his mind. He wasn't used to this, wasn't used to doing covert work while in the grip of strong emotion. That was the real reason he had stepped back from serving as an alpha operative of the Silent Order. He hadn't cared about very much during those years, save for hurting the final consciousness. Now, though, he had something to lose. And unless he found the Wraith device the machinists had used to control Adelaide, he was going to lose everything. He forced aside the emotions and began a systematic search of the spa, looking through the private massage rooms. It helped that the spa only had interior cameras near the entrances, and March took care to avoid those. A search of the private rooms and utility closets found nothing. Maybe this had been a mistake, and he ought to have headed straight to the Eclipse lab in Tanvex. But he hadn't searched the basement yet. March found the basement door discreetly tucked away next to one of the bathrooms. It was sealed with a simple mechanical lock, no electronics, and his lockpick gun made short work of it. He started down a flight of concrete steps. The stairs ended in a hallway with a concrete floor and cinder block walls, metal pillars supporting the weight of the building overhead. The only light came from a dim emergency lamp affixed to the ceiling halfway down the corridor. March started to reach for the light switch and froze. The switch was a metal box affixed to the wall, a wiring conduit connecting it to the building's electrical system. But there were more wires attached to the box than there should have been. March slipped the night vision goggles over his eyes and flipped them on. He suddenly saw the basement corridor in eerie green-tinged clarity. He also saw the additional wire that had been wrapped around the electrical conduit. March moved down the corridor, following the wire. It came to a closed metal door labeled storage. The wire was taped to the frame and slipped beneath the door. March produced his lockpick gun and undid the lock, pushing the door open. And there, beyond the door, was a Wraith device. March had seen a completed Wraith device only once before, on Rust Belt Station, during that business with Lady Rona Vindex and her traitorous brother. The concrete room was empty save for a chair that looked as if it had been taken from a dentist's office, or perhaps the interrogation room of a ruthless organization like the Orodrian Secret Police. A metal visor rested against the back of the chair, adjustable to the size of the victim's head. Electrodes ringed the visor, a bundle of wires connecting to a small cylindrical computer the size of a can of soup. The computer was connected to a bundle of alien-looking electronics about the size of Macha's head, glowing with an eerie green light. A piece was missing. The heart of the Wraith device was the quantum inducer, a relic of the technology of the Great Elder Ones. It looked like a greenish-blue beetle, about the size of a thumb, and it should have been sitting in the middle of the bundle of alien electronics. But its absence made sense. The quantum inducer was irreplaceable. The rest of the Wraith device could be built anywhere, using off-the-shelf electronics for a few thousand credits. If the machinists had decided to abandon this location in a hurry, they would have taken the quantum inducer and left the rest of the machinery behind. Nevertheless, Cassandra's hunch had been right. The machinists had entangled Adelaide to a Wraith device at the Daylight Spa. And here, at least, was the evidence March needed to prove it. "Cassandra," he said, tapping his earpiece. Nothing. He was far enough underground and surrounded by enough concrete and steel that he couldn't get a radio signal through. No matter, he would go back to the surface, send Cassandra away, and contact the Royal Guard, and offer to surrender with proof that Adelaide had been under mind control. That was probably his best option for getting out of this mess with Adelaide's freedom and life. A flicker of light caught his attention. Something was flashing underneath the chair. March frowned, squatted, and looked around the floor. Strapped to the chair's base was a bundle of plastic sticks, joined to wires, and an electronic timer. There was also the small gray disc of an infrared motion detector. The light came from the electronic timer, which was counting down from 15 seconds. A bomb. The wires connected to the light switch in the hallway. The machinists had left a trap for anyone who might investigate their activities. If March had switched on the light, the bomb likely would have gone off just as he opened the door. But as a failsafe, they had left a motion detector connected to the bomb, and like an idiot, he had blundered into it. March had no way of knowing how powerful the device was. Hell, the electronic timer might even be a ruse, with false numbers displayed to give a false sense of confidence. Not that 15 remaining seconds gave much assurance. He dashed from the room. His shoes hammered against the concrete floor as he raced down the corridor and flew up the stairs. March had been unable to identify the kind of explosive strapped to the base of the chair. There was a good chance the concrete and steel of the basement would contain the blast, but depending on how powerful the bomb was. March had reached the main floor and was running across one of the carpeted lounges when the bomb detonated. The floor heaved beneath him and he fell. His cybernetic shoulder hit the carpet first, and he tucked it and rolled, coming to a hard stop against the wall, the breath exploding from his lungs with a grunt. The heat struck him like a hammer, seeming to dry out his exposed skin in an instant. "Jack. Jack," came Cassandra's voice in his ear. "Jack, are you all right?" "Fine," coughed March. At least he thought so. He shoved away from the wall and looked behind him, and saw that a portion of the floor had collapsed, the basement becoming an inferno. The bomb had been more powerful than he had thought. A second later, the sprinklers came on, completely ineffective against the intensity of the fire burning through the basement. The bomb must have been a concussion charge, mixed with a thermobaric weapon. It was one of the favorite weapons used by machinist sympathizers, capable of causing substantial physical damage and additional casualties with the fire's heat. March had no doubt the alarm system had triggered an alert for the fire department. Firefighters would arrive on scene shortly, and since the fire had obviously been caused by a bomb explosion, officers from the Ministry of Security would accompany them. March figured he had maybe 5 minutes to get away from the daylight spa before it was surrounded by firefighters and security officers. "Jack," said Cassandra. "We're getting out of here," said March. He rushed back to the lounge and scrambled up the rope, pulling it after him. It was possible the explosion had knocked out the server controlling the spa's camera system, but he didn't want to take the chance. March ran across the roof, climbed down the wall, and jumped half the distance to the ground. An ache shot up his knees as his legs collapsed to absorb the impact, but the alterations the final consciousness had made to his bones and muscles allowed him to make landing jump without injury. Fires danced behind the glass doors, and March ran past them to the stolen delivery van. The wailing sirens of emergency vehicles echoed over the parking lot as March threw open the driver's side door on the van. "What happened?" Cassandra said. "Bomb," said March, starting the engine. The dashboard lit up. "You were right. We..." Adelaide let out a groan. March turned in his seat to look at her. Her eyes were clenched closed, and both hands had come up to massage her temples as if she had a headache. "What's wrong with Adelaide?" said March. "I don't know," said Cassandra. "She started doing that after the explosion." March started to speak again, and the sirens grew louder. He cursed, put the van into drive, and punched the accelerator. The motor whirred, and the van shot out of the parking lot and into the street, the tires squealing. March drove at random, picking streets on impulse, but always making sure to head away from the daylight spa. Sirens flashed ahead, and March saw a pair of security vehicles and a fire truck roaring down the street towards him. For an instant, he had the impulse to push the accelerator to the floor and flee, but instead he pulled over to the curb. The security vehicles and the fire truck shot past him without slowing. March let out a breath, plotting their next move. They had to go to the Tanvex lab, that was obvious. They might have destroyed the electronics of the Wraith device, but the quantum inducer hadn't been there. March was going to need an Eclipse device. "Jack, what happened?" said Cassandra. "You were right," said March. He took a deep breath, trying to slow his racing heartbeat and mind. There was a Wraith machine in the basement. The electronics, though, not the quantum inducer. I trigged a motion detector, which was wired up to a bomb. I managed to get out before the blast. "If we dig the quantum inducer out of the wreckage," said Cassandra, "we can prove that Adelaide was under the control of a Wraith device." March shook his head. The quantum inducer wasn't there. The Wraith machine was, the inducer wasn't. Without the inducer, the Wraith device is just a couple thousand credits worth of low-end electronics. Not worth the trouble of bringing along to their next target. Adelaide let out another groan. "Oh," said Cassandra. "I wonder." Adelaide began blinking, another shiver going through her lean frame. "Wonder what?" said March. "We don't really understand how the technology of the great elder ones works," said Cassandra. "I mean, we sort of do, but on the level of a rat understanding that if it hits a button on a food dispenser, a pellet will come out. The machinists think they know how this stuff works, but their understanding is essentially at the rat pellet level. But everyone knows how to put together basic electronics and run an elementary computer program." Adelaide let out a groan and lowered her head. "What does that have to do with Adelaide?" said March. "Oh," said Cassandra. "I got sidetracked. The machinists can control the quantum inducers, but only by using the basic electronics as an interface. If the electronics are destroyed, all the programmed instructions go away. If Adelaide was really entangled in that specific Wraith device, when the bomb destroyed it, any programmed instructions probably failed." Adelaide lifted her head and looked around in confusion. "Jack," she said. "Cassandra? What the hell is going on?" 10. University. March and Cassandra shared a look. "Adelaide," said March, "what do you remember?" She blinked several more times and rubbed the heels of her hands against her forehead. "God, I don't know. The headache, am I hungover? How much did I drink at the reception?" The confusion in her eyes deepened, but it was simple bafflement, not the hazy wooziness March had seen after she had tried to shoot the king. "But I didn't drink that much." "You didn't drink anything," said March, uncertain of how to proceed. The last time he had spoken with someone under the control of a Wraith device hadn't ended well. "Cassandra," said Adelaide. "Hi," said Cassandra, trepidation in her expression. "Did you get invited to the reception too?" said Adelaide. She paused. "I don't think you're really dressed for it." "How much do you remember?" said March. "Why are we in a van?" said Adelaide. "It smells like old sandwiches." "Adelaide," said March. "Think back. What do you remember about today?" "The royal visit," said Adelaide. She squeezed her eyes shut, rubbing her temples. "The royal visit. We were all at the museum construction site this morning. I talked to Cassandra at the university, and then you came to my office, and we—" She hesitated. "My earrings. I had to bring my earrings. It was important. And then—" She trailed off, her eyes opening. "I tried to shoot the king," said Adelaide. "Oh God, Jack, I tried to shoot the king, Then something happened that March had never seen before. Adelaide had a panic attack. Her entire body began shaking, and she clawed at the seatbelt. She was hyperventilating, sweat pouring down her face, her eyes enormous. Cassandra tried to reach for her, but Adelaide ripped off her seatbelt, threw herself over Cassandra, and flung open the van door. March cursed and hurried out of the van. If the destruction of the Wraith device had damaged Adelaide's mind, he had a brief, ugly vision of her running into the street, right into the path of an oncoming truck. But she didn't. As he circled around the front of the van and onto the sidewalk, Adelaide's ankle turned in her shoe, and she landed hard on her side. She yelped and scrambled backward until her back slammed into the wall, and she curled up, legs drawn against her chest, hands grasping her knees, her eyes wide and terrified as she wheezed. "Oh God," she croaked over and over again. "Oh God, oh God, oh God." "Breathe," said March, kneeling next to her. Her right hand flailed out and found his, clutching it with frantic strength. "Take deep breaths. I'm here. Just keep breathing." He couldn't bring himself to say that she was safe because he didn't want to lie to her, and they most definitely were not safe. March still heard sirens in the distance. He could just see the glow of the fire from the daylight spar on the horizon. There was an excellent chance another emergency vehicle would head up the street at any moment. If any security officers saw Adelaide hyperventilating on the sidewalk, they would pull over to see what was happening. Cassandra climbed out of the van and stood over them, looking anxious. "Jack," she said, "I really think we need to go." "Yeah," said March. "They got to me," said Adelaide, staring at her knees. "It happened before. When they blew up the parking garage, when they buried me alive. Duncan was dead, and my baby was dead on the seat next to me, and I thought I was in my tomb." She was crying now, her shoulders shaking with it. I would have panic attacks like this for years. I thought I was done with this." She swiped at her eyes. "They took my husband and my baby. I had to rebuild my life, and now they're going to take that." She looked up at March. "They're going to take you from me, too. My family. Everything." She slumped into herself. "Adelaide," said March. He wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know how. Instead, he grasped her chin with his cybernetic left hand and turned her face towards him gently but firmly. She could have no more resisted his grasp than she could have moved a boulder. "We have to go," said March. If he couldn't provide comfort, perhaps firmness and calm would make a temporary substitute. "If we stay here, we're going to get arrested and probably shot. Cassandra stuck her neck out to help us, and she'll get arrested and shot too. There's worse going on too, I'm sure of it." She stared at him, gray eyes wide. "If you're done and want to give up, we can do that. But you didn't lie down and die after the machinists killed Duncan and the baby, and I don't think you're going to give up now." She stared at him, a tremor going through her face, but her lips firmed, and she nodded. "Come on," said March, straightening up and holding out a hand. Adelaide took it, and he pulled her up. "Cassandra," said Adelaide, her voice raw. "I'm really sorry you got pulled into this." Cassandra shrugged. I think there's more going on than just this. I think everyone's about to get pulled into it." "Let's move," said March. They got back into the van. March took the driver's seat, Adelaide the front passengers, and Cassandra climbed in behind them. He put the van into drive and pulled away from the curb, heading in the general direction of the Tanvec suburb, calculating the route most likely to avoid any speed traps and traffic cameras. The rest of his mind considered how to ask Adelaide what she remembered. "Jack," she said at last. "Yes." "Did we really sleep together in my office, or did I just imagine that?" said Adelaide. Cassandra made a choking noise that she almost managed to disguise as a cough. "Yes," said March. Adelaide let out a breath and shook her head. "For God's sake. It's like I was drunk." "You shouldn't beat yourself up about it," said Cassandra. "Emotional instability and erratic behavior are some of the symptoms of quantum entanglement with a Wraith device. We think it comes from the subconscious conflict between the implanted commands and the subject's own desires." "How much do you remember?" said March. "Everything," said Adelaide. "The last couple of days feel like a dream, and I woke up, but I remember it all." "Okay," said March. "What happened?" "The spa day," said Adelaide. 5 days ago. You were there, Cassandra." Cassandra nodded. "Some of my faculty mentees, some of my friends from the Royal Kalaskuran Media Service. I would always take them to the daylight spa once a year, and I wanted to do it one last time before I left the university for good. It was a good time. Then I went to the bathroom, and they were waiting for me there." "They," said March. "2 men," said Adelaide. "I didn't see their faces. They came from behind the door and grabbed me, put a pressure injector on my neck. I passed out, and when I woke up, I was strapped to a Wraith chair in the basement. I realized what they were going to do, and I tried to fight, but everything got hazy." A wave of rage passed through March, but there was nothing he could do. That was the entanglement effect taking hold, said Cassandra. The haziness. The man with the eye patch started giving me instructions, said Adelaide. March met Cassandra's gaze in the rearview mirror. Her eyes had gone wide. Eye patch, said March. An older man, said Adelaide. Gray hair, a short beard. He had a patch over his left eye, with strange dark veins around it. You know who I'm talking about, don't you? He calls himself Mr. Odin, said March. He's one of the cognarchs, the guiding minds of the final consciousness. He's in charge of their covert operations, the Iron Hands, all the machinist cells on human worlds, the infiltrators and the sympathizers and the saboteurs, all of it. Simon Laurie reported to him. And Odin was here, on Kalaskar. Cassandra was right. There was far more going on here than just an assassination attempt on the king. Odin knew you, said Adelaide. He said that I was going to pay you back for all the trouble you had caused him. He really seemed annoyed with you. I've run into him before, said March. Not while I was still an Iron Hand, but on missions for the Silent Order. Cassandra was with me for one of them. Cassandra nodded. I'm surprised he came all the way to Kalaskar. He doesn't usually expose himself to that much risk. What else do you remember? Everything since then has been like a dream, said Adelaide. Like I was sleepwalking. I tried to kill the king. Jack, I have to turn myself in. No, said March. Adelaide shook her head. They'll be interrogating my family, looking for me. I have to turn myself in before anyone else gets hurt. No, said March again. I know you want to protect me, but... Listen, said March. Just listen. If we approach the Ministry of Security or the Royal Guard, you're probably going to get shot. They'll talk to your family, but they won't hurt them. This isn't Oradria. And Cassandra and I both tried to contact Sensor, but we got a busy signal. Adelaide's brow furrowed. A busy signal. That's never happened before. Whatever's happening affects more than just you and the king, said March. We can't reach Sensor. I couldn't, so I thought that maybe you and I had been blacklisted because of the assassination attempt. But Cassandra can't reach him either. Cassandra also found out that the Tachyon Relay Network for Interstellar Communication has been backlogged for days, and that every single active-duty military officer at the university has been recalled. The Ministry of Security response to find us should have been enormous, but it hasn't. It's like something else is holding their attention, something even more urgent than a near assassination attempt on the king. And now you tell me that Mr. Odin himself is on Kalaskar. Adelaide tried to smooth her rumpled jacket and failed. Does that mean that the final consciousness is about to launch a major assault on the kingdom of Kalaskar? I don't know, said March. But something major is about to happen. Or is happening right now. The best thing to do would be to speak with Sensor and ask for orders. But Sensor is unavailable or cut off. Or maybe he was dead. But if we can't do that, we can locate the Wraith device that entangled you. If we find that, we can do so serious harm to the machinist covert cells. And they could prove Adelaide's innocence. Can we still do that? Said Adelaide. You blew up the spa. I assume it destroyed the Wraith device. I didn't blow up the spa, said March. The machinists left motion-triggered bombs. I barely got out in time. That had been a setback. The electronics left in the basement room might have been able to prove that Adelaide was not in control of herself when she attacked the king. But I don't think it broke the entanglement effect, said Cassandra, leaning forward. If our models are right, your brain is still entangled on a quantum level with the alien device at the heart of the Wraith machine. It's like if you destroyed the keyboard and the monitor for a computer, but the computer itself was still there. You have no way to issue commands to the system. We're going to Cassandra's lab in Tanvex, said March. Once we have an Eclipse device, we can use it to track down the quantum inducer that entangled you. After we have that, we can prove that you were compelled to attack the king. And we can stop whatever the machinists are trying to do, said Adelaide. Yes, said March. Though if he was honest with himself, he cared more about clearing Adelaide's name than stopping the machinist plot. Fortunately, the solution to both problems was one and the same. I wonder if this is an attack on the Ark, said Adelaide. The Ark was in stationary orbit around Kalaskar, within range of the guns of two of the planet's orbital defense platforms. The ancient starship was well defended. It seems like a lot of trouble just to blow up a ship full of old historical curiosities, said Cassandra. Maybe, said March. He had no doubt the machinists would destroy the Ark if the opportunity arrived. The final consciousness had gone out of its way to erase the historical record on any world it conquered, claiming that the past was obsolete. March had grown up on Calixtus before the final consciousness had taken him and made him into an iron hand, and he knew little about the planet's history before it had been conquered by the machinists did. Most of the records had been destroyed. He shook off the memory. Calixtus was a long way away, and if he wanted to save Adelaide and keep Kalaskar from suffering the same fate as his homeworld, he needed to find the rest of the Wraith device that had been used to entangle her. The lab in Tanvex, said March. Where exactly is it? Cassandra rattled off an address, and March nodded. Tanvex was one of the outer suburbs of Kalaskar City, much like Keldrex, and the lab was nearly in the countryside. That was good. It would be isolated. On the other hand, if they were caught at the lab, the limited number of roads would make it harder to escape. If security officers or even the Royal Guard pursued them, there would be no place to hide. Well, March would just have to make sure that they didn't get caught. I want to say again that I'm sorry you got pulled into this, said Adelaide, looking over her seat at Cassandra. Cassandra shrugged. You're my friends. I couldn't turn you away. Besides, I think Jack's right. She shook her head. This is my home now. If the final consciousness destroys it, well, there's nowhere left for me to go. It's not like I can go back to Orodria. Thank you, said Adelaide. I have to admit I'm still uncomfortable going to spas, said Cassandra. Adelaide laughed at that. Since the machinists blew up the daylight spa, I can understand that. I'm going to turn on the radio, see if I can find anything useful. She fiddled with the radio controls on the console as they drove. Most people on Kalaskar listened to or watched media streamed over the planetary data network, but radio broadcasts continued. Radio, like the wheel or the knife or the chemically propelled firearm, was a form of technology simple, cheap, and reliable enough that it was used despite the availability of more advanced alternatives. Very people used laser cutters to chop up vegetables in their kitchens after all. Adelaide jumped from news station to news station. The local Kalaskar City station reported an explosion at the daylight spa, with emergency responders on their way. The planetary news station talked about climate patterns on the southern continent and how increased solar flare activity was causing shipping delays to the stations in the inner system. The interstellar news talked about the various wars between the Falcon Republic and the more aggressive Kesradite sultanates, while Mercator and several minor planets were in talks to take a firmer stand against organized gangs like the Agatani pirates. Not a word about the royal visit, said Adelaide. Or the assassination attempt, said Cassandra. The news is mostly useless, said March, who had been involved in several major incidents that had never been reported by any news service. We're almost there. They were on the southern outskirts of Tanvex, the towers and government buildings of central Kalaskar City shining to the north. This part of Tanvex was mostly small industrial sites. There, said Cassandra, pointing. It's coming up on the left. March let the van's speed slacken, and he looked at the building. The Eclipse lab looked like a squat warehouse. A small parking lot was out front, with a glassed-in door leading to what looked like a small lobby. A sign next to the driveway leading to the parking lot read Industrial Solutions, Inc. The building looked like the sort of site that handled light manufacturing, the kind that wasn't done in orbit around Kalaskar, or in deep space facilities that didn't have to worry about radiation or toxic emissions. There were a few cars in the parking lot. March kept driving. "Jack," said Cassandra, "you missed the parking lot." "Yeah," said March. "There was a royal guard in the front. Saw him as we went past." "Oh," said Cassandra. "That's a problem." "Maybe I should surrender," said Adelaide. March hesitated. His initial response was an angry refusal. The guards had great discretion in their duty to defend the king and the royal family, and their usual inclination was to shoot first and let the investigation sort things out later. For that matter, even if the guards knew that Adelaide had been mind-controlled, they might shoot her anyway. Yet the royal guards were at the Tanvex lab. Did that mean Captain Dominic knew about the Wraith and the Eclipse? Perhaps they were here to find an Eclipse device in hopes of tracking down Adelaide. Maybe they could be reasoned with. Yet March didn't know how many Wraith devices were on Kalaskar. If Odin was planning this operation, whatever the hell it was, he might have someone waiting to kill Adelaide once the guards had her in custody. He couldn't take that chance. "They might be looking for you," said March to Cassandra. "They know we're friends, and they might have realized we went to you. If they checked your apartment and know that you're not home, maybe they went here next." "If they know we were going to come to the lab," said Cassandra, "why not have more men? You saw one royal guard in the door, right?" "I think," said March, "that they might be playing a hunch. They think we might come out here, so they sent a man to watch the Tanvex lab." He rubbed his jaw, thinking, and then turned, taking a narrow two-lane road that led into the woods behind the lab. But why aren't they responding more forcefully? Kalaskar City ought to have been locked down. Maybe the commander of the Royal Guards, or someone high-ranking in the Ministry of Security, has been entangled by a Wraith device as well, said Adelaide. "They got to me, but I was careless." March started to object, but Adelaide kept talking. "But no one can be 100% vigilant all the time. Not even the Minister of Security or the Royal Guard. Jack, if you had been just a little slower, I would have shot the king, and we both would be dead now. Maybe more people than just me are under the control of a Wraith device, and that's why the security response to the attempted assassination has been so muddled." Her eyes widened. Maybe Censor or someone close to him was taken over by a Wraith. That's why we haven't been able to get through to him. "I think you're probably right," said March. "And if you're right, that means we're the only ones who know what's happening." "Oh my God," said Cassandra, rubbing her face. "That's not good." "We're really going to need an Eclipse unit," said March. He pulled over to the side of the road and shut off the van's headlights. "Tell me the layout of the lab, and I'll break in and get one." "You can't just walk in," said Cassandra. "The locks on the doors are biometric. There's also a password and a camera system." She seemed to brace herself. "I'll have to go in with you." March blew out a breath. That wasn't a good idea. Cassandra wasn't nearly as out of shape as she had been when they had first met, but she wasn't particularly stealthy, and he would prefer to keep her out of any physical altercations. On the other hand, he turned the headlights back on, did a U-turn, and drove past the lab once again, this time taking a good look at the entrance. There were 2 royal guards in the entrance, he noted, and March suspected there were only 2 guards in the entire building. It was a long shot that March and Adelaide would turn up here, so the guards hadn't dispatched more men. 2. He could probably take 2 of them. But he couldn't drive past the lab again while the guards were still conscious. Seeing a sandwich delivery van drive past twice would make sense. More than that, and the guards might think to run the vehicle's license plates. If the van had already been reported as stolen, more security officers would show up in short order. March drove another block and turned, pulling into the parking lot of another small industrial site. It consisted of a parking lot before a blocky gray building with the look of a warehouse or a light factory. There were 6 truck ports along the side of the building, but all of them were empty. Almost certainly, there were security cameras that March couldn't see. If he successfully stole an Eclipse device from the lab, the camera footage would eventually be pulled. They would have to steal a new vehicle. But by then, this would likely be settled, one way or another. March shut off the engine and turned off the lights. "All right," he said. "I'm going to get an Eclipse device. Cassandra, I'll need you to come with me and disarm the security systems." "What about the Royal Guards?" said Cassandra. March reached into the duffel bag between the seats and lifted a stun pistol. "They're going to take a brief nap." "What should I do?" said Adelaide. "Wait here," said March. "If we're not back in an hour." He wanted to tell her to contact Sensor, but they still couldn't get through to him. "Go to cover. You know what to do. Try to find someplace quiet and wait until you can reach Sensor. Or until she could speak with Sensor's successor, if the head of the Silent Order had been assassinated." "All right," said Adelaide. "Jack." He waited. "Be careful," she said. "Please." "I will," said March. "Ready?" Cassandra nodded, and they got out of the van. "Follow me," said March. "Be as quiet as you can." She nodded again and took a deep breath. He could see that she was frightened, but she was doing a good job of controlling it. They had gone into danger together enough times that he recognized the signs. She had come a long way from the frightened woman he had rescued from the Orodrian secret police. They crossed the factory's parking lot and then came to the lawn surrounding the lab. No concrete or asphalt, that was good. Less chance of making noise. March came to the side of the lab building and walked to the corner. As soon as he went around it, he would be visible from the entryway. "Cassandra," he whispered. "Stay here. I'll come get you when the way is clear." She nodded, her face tight with tension. March went around the corner, stun pistol held low at his side. A stroke of luck, he could see the 2 Royal Guards in the entrance, which looked like a metal-framed glass box attached to the front of the building. Both guards had stun weapons, but the men were looking into the parking lot with calm patience. March shifted his pistol to his right hand, keeping close to the wall as he advanced at a slow but steady pace. His cybernetic left hand coiled into a fist. He had one chance to do this right. When he was about 5 meters away, one of the Royal Guards noticed him, did a double take, and started to turn. March surged forward, drawing back his left arm, and punched. His fist slammed into one of the glass panes, only for a massive shock of impact to travel up his arm and into his shoulder. He'd made a mistake. The panes weren't glass but transparent metal, and good quality transparent metal at that. But the frame holding the pane wasn't nearly as strong, and the impact of his punch knocked it out of the frame and onto the ground. Which was actually better than his initial plan, since he had a better field of fire. March snapped up his pistol and fired. There was a flash of blue light, and his stun blast caught the first Royal Guard in the chest. The man staggered back and got into the line of fire of the second guard, who was still trying to bring up his weapon. He squeezed the trigger twice more, and the second guard went down. Silence fell over the parking lot. March took a quick look around. Nothing else moved nearby, and as far as he could tell, no one had noticed the weapon's fire. He crossed around to the front of the entrance and pulled open one of the double doors. The guards lay where they had fallen. It didn't look like they had broken any bones or suffered any lasting injuries. March gave them each another shot with the stunner, and then turned and hurried around the side of the building. Cassandra flinched in surprise when he went around the corner, but got herself back under control. "It's clear," she said. "Yeah," said March. "Come on. I don't know how long they'll be out. Can we get a portable eclipse unit in 10 minutes? "We can," said Cassandra. He led the way back around the corner and to the entrance. Cassandra flinched when she saw the prone royal guards, but stepped to the metal door behind them and put her hand on the palm reader. She punched a code into a keypad with her free hand, and March heard the faint hiss of releasing locks. "Door's open," she said, reaching for the handle. "Let me go first," said March. Cassandra stepped back. March pushed open the door and found himself in a small lobby. Doors waited on either side, and a dim light shone in the ceiling. "The door on the right," said Cassandra. "My lab's on the top floor." March pulled open the door and revealed a concrete stairwell with steel railings. He noticed the dome of a camera on the ceiling. There was no way to hide that he and Cassandra would appear on a lot of recordings before they got away with the Eclipse unit. At least he had parked the van out of sight of any cameras, which would slow the response somewhat. He led the way up the stairs to the top floor, stopping before another metal door with a palm reader. Cassandra unlocked it, and beyond was a long hallway. They stopped halfway down, and Cassandra unlocked a door marked Equipment Lab. "It should be in here," she said. He nodded, opened the door, and went in first. Given the way that so many things had gone wrong today, he half expected to find a dozen royal guards in battle armor waiting for him. Instead, he found a small, orderly laboratory. 2 tables ran the length of the room, holding neatly ordered electronics and tools. A desk by the wall held a massive computer workstation with a pair of monitors and a holographic projector. Cassandra walked to a closet, opened it, and lifted a metal box about the size of a rolling suitcase. "That's it," said March, surprised. When he had rescued Cassandra, the prototype Eclipse device had been much larger. "We're made impressive strides with miniaturization," said Cassandra. "In another few months, we were going to go into mass production, and one of these would have been installed on every Kalaskaran naval vessel and military base." She sighed. "If we had been able to finish sooner, maybe we wouldn't be having these troubles. I'll also need to take a laptop with the control software." She found a small computer, tucked it into a bag, and slung it over her shoulder. He led the way back downstairs, Cassandra lugging the metal case. The case slowed her down, and she leaned a bit as she carried it. Under other circumstances, March would have offered to carry it for her, but he needed to keep his hands free to fight. Fortunately, that turned out to be unnecessary. The royal guards were still unconscious. March gave them each another shot from the stun pistol. "Here," said March, taking the case with his cybernetic hand as they stepped outside. It had to weigh around 30 kilograms. He was impressed. Cassandra had gotten stronger than she looked. "Thanks," said Cassandra with a weak smile. They hurried around the corner of the building and across the lawn to the industrial site. The delivery van waited in the parking lot, and March saw Adelaide staring at them from the passenger side window. "I'll get in the back," Cassandra said. "I'll need some room to set up my equipment anyway." "Can you use the Eclipse while the van is in motion?" said March. Cassandra blinked. "Of course. The planet of Kalaskar is currently moving at about 107,000 kilometers per hour around its sun, to say nothing of the motion from the planetary revolution. Compared to that, the motion of the van isn't even a rounding error." "Good," said March. It had been a long day, and orbital mechanics were far from the surface of his mind. He opened the side door and put the Eclipse case into the van, and Cassandra scrambled inside. "You've got it," said Adelaide. "Yeah," said March, starting the van's engine. The dashboard lit up, the engine humming. Had to stun a pair of royal guards to do it. Royal Guard, said Adelaide. Only 2 of them, said March, pulling out of the parking lot and turning onto the deserted road. Where next? Heading out in the countryside meant less surveillance equipment and less chance of encountering security officers. Driving towards Kalaskar City meant they had a greater chance of disappearing into traffic, but it was past midnight by now, and there wasn't all that much traffic. Either way, they needed to change vehicles soon. The stolen van had been at both the Spire explosion and the Tanvex lab. March decided to head for the area near the Royal University. The cars parked near the student housing were older and likely easier to steal. I'm surprised there were only 2, said Adelaide. Jack, I almost shot the king. Why weren't there more waiting for us? I don't know, said March. It was a long shot that we would go to the lab anyway. And the Royal Guard is probably preoccupied with keeping the king safe. Along with whatever the hell was happening on the rest of Kalaskar. How long will it take you to get that thing up and running? Said March. 10 minutes, called Cassandra from the back of the van. In the rearview mirror, he saw that she had opened the metal case, revealing a device with a row of switches and blinking lights. At first glance, it looked like the sort of stylized bomb that would turn up in a thriller video about terrorists, but March recognized several miniaturized hyperdrive components. Cassandra plugged the laptop into the device with a thick cable and began typing. March drove towards the Royal University, staying away from the freeways and the main streets. He made sure to keep well away from the streets near the daylight spa. As he drove, he started to eye the parked cars along the streets. The time had come to change vehicles and... All right, we're online, said Cassandra. How long will it take to track the entanglement? I can do it right now, said Cassandra, and she tapped a command into the laptop. 11. Entanglement. Silence filled the van, save for the faint whir of the engine. Okay, said Cassandra. Okay. She typed another command into the keyboard and then flipped a switch on the Eclipse unit. Getting results now. Adelaide stared at her, face tight with tension. Cassandra nodded. You're still entangled with a quantum inducer. Adelaide swallowed. You should probably handcuff me then. If the machinists can take control of me. What? Said Cassandra, glancing up from the laptop. No. It doesn't work like that. When the daylight spa blew up, it took out the control components for the Wraith device the machinists used on you. She rubbed her chin, staring at the laptop, and tapped another command. For the Wraith device to work, it has to have a functional scan of your brain patterns, which would have been destroyed when the spa blew up. You're still entangled on a quantum level with the alien tech from the Wraith device, but they can't use it to control you unless they scan you and get an updated brain map. But you're still entangled to the quantum inducer, said March, which means we can track the link back to its source. And, hopefully, they could capture the quantum inducer and the machinist agents using it, proving that Adelaide had not been in control of her own actions when she had attacked the king. Well, link is an oversimplified way to describe quantum entanglement, said Cassandra. It's more of a shared state uninhibited by spatial distance, which I suppose isn't relevant at the moment. It's extremely relevant, said March. He saw the buildings of the university's campus in the distance and aimed for the blocks of student housing. Given that it's our only way to find the rest of the Wraith device. If he remembered right, there was a long-term parking lot nearby. All right, said Cassandra, typing another command. If this works right, I should be able to triangulate the location of the quantum inducer. A loud whirring noise came from the Eclipse case, and Adelaide gave it a concerned look. Don't worry, those are just the processor fans. It's perfectly safe. She started at the laptop screen, her brow furrowing in concentration, and then her face lit up with satisfaction. I've got it. I've got the location. The quantum inducer is in orbit 1,000,000 kilometers from Kalaskar. A ship, said Adelaide. Maybe, said Cassandra. Let me check these coordinates. It's on Kalaskar Station, isn't it? Said March. He pulled into the parking lot, examining the rows of cars as he drove past. An older model caught his eye, its sides dented, but its taillights and headlights were intact. Yes, how did you know? Said Cassandra. Educated guess, said March. If the final consciousness sent any operatives here, they would have had to pass through Kalaskar Station. Getting an undetected ship to the surface is nearly impossible. Is the Tiger on Kalaskar Station? Said Cassandra. Yeah, in the long-term docking ring, said March. With the upheaval of the last day, he had forgotten about the negotiations to sell the ship. The deal was almost done, but it hadn't been finalized, and he still had control of the Tiger. We might need the ship before this is done. Can you pinpoint the Wraith's location on Kalaskar Station? Probably, said Cassandra. Give me a minute to pull up a schematic of the station. She typed for a while, frowning, and then nodded. It's on the engineering levels. I can't get any more precise than that. There aren't publicly available plans for those areas of the station. So, said March, we're going to have to get to Kalaskar Station. That will be hard, said Adelaide. All the passenger shuttles to and from the station are screened and the passengers scanned. There must be a security alert attached to our faces and our genetic profiles by now. If we board a passenger shuttle to the station, we'll get arrested 5 minutes later. Yes, said March. He eased the van into an empty slot next to the old car and shut off the engine. There were ways, he knew, to get to Kalaskar Station that involved less scrutiny, but considerably more risk. They would have to employ one of those methods. If we contact the Ministry of Security, said Adelaide, perhaps we can have them secure the Wraith device. Maybe, said March. But we don't know how many machinist agents are in the Ministry of Security. Or in the Ministry of Defense, for that matter. Adelaide nodded. The Royal University had been infested with machinist operatives when she had been a student, which had led to the deaths of her husband and unborn child. If we could contact Censor, we could trust him. But... Let me try, said Cassandra, fishing out her cell phone. She made the call, waited, and then lowered her phone. I got a busy signal for about 2 seconds, and then the call disconnected. All right, said March. We don't have any other choice. We're going to have to sneak onto Kalaskar Station. We need to change vehicles. Let's go. He grabbed his duffel bag from between the seats and got out. His experience and training told him that he really ought to have destroyed the van to remove evidence, or at the very least, wiped it down to make finding prints and DNA traces all the harder. But it didn't matter. Unless he could prove that Adelaide had been under the control of a Wraith device, the comparatively minor matters of vehicular theft and the destruction of the Daylight Spa wouldn't matter when weighed against the attempted assassination of the King of Kalaskar. Adelaide followed him, arms folded tight against her stomach, her face marked with weariness and strain. Cassandra took a moment to pack up the Eclipse device and the laptop and hauled them out a moment later. In the time that it took her to do that, March had produced a lockpicking tool and opened the door of the car. The interior was cluttered with food wrappers and empty drink containers and smelled of cigarette smoke, but it looked functional enough. March used his cybernetic hand to rip a panel off the dashboard and began working with the wires there. We're about to steal some student's car, aren't we? Said Adelaide. Yes, said March, tracing the circuit. More expensive models of cars sometimes had security modules in the ignition circuit, coded to a chip in the key. He had the tools to bypass that, but it didn't matter because this model of car was too cheap to have that feature. One wire wrapped around another, and the car shuddered as the motor whirred to life, the dashboard lighting up. One way or another, the Ministry of Security will find it in a few days. Cassandra opened the back door, pushed the Eclipse and her laptop inside, and seated herself. Adelaide got into the front, and March put the car into drive and pulled into the street. "So," said Adelaide, "how are we going to sneak onto Kalaskar Station?" "The passenger shuttles are heavily screened," said March, turning a corner and heading south. "The cargo shuttles aren't as carefully scrutinized." "Well, the pilots and crew are, but not as frequently. It's an old smuggler's trick to hide in a cargo shuttle and sneak onto Kalaskar Station that way. We're going to Cantrek Spaceport." "Cantrek," said Cassandra. "Where is that?" "It's a small town about 60 kilometers south of Kalaskar City," said Adelaide. "Mostly a farm town." "And a small spaceport," said March. "Not as tightly controlled as the main spaceport in Kalaskar City. Most of the shuttles flying out of Cantrex carry biomass to Kalaskar Station to use on the algae farms there." "Biomass," said Cassandra. "I don't know much about farming." "Waste material," said Adelaide. "Corn husks, wheat stalks, low-grade corn, material like that. It's useless for terrestrial food production or cattle feed, but it can be used for algae and mushroom farms and life support systems in a closed environment." "And we can ride up with it," said March. "From there, we will track down the Wraith device or retreat to the Tiger if things don't go well." But they would have to act quickly. Security on Kalaskar Station was much tighter than most places on Kalaskar itself. That was the nature of life on a space station. Accidentally discharging a plasma weapon on a planet might kill or injure 1 or 2 people. Accidentally discharging a plasma weapon on a space station could cause a hull breach that could kill thousands. Consequently, Kalaskar Station had far tighter security and far more surveillance than anywhere on Kalaskar itself but military installations. For that matter, station administrators could calculate how many people were on Kalaskar Station based on the oxygen consumption rate. March would have one chance, and one's chance only, to find the Wraith device before station security closed around them. He would have to make that chance count. "So we're going to steal a shuttle," said Cassandra. "Yeah," said March. "Cassandra, you've been a big help, but if you don't want to go any further." She shook her head. "No, I'm in as deep as you are now. The only way out is to see this through to the end. One way or another." She forced herself to smile. "Besides, I've stolen shuttles before. You need my help. I have experience." "That's true," said March. Adelaide twisted in the seat to look at Cassandra. "Really? You stole a shuttle?" "Day I met Jack," said Cassandra. "Well, a couple days before that, technically. I probably shouldn't talk about it." "You might as well," said March. Cassandra told Adelaide about her escape from Oradria with her prototype Eclipse device. March was grateful. It kept Adelaide distracted and let him focus on driving through the darkened countryside of rural Kalaskar. It also gave him a moment to think. The security at the Cantrek spaceport would be lighter than Kalaskar City, but it wouldn't be non-existent. He plotted out their next moves in his head as Cassandra told Adelaide about the macrobes overrunning the Alpine and their escape mere seconds ahead of a group of machinist capital warships. "I never knew any of that," said Adelaide. "It was classified," said March, remembering. "The Alpine was reported lost in a hyperdrive accident," which had been mostly true. Cassandra and the Eclipse went to Kalaskar. "You managed to save some of the passengers at least," said Adelaide. She looked at Cassandra. "Thank you for telling me. It had a happy ending." "You're a historian, Dr. Tarrant," said Cassandra. "I thought you were used to stories that didn't have happy endings." Adelaide blinked and then laughed. It was the first time she had laughed since this morning. "I'm an archaeologist. But I suppose you're right at that." March drove south for an hour, and then the lights of Cantrex came into sight. Cantrex was a town settled by veterans who had taken their discharge bonus to buy small hydroponic farms. Of course, hydroponic farm technology had made much of Kalaskaran life possible. Farmers could support themselves and their families using a fraction of the land employed by traditional agriculture, and even if the planet was besieged by an invading space fleet, it was unlikely the population would run out of food. March drove around the boundaries of the town and came to the lights of the Cantrek spaceport. He saw the glow from the control tower in the distance, along with the lights marking the perimeters of the landing fields. March pulled the car off the road a short distance from the boundary of the spaceport and shut off both the engine and the lights. It wasn't legal to park here, but it was well past midnight, and he doubted anyone would notice the car until daylight. By then, March intended to be on Kalaskar Station. He hefted his duffel bag. "Follow me." March led Adelaide and Cassandra to the outer perimeter of the spaceport. The boundary was marked by a heavy chain-link fence standing 15 feet tall, its top crowned with a gleaming coil of razor wire. March could not make out details in the dim light, but he did see the shape of cameras and motion detectors atop some of the fence posts. But only some. Cantrek's spaceport security budget was tiny compared to that of the larger ports. March counted the shapes in the gloom and found a blank spot between two cameras. "This way," he said. "Stay behind me." They moved in single file across the grass. He watched the fence posts, wary that a floodlight would snap on at any moment. Yet it seemed that his guess had been correct, that the spaceport had spread out its motion detectors and cameras to save money. Even the kingdom of Kalaskar, as comparatively wealthy as it was, did not have infinite resources. They reached the fence without incident, and March pulled a small pair of wire cutters from his bag. Cutting through the fence link by link was slow, plodding work. With a plasma torch he could have done it in 10 seconds. But a plasma torch generated a lot of light, and some eagle-eyed employee in the control tower might have seen it. The noise of the link snapping worried him, but he knew the sound would likely not carry far enough for anyone to hear it and raise the alarm. Especially over the whine of the idling anti-grav units in the shuttles, which March could hear even from this distance. At last he had cut a suitable entrance, and he pushed aside the broken mesh. "Careful," he said. "Edges are sharp. Don't let it catch on your hair or clothes." He ducked through the opening, followed by Adelaide and then Cassandra. "What now?" said Adelaide. March looked around the spaceport. He saw the lights of the control tower, topped by a cluster of spiky antennae and transmission dishes. To the south of the tower was a small passenger concourse for the few passenger shuttles that went in and out of this spaceport, and then a long row of shuttle hangars. The lights of cargo trucks went in and out of the hangars, hauling the agricultural biomass that would get hauled to Kalaskar Station and the other space installations throughout the solar system. "This way," said March, and they started towards the distant hangars. 12. False identity. The whine of anti-grav units and the rumble of truck engines grew louder as March, Adelaide, and Cassandra approached the hangars. It was brighter here, which made it easier to see, but that increased the risk of getting spotted. March kept to the shadows as much as possible, though he realized that with 3 people, it was likely a futile effort. Fortunately, the work here was mostly automated. Trucks drove up to the hangars and backed into docks. From there, heavy drones with scoops for arms unloaded the contents of the trailers, usually a mixture of low-grade corn and harvested grasses. The trucks looked like they were carrying enormous quantities of lawn clippings, but in the closed ecosystem of a space station, the biomass would be invaluable. March led Adelaide and Cassandra around the side of the nearest hangar, keeping to the edges of the harsh lights of the truck docks. They reached the hangar proper and headed along the wall. March spotted a personnel door and found it unlocked. He eased it open and looked inside. The hangar was a cavernous space, and despite its enormous volume, the blocky cargo shuttle still looked cramped. 4 shuttles were parked in a row, and the rear doors on the nearest shuttle were open. A truck was dumping another load of biomass into the shuttle's cargo bay. Unlike the other 3 shuttles, this one was on standby, its running lights blinking, a faint whine coming from its anti-grav units. March glanced at the ceiling. The black plastic domes of security cameras hung from the metal rafters far overhead. He doubted that they were monitored continually. Most likely, the cameras were there for insurance purposes in case of accident or to review the footage in the event of theft. At least he hoped so. They moved along the shuttle's flank, and March paused at the starboard airlock. The craft was essentially a rectangular metal box with some after-mounted fusion engines and a pilot compartment in the front. There would be a pilot and a co-pilot going through the pre-flight checks as the shuttle prepared to lift off. He beckoned Adelaide and Cassandra over, and they came close. "Wait here," he said, speaking louder than he would have liked to make himself heard over the whine of the anti-grav units. "I'm going to knock out the crew. As soon as it's clear, I'll let you know." Both women nodded. "Watch this for me," said March, handing over his duffel bag. Adelaide took the bag, staggering a little at its weight, and March took 3 items from it. He tucked 2 of the items into his jacket pocket and took the 3rd item, the stun pistol, in his right hand. He crossed to the shuttle's airlock. Depending on how far the pilots were into the pre-flight sequence, the airlock might have been sealed already. It wasn't. March hit the cycle control, and the outer door flashed open and hissed green. He stepped into the airlock, and the outer door closed behind him, and the inner door opened. He ran into the pilot compartment, his eyes sweeping over the room. The pilot and co-pilot station sat facing a wall of transparent metal. It was something of an affectation since flight in space involved far more use of instruments than visual navigation, though the viewport was necessary for atmospheric flight. Behind the pilot compartment was a small living area with bunks and a lounge. Usually, the round trip to Kalaskar Station would only take a few hours, but sometimes docking delays or technical difficulties meant the pilots would have to spend a couple of days in their craft. The pilot and the co-pilot looked a great deal like many of Adelaide's relatives, solid middle-aged Kalaskaran men, currently clad in flight suits. They looked up in surprise as March ran into the compartment. Both men had weapons, but their sidearms were in their holsters, their attention on their instruments. March shot the co-pilot in the chest with the stun pistol. The man slumped into his seat, and the pilot managed to get his weapon out of its holster. Kinetic firearm. Plasma weapons might cause a fatal hull breach. But March had already lined up his shot, and he squeezed the trigger. The pilot fell unconscious, the gun clattering against the deck. March strode forward, reaching into his coat. He drew out the first of the 2 pressure injectors and pressed it against the vein in the co-pilot's neck. The drug within surged through the microneedles and into the co-pilot's bloodstream. March pocketed the emptied injector, took the second one, and used it on the pilot. The drug within would keep them unconscious for the better part of 16 hours. They would awaken with nasty headaches and bad muscle cramps, but they would be otherwise unharmed. A flashing light on the pilot's console caught his attention. The pilot had been running through the pre-flight checklist, and the control tower was monitoring his progress. Too much longer, and the controllers would call to find out what the delay was. Or they might send someone over to investigate. Either one would be bad. March leaned over the unconscious pilot, examined the controls, and tapped in the appropriate response. He ran over to the airlock and opened both the inner and the outer doors. Adelaide and Cassandra waited by the entrance, and March beckoned them inside. They returned to the pilot compartment, Adelaide lugging the heavy duffel bag, Cassandra carrying the Eclipse and her laptop bag. "Get the pilot and the co-pilot into the bunks," said March, looking at the flashing light on the pilot's console. "I need to keep going with the pre-flight checks. Else the control tower's going to wonder what's wrong." "Right," said Adelaide. Some of her old assurance had returned. He wondered if she had ever hijacked a ship during her time as part of the Silent Order. "I'll take under his arms. Get his ankles." "Just like a deadlift," said Cassandra. The pilot had an ID lanyard around his neck, and March grabbed it as Cassandra and Adelaide lifted the unconscious man. They carried the pilot to the bunks, and March dropped into the seat, grateful that neither the stun charge nor the drug had caused the unfortunate pilot to void his bladder. He began working through the remaining pre-flight checks. The pilot had gotten through the first third. Life support and gravitics were good. The hold was loaded and secured. March began the checks on the ion thrusters and the fusion drive, as Adelaide and Cassandra carried the co-pilot to a bunk. The reactor that powered the fusion drive wasn't particularly powerful, but strong enough to generate enough thrust to get the shuttle away from Kalaskar's gravity and on its way to the station. March went through the remaining checks, watching for any sign of alarm, but nothing happened. Cantrek Spaceport was sleepy enough that March suspected the control tower had lapsed into a comfortable routine. Under any other circumstances, it would have annoyed him. Now he was just grateful for the complacency. Adelaide and Cassandra came up behind the pilot's acceleration chair. "Are those guys going to be okay?" said Cassandra. "Yeah," said March. "They'll wake up with a nasty headache and a bad taste in their mouths, but they'll be fine. By then we'll have resolved this, one way or another." Several lights on March's control board flashed green, and the front viewport lit up with holographic displays. "I think we're ready," said March. "Better strap in." Adelaide settled into the co-pilot seat. There was a rudimentary engineering station on the port wall of the pilot's compartment, and Cassandra took the chair there. An incoming call flashed on March's board and accepted it. "This is Shuttle 09, he said, reading the craft designation on the pilot's ID lanyard. "This is Control," said a board voice. "You are cleared for departure. Please be advised that all military craft in orbit around Kalaskar have raised their readiness status to Yellow Alert, and you may be fired upon if you deviate from your filed flight plan." "Yellow Alert," said March, putting surprise into his voice. "Is there pirate activity in the outer system?" "No one tells me anything," said Control, a little less bored now. "But the bulletin went through a couple of hours ago. All military and system defense craft and installations are on Yellow Alert, and any civilian craft that deviates from pre-filed flight plans will be fired upon without warning. Stick to your flight plan, 09. Be ashamed to get blown up over a load of biomass." "Acknowledged," said March. He wouldn't get any more information from the flight controller without raising suspicion. "Departing hangar now." He shut off the comm and gripped the flight yoke. "Yellow Alert," said Cassandra. "They're probably looking for us," said March, easing power to the bulky shuttle's anti-grav units. The ship jolted as it floated off the ground, glided towards the hangar entrance. "Maybe," said Cassandra. But strange things were happening even before that. "I think the assassination attempt was just one part of a multi-pronged attack," said Adelaide, voice quiet, as she stared at the displays on the co-pilot station. "It's been years in the planning." "Shouldn't the silent order have stopped it?" said Cassandra. "Or at least given some warning?" Adelaide shook her head. "The silent order isn't infallible." March listened to the conversation with half an ear as he focused on the shuttle's controls. The damn thing wallowed like a pig. Compared to the Tiger's acceleration and thrust capabilities, it was almost like standing still. But it would get them to Kalaskar Station, which was the important part. And once they reached Kalaskar Station, March could get to the Tiger, and his ship would give them more options. The shuttle passed the hangar doors, and March fed more power to the anti-grav units, sending the ship rising in a high arc. He took care to keep to the vector and acceleration in the flight plan, which was easy because the shuttle didn't really have enough power to do anything else. The altimeter climbed, and through the viewport, the surface of Kalaskar fell away. The countryside became a vast patchwork of farms, the gleaming buildings of Kalaskar City shining in the distance. The acceleration pressed March back into the seat, and soon the horizon developed a curve. Once the shuttle was high enough, he activated the inertial absorbers and the artificial gravity and powered up the fusion drive. The shuttle pulled away from Kalaskar's atmosphere and gravity well, driving for where Kalaskar Station orbited 1,000,000 kilometers away from the planet. Adelaide sat in silence, staring out the viewport. "Cassandra," said March, "you remember how to operate a basic sensor package?" "Yes," said Cassandra. She tapped a few keys on her console. "Which is just as well because this shuttle barely has basic sensors." "Send me whatever passive and basic radar data you can get," said March. "I want to see ship movements near Kalaskar." "On it," said Cassandra, entering commands into her station. He saw her nod from the corner of her eye. "There's also a dark energy radiation detector. Probably so we don't fly into any larger ships. Pretty crude, but it should work. Let's see, here we go." One of Mach's HUD displays lit up with a sensor map of the orbital space around Kalaskar, overlaid over the shuttle's navigation data. Thousands of satellites and smaller space installations, mostly factories, orbited Kalaskar, along with the 12 massive battle stations that protected all possible approach vectors. Kalaskar Station itself, of course, dominated the scan. The station was a huge cylinder the size of a small planetoid, encircled with 9 massive docking rings. Thousands of ships of varying sizes could dock with the station at any time, and the Tiger was in long-term dock on Ring 9. There were a lot of starships in Kalaskar's orbit. Usually, 2 destroyers of the Royal Navy guarded Kalaskar Station at any one time, to say nothing of the station's own formidable defenses. Now 4 destroyers and 4 corvettes guarded the station, and March also saw several squadrons of fighters patrolling the various orbital slots. "Do those battle stations usually put out so much energy?" said Cassandra, squinting at her screens. "No," said March. "They're on yellow alert and actively scanning everything in Kalaskar's gravity well." That shook Adelaide out of her grim silence. They must be expecting an attack. "Yeah." March looked at her, her face illumined in the glow from the instruments. "Maybe what happened to you was part of a decapitation strike. They kill the king, and Kalaskar gets thrown into chaos for a few days. While that happens, the machinists have a force ready to make trouble elsewhere." "But it wouldn't really decapitate the government, would it?" said Cassandra. "I mean, I know how Kalaskarans feel about the king, but he's mostly ceremonial. There's still the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense and the Lord Admirals. They can run the defense if the king is killed, right?" "The king is usually the one who makes them work together," said Adelaide. "They tend to squabble otherwise. And there's the demoralizing effect on the civilian population," said March. "That's when the final consciousness prefers to launch major attacks. Right after assassinating a head of state or a key military leader." He shook his head. "That was our usual tactic when I was still an Iron Hand. Take out the head of state and the chief leaders, and then the fleet and the landing forces arrive." Adelaide stared at him. March wondered why, and then realized he was talking about his time as an Iron Hand. He hardly ever talked about those years. The memory was too painful. But far more serious things were happening now. "Keep an eye on the sensors, will you?" said March. "If any of those fighters turns towards us, let me know." Not that he could do anything about it. The shuttle had no hyperdrive, minimal maneuverability, and just enough shielding to block radiation and micrometeors. The plasma cannons carried by Royal Navy fighters would tear through the shuttle like wet paper. For that matter, an assault transport of Marines would have no trouble overhauling them and boarding the shuttle. But March kept to the shuttle's flight plan, and none of the patrolling ships or the battle stations took any notice. It took about an hour and a half for the shuttle's fusion drive to cover the 1,000,000 kilometers to Kalaskar Station. The planet dwindled to a small dot, and Kalaskar Station loomed before them. Soon the station was close enough to see in the viewport, and March looked over the massive cylinder, encircled by its 9 docking rings. The 4 destroyers kept close watch near the station while the 4 corvettes flew a patrol pattern around it. The comm panel lit up. "Station control is calling," said March. "Keep quiet, everyone." He tapped the speaker button. "Station control, this is Shuttle 09, said March. "Requesting approach permission and docking assignment." "Shuttle 09, this is station control," said a tense man's voice. March braced himself. Usually, the traffic controllers on Kalaskar Station sounded coolly professional or bored, if you caught one towards the end of the shift. "Continue on your designated flight path. If you deviate from that course, you may be fired upon without warning." "Understood," said March. "It would be helpful if you could give me a docking assignment. Might make it easier to stay on the proper course." Yes," said the controller. Did the controller suspect something? More likely he was flustered by the state of yellow alert among the warships in orbit. Traffic control was a stressful enough job without the risk of an incoming ship accidentally getting blown to atoms if you sent them on the wrong vector. "All right. You will get Cargo Dock 997 on Ring 9. March's screens flashed with updated telemetry. "Proceed directly there and use your shuttle's cargo airlock for docking. Do not alter from this course. The station's point defense weapons are tracking you." "Acknowledged," said March, and he cut the transmission. "He seemed suspicious," said Adelaide. "Maybe," said March. "I think he was just flustered, though." He looked back at Cassandra. "We're close enough to the station. You should be able to get a better reading on the entanglement." "You're right," said Cassandra. She hesitated. "Do you think it will cause a problem if I link to the shuttle's sensors?" "It should be fine," said March. "Just don't trigger an active scan. I don't want them to wonder why we're scanning them." He tapped a few keys on his console. There should be a basic schematic of the station in the navigation computer. "Got it," said Cassandra. She connected her laptop to the engineering station with a data cable, tapped a few keys on the console, and then spent the next 2 minutes furiously typing. The shuttle entered Kalaskar Station's defensive envelope, and the passive sensors pinged as the station and one of the destroyers scanned the ship simultaneously. March tensed, wondering if they would fire, but nothing happened. He cut the fusion drive and began bringing the shuttle in with ion thrusters, aiming for cargo airlock 997 on Ring 9. Just as well the cargo airlock was such a big target. The way the shuttle handled, hitting a normal passenger airlock would have been a challenge. He eased the shuttle in, matching the station's orbital vector, and reversed the craft, spinning it around to line up the rear cargo hatch with the station. A flicker of power to the ion thrusters sent the shuttle drifting the final few meters, and then the docking clamps locked on. A jolt went through the craft, and the airlock status controls flashed green on the board. March hit the comm switch again. "Docking successful, control." "Acknowledged," came the voice. "We're backed up on unloading biomass, so it looks like we should get to you in 4 or 5 hours. Shut down your fusion reactor and switch over to auxiliary power." "Switching over," said March, shutting down the fusion reactor. The lights flickered once. "Suppose I'll take a nap. I get paid by the hour, either way." "You'll receive a notification when the unloading begins," said the controller, and ended the connection. March let out a breath. "Cassandra?" "I've traced the entanglement," said Cassandra. "Sending it to you now, with an overlay on the station schematic." She typed a command into her laptop. The data came up on March's console, and he zoomed in, following the information from the Eclipse unit. The Eclipse data was accurate to within 50 meters, and the entanglement was coming from Ring 9 of Kalaskar Station, specifically. He stared at the screen for a second. "Shit," said March. "What?" said Adelaide. "What's wrong?" Now there was a question with limitless answers, but one, in particular, posed a problem right now. The source of the entanglement is a maintenance bay about a quarter of the way around Ring 9 circumference, said March, tapping the display. From here, it's a walk of about 4 kilometers. Should be manageable. We'll have to stick to the utility corridors and avoid the main pedestrian walkways. So what's the problem? Said Cassandra. That maintenance bay is about 150 meters from the long-term berth where the Tiger is docked, said March. Silence answered that pronouncement. Could it be a coincidence? Said Cassandra. It might be, said March, but he knew that it probably wasn't. Are docking records publicly accessible? Said Adelaide. No, said March, but they're not secured in any serious way, and it's impossible to keep secret. If you do a visual scan of Kalaskar Station's exterior and feed it into a ship registration database, you can identify every ship docked here. Hell, you could do it from the surface with a good telescope and a computer. It wouldn't be hard to identify the Tiger. Do you think machinist agents are waiting for us? Said Adelaide. Probably, said March. They used you against the king for a reason. They knew you would get close to the king when he came to inspect the museum site, and you've caused them a great deal of trouble in the past. For that matter, you're engaged to me. I'm worse than a silent order operative. I'm a former Iron Hand who left the final consciousness and joined Kalaskar. I've also caused Odin problems in person before. We saw him on Raisha, said Cassandra. He was testing that dark energy radiation weapon. Yes, said Mac. On Raisha, Odin had a firestone, one of the relics of the Great Elder Ones, and he had used it to create and test a dark energy radiation weapon that destroyed any organic life. Adelaide had said that someone matching Odin's description had helped entangle her to a wraith machine. Was Odin waiting for March by the Tiger? It seemed unlikely that a cognate of the final consciousness would travel all the way to Kalaskar on a grudge. Yet Odin had never been hesitant about getting his hands dirty, so long as he could do it without personal risk. And if the assassination of the king was an attempt to decapitate Kalaskar's leadership in preparation for a larger military strike, then Odin might well have come in person to direct the operation. Even if Odin was waiting for March, they had no choice but to continue. The only way that March had of proving Adelaide's innocence was to find the quantum inducer. Because if the Royal Guard caught them, they would probably kill Adelaide. Eventually, the process of official investigation would prove her innocence, but that would take years. The Royal Guard was trained to find and eliminate threats to the king and his family, and in the heat of the moment, with guns drawn, they might well shoot Adelaide and conduct the investigation later. He had to keep that from happening. So what do we do now? Said Cassandra. If it's a trap, we walk into it and break its teeth, said March. 13. Kalaskar Station. March set the shuttle systems to standby. One way or another, he would not be returning to this ship. He had Adelaide check on the pilots sleeping off the drug in their bunks, and then he opened his duffel bag and started sorting through the emergency supplies inside. I think they'll be fine, said Adelaide. They're still unconscious, but their heart rate and breathing are good. Her mouth twisted. At least we won't have to add a murder charge on top of everything else. After kidnapping, hijacking, and the attempted assassination of the king, I think a murder charge would be superfluous, said March, thinking over the contents of his bag. He glanced up at Adelaide and saw the shadows in her eyes. But it won't matter. We'll find the quantum inducer, contact sensor, and prove that you didn't have control of yourself when you tried to shoot the king. Or so he kept telling himself. March suspected this would end badly. But he would not give up. I made sure to save the readings from the eclipse, said Cassandra, holding up a thumb drive. She dropped into it a pocket, along with all the metadata. You can use that to help prove what happened as well. Thank you, Cassandra, said Adelaide. "All right," said March. He produced 2 more stun pistols from the duffel bag and passed them to Adelaide and Cassandra. The women took the weapons. "If we're careful, we should be able to avoid running into anyone. Ring 9 is mostly long-term docking and bulk cargo transfer, like the 100,000 tons of biomass in the cargo hold behind us. We're going to take the utility corridors and sneak up on the machinist agents in the maintenance bay. If we can take one or more of them alive, that will bolster our case." "They might have iron hands, Jack," said Adelaide. "I know," said March. He produced a compact plasma pistol from the bag and slid it into a hidden holster in the small of his back. "If there are any iron hands, I'll have to kill them. The stun pistols would only be marginally effective against them, and they'll keep fighting no matter how badly they're hurt. I'll take point." "Point," said Cassandra, blinking. He remembered that she would be unfamiliar with the military term. "I'll walk in front. Adelaide, you bring up the back. Cassandra, stay in the middle and keep your eyes open. Don't shoot me in the back." "I'll do my best," said Adelaide. Cassandra offered a shaky smile. "What about the eclipse?" "We might as well leave it," said March. He picked up the duffel bag and slung his arms through the straps. "It's off-the-shelf electronic components, and all the important data is in your laptop and thumb drive anyway." She nodded, and they left the control room, crossed the bunks where the pilots slept off the drugs, and opened the door to the shuttle's cargo corridor. The narrow corridor ran down the shuttle's dorsal spine, with transparent windows overlooking the cavernous cargo bay. Raw biomass filled the bay, destined for use in the station's life support systems, and it looked like a vast collection of lawn clippings and weeds. They followed the corridor and came to the small personnel airlock over the main cargo airlock. He opened the inner door and then the outer door, exposing the personnel airlock to the station. "I'll have to override the security on the airlock," said March. "Aye." His voice trailed off as he frowned at the control panel. He leveled his gun at the door and tapped the panel. The mechanism beeped, and the door slid open. Beyond was a narrow corridor lined with pipes and conduits, the floor a metal grillwork. It looked little different than many other utility corridors that March had seen over his travels. It was also completely empty. "What's wrong?" said Cassandra. "The door was unlocked," said March. "I didn't need to override it." "The shuttle was docked," said Adelaide. "Shouldn't the airlock have been unlocked?" "No," said March. "The shuttle pilots aren't supposed to leave their ship during the unloading. That's why they have those bunks, in case the station's running behind schedule. Only authorized personnel are supposed to be in the utility corridors. And the station's on yellow alert, remember. That door should have been locked." They considered the corridor in silence for a moment, the only noise the faint hum of the air circulators. "So why was it unlocked?" said Cassandra at last. "Maybe it was a mistake." "Or someone deliberately left it unlocked," said Adelaide. March could think of several reasons why the lock had been deactivated, and none of them were good. Maybe it was a system error. Or maybe the machinist agents who had entangled Adelaide had entered Kalaskar Station through this airlock, though that coincidence defied probability. Kalaskar Station had thousands of airlocks. The most disturbing possibility was that the airlock had been deliberately left open for March, Adelaide, and Cassandra. Like someone was waiting for them. Were they walking into a trap? That seemed improbable as well. March suspected that he and Adelaide had been supposed to die after she shot the king, gunned down by the Royal Guard. Except he had managed to escape. The machinists knew that March would try to escape to the Tiger. Had they deliberately left the quantum inducer near the Tiger to lure him in? That sort of operation required a great deal of planning, especially on a space installation as tightly patrolled and monitored as Kalaskar Station. For that kind of effort, the agents of the final consciousness could have netted a much more valuable target than March. Or was the Royal Guard waiting for them? The Royal Guards had broader freedom of action than the rest of the Kalaskaran security services, and were absolutely ruthless about eliminating threats to the king and the royal family. For that matter, Silent Order operatives might be waiting to attack March, Adelaide, and Cassandra the moment they reached the Tiger. God damn it, if only March had been able to contact Censor. Maybe the machinists had assassinated the head of the Silent Order. If Censor was dead, would March ever be able to prove Adelaide's innocence? They might have no choice but to flee the kingdom of Kalaskar entirely and head for a neutral world somewhere. Of course, the Silent Order might be able to track them down. So could the machinists, for that matter. Years of experience let March force aside the musings on the future. It was harder, much harder than it had been. He had never cared about anyone as much as he cared about Adelaide, and every decision he made gambled with her life. For that matter, guilt over Cassandra gnawed at him. He shouldn't have dragged her into this, should have insisted she stay in her apartment after she told him the location of an eclipse device. If he hadn't been so worried for Adelaide, if his thinking had been clearer, perhaps he could have persuaded her to remain behind. "Jack," said Adelaide. He had been quiet for too long. What was done was done. It was time to act. "Let's go," said March, adjusting his weapons. He shifted the stun pistol to his right hand, and after a moment's thought, slid the plasma gun into a hidden holster in the back of his jacket. "Adelaide, Cassandra, stay behind me. We'll stick to the utility corridors and try to stay out of sight." "Won't the station have sensors in the corridors?" said Cassandra. "Less than you might think," said March. "In all the main pedestrian walkways and concourses, yeah. But in the utility corridors, the sensors are limited to the entrances and exits." "You've done this before," said Adelaide. "Sneaking around on Kalaskar Station." "I was with the Silent Order a long time before we met," said March. He headed down the corridor, Adelaide and Cassandra following, the metal grillwork clanking beneath their shoes. The echoes would travel a long way down the utility corridors. It would be impossible to remain stealthy, but it would be unlikely for anyone to be down here, save perhaps a maintenance technician. On the plus side, if anyone approached, March would be able to hear them from a long way off. They came to a junction box, 3 more utility corridors leading off from it. March took a moment to study the map mounted on the wall. A space installation the size of Kalaskar Station had a vast maze of utility corridors, thousands of kilometers of them, and it would be very easy to get lost. He checked the map, confirmed they were on their way to the appropriate docking bay, and kept moving. It was mostly quiet, save for the clank of their shoes against the deck, the hiss of the air circulators, and the occasional gurgle from one of the pipes lining the wall. Kalaskar Station was vast, a man-made metal planetoid floating in orbit around the planet, and it had its own self-sustaining ecosystem. Even as the thought crossed March's mind, they turned another corner and came to a technician station. It was deserted, thankfully. A computer console filled a desk, the screen locked and a standby light pulsing on the keyboard. 3 metal lockers stood against one wall. "Wait a moment," said March. "What's wrong?" said Adelaide. Now there was a question with limitless answers. "Nothing yet," said March. "But I want to be ready for trouble. Maybe these lockers will have something useful." "In case we're walking into a trap, you mean," said Cassandra. "Yeah," said March. He stepped to the row of lockers, gripping the first handle with his cybernetic hand. He yanked, ripping the lock free, and pulled the door open. The locker held a pair of diagnostic laptops, several repair toolkits, and circuit boards for air handlers. He tore open the second lock, annoyed at how far the sound carried. The second locker held a variety of plumbing tools, designed for working with the high-pressure water lines of space stations. The third locker held what he sought: A plasma torch, said Cassandra. The torch was long, boxy, and black, and had bright yellow warning labels affixed to its sides, cautioning against the many injuries and fatalities that could result from improper use. Don't need the plasma torch, said March, reaching into the locker. He drew out a metal case, set it on the computer desk, and flipped it open. Inside rested 4 flat black metal rectangles. The power packs will be useful, though. You're going to make grenades, said Adelaide. We might need them, said March. Here, I'll help, said Adelaide. She grabbed one of the toolkits from the first locker, and they set to work. You can make grenades out of plasma torch power packs, said Cassandra. Plasma gun power packs too, said March, taking the tool that Adelaide handed him. There's a lot of energy stored in these things. The manufacturers put a lot of effort into keeping them from exploding. But if you break off the regulator here and add a crosswire here, then you have a cheap grenade. When he and Adelaide were done, the power packs had been rigged to explode. All March needed to do was to yank off a wire, and the pack would explode 2 to 3 seconds later. It was hideously unsafe, but improvised weapons were better than none. March took the packs and stuffed them into the pockets of his jacket. It was obvious he had heavy objects hidden in his pockets, but it was unavoidable, and it also helped conceal the plasma pistol in the small of his back. If you're not careful, those will blow a hole in the station's hull, said Cassandra. They're not powerful enough for that, said March. They'll blast a hole through a human, though. He hoped that wouldn't be necessary, but the sense that they were walking into an ambush was too strong. Keep your weapons out. They set off through the maze of utility corridors. March remained vigilant, watching for any traps or attackers, but the corridors were deserted. After a walk of about 4 kilometers, he stopped before a sealed door. This will take us to the long-term docking concourse, said March. He checked a chart bolted to the wall next to the door. The Tiger's dock and the maintenance bay with the entanglement signal are right next to one another. The Tiger first or the bay, said Adelaide. March hesitated. What he wanted to do was to get Adelaide and Cassandra safely on the Tiger, and then investigate the maintenance bay himself. If there were machinist agents or even iron hands lurking in the bay, March would have a better chance of dealing with them alone. If March was killed or captured, Adelaide could fly the Tiger to safety. Tiger first, said March. We'll get you and Cassandra aboard, and then I'll find the quantum inducer in the bay. Adelaide started to protest, but March talked over her. Once you're on the ship, get it warmed up and start a hyperspace calculation. Short out system jump any direction. We might have to run before we can contact sensor. Jack, said Adelaide. Don't argue, said March. This is the best way. She didn't look happy, but she nodded. All right. March lifted his pistol and hit the door control. It hissed open, and he stepped into the docking corridor. Corridor was something of a misnomer. Cargo ships docked here and unloaded bulky containers, and the corridor was as wide as a 4-lane highway. The ceiling was a good 20 meters overhead, and narrow metal catwalks ran along the walls, providing access to the ceiling conduits. The deck was metal with traction treads to keep wheeled cargo drones from skidding, and on the left, windows of transparent metal looked towards the starships docked along Ring 9. Right now, the only ship that March saw was the Tiger. His ship waited at a long-term docking airlock, its running lights outlining the shape of the hull. Just as well, he had never gotten around to selling it. On the right yawned a cavernous space the size of the shuttle hangar at Cantrek Spaceport. It wasn't a hangar, but a maintenance bay, where technicians could perform repairs on various components. March saw the hulking metal shapes of industrial fabricators and several air circulators and hydroponics bays in various states of disassembly. God, that maintenance bay's huge, said Cassandra. The machinists could have hidden the quantum inducer anywhere in there. Yeah, said March. But you've got the coordinates and the vector data. Cassandra nodded, dark eyes wide. That will pin it down within 20 meters. I know what the damn thing looks like. I'll find it, and then we'll get out of here until I can contact sensor with the evidence. They walked past the bay's entrance, March scanning the array of machinery inside. There were 1,000 places someone could hide within the bay, and he would never see them. Yet there was no sign of any movement. As far as he could tell, the corridor and the maintenance bay were deserted. The Tiger's airlock was only about 30 meters away. March began thinking through the next steps. He would get Adelaide and Cassandra on board the ship and have them start the pre-flight sequences. While they did that, he would locate the quantum inducer hidden in the maintenance bay. Once he had the device, they would leave Kalaskar Station and wait until he could contact sensor. He took another step, and the Tiger's airlock door cycled. Captain Christopher Dominic of the Royal Guard stepped out of the airlock and leveled a plasma rifle at March. He had traded his uniform for black armor with crimson trim. March had a similar suit aboard the Tiger, and its internal shielding could stop a few plasma bolts. Any shots from a stun pistol would bounce off the armor like throwing pebbles at plate steel. Footsteps clanged against the catwalks overhead, and March glanced up to see a dozen more armored Royal Guards taking position, plasma rifles in hand. "Freeze," said Dominic, taking a long step forward, the plasma rifle leveled. Given the power of the weapon at this range, a shot would go right through March and carve a significant crater in the metal of the wall. "Jack," said Cassandra. "Do what they say," said March. The Royal Guards hadn't started shooting. They would seize all the weapons and electronics that March was carrying, which meant they would also get the data on the thumb drive Cassandra had given him. Perhaps March could convince them to search the maintenance bay and find the quantum inducer. "Drop your weapons, kick them over to me, and then put your hands on your heads," said Dominic. He was shouting, but other than that, his voice was calm. March held out his hand and dropped the stun pistol, Adelaide and Cassandra following suit, and then kicked the weapons towards Dominic. "Jack, March, and Adelaide Terran, you are under arrest. As citizens of the Kingdom of Kalaskar, you have the right to legal counsel, a speedy trial, and a priest of your choosing." His helmeted head shifted towards Cassandra. "What is your name?" "Cassandra Yerzov," said Cassandra. "You will be detained for questioning," said Dominic. He glanced up, and the Royal Guards turned towards the ladders descending to the main deck. "I need to make an immediate statement for the record," said March. "Everything you say is being recorded and will be used in your trial," said Dominic. March took a deep breath. He wanted to proclaim loudly that he had coerced Cassandra into helping them against her will, and he also wanted to get the Royal Guards to search the maintenance bay. He started to speak, and then a flicker of motion in the bay caught his eye. A man stepped out from behind one of the half-disassembled hydroponic pods. March's blood went cold. The man wore a gray business suit with a gray silk shirt and a gray silk tie. He looked older, at the late edge of middle age, and he had iron gray hair and a close-cropped goatee of the same color. His face was lined and weathered, the face of a vigorous man who had spent a great deal of time outdoors, and a patch of gray metal concealed his left eye. Save for the missing eye, he looked like a healthy, strong man of middle years, except for the black veins that spread beneath his face around the missing eye. March knew him. March knew him very well. He went by the name of Mr. Odin, a mocking reference to the mythology of primeval Earth, and he was a cognarch, one of the central minds controlling the final consciousness. Odin headed the covert arm of the final consciousness, and he commanded the Iron Hands and a vast army of spies, saboteurs, and collaborationists. With those tools, he had overthrown nations and laid entire worlds waste, destroying or enslaving them as part of the Machinist's brutal empire. Almost certainly, he had personally planned the attempt on the king's life. And he was here, right now, in Kalaskar Station, in the heart of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. If Odin had come to Kalaskar, that meant the cognarch was certain of his safety and had his escape planned out. "Jack," said Adelaide. She must have seen the shock on his face. "Look behind you," said March. "In the maintenance bay. Right now. Right now." "Is that your statement?" said Dominic, his plasma rifle never wavering. Odin smiled, gave a cheery little wave, and produced a phone from his coat pocket. "There are machinist agents in the maintenance bay right now," said March. "They're about to sabotage the station. Please send at least some of your men to." Odin tapped a button on his phone. A second later, the Tiger exploded. 14. Stop talking. The Tiger ripped apart in a massive fireball, and March had a half-second to realize just how badly they were screwed. Then the blast wave slammed into the station, and the explosion ripped an enormous breach through the docking corridor. The impact hurled March backward, and he hit the deck an instant before debris showered around him. He flung his cybernetic arm over his face to shield his head, which proved wise, because a chunk of superheated metal bounced off his arm with enough force that his head smacked off the deck. That hurt, but he forced himself to move through the pain. He had been in enough space battles to know what happened after an explosive hull breach. After the shockwave came the explosive decompression. March rolled to one knee just as the gale wind began howling down the corridor. Twisted debris littered the deck, some of it from the station's hull, quite a bit of it from the Tiger. Odin's agents must have smuggled a ship-to-ship missile aboard the Tiger and detonated the warhead, rather than causing the fusion reactor to go critical, because if the reactor had blown up, it would have vaporized a portion of the docking ring, and they would all be dead. But the damage was still considerable. A huge gaping breach had been ripped down the docking corridor, exposing it to the vacuum. The atmosphere howled out in a gale-force wind. Some of the Royal Guards went flying, but others remained in place, the boots in their armor forming a magnetic lock on the deck. More debris tumbled past. March felt the wind start to take him, and drove his cybernetic fist into the deck with enough force to leave a crater, arresting his motion. He looked around, trying to spot Adelaide and Cassandra. Cassandra had gotten her arms around a support column beneath the catwalk, and was clinging to it, the wind dragging at her body. Adelaide, where was Adelaide? March had a horrible vision of the explosion throwing her into the bulkhead, her skull shattering against the metal. He spotted her sliding across the deck, her arms and legs limp, her shoes missing, her eyes closed. Her face was a mask of blood, and the left sleeve of her jacket was shredded and burned. The clinical part of March's mind, the part trained by the Iron Hands and the Silent Order, noted that a piece of debris must have hit her in the arm and the head with enough force to throw her out of her shoes. The rest of March's mind noted that she was just within reach, and he seized her with his hand of flesh. Or he tried to. The wind was too strong, and his hand slid down her shoulder and side, but he managed to catch his fingers in the waistband of her skirt. He strained to hold her, every muscle clenching, the wind tugging at him, her hair streaming behind her head in the howling gale. He couldn't tell if she was breathing or not. There was a flash of blue light over the gaping hull breach. Kalaskar Station had emergency kinetic shields designed to prevent total loss of atmosphere in the event of a breach, and a blue haze snapped into existence over the gash. The wind stopped, and both March and Adelaide flopped to the deck. He shot a quick look at Adelaide, trying to assess her injuries. They were bad. She was unconscious but still alive. Her left arm was a mess, though whatever had hit her had also been hot enough to cauterize the torn flesh. But she needed a doctor, and she needed one right now. A resonant clang filled his ears. Blast doors, he realized. Both ends of the docking corridor would have automatically sealed off the damaged segment of the docking ring, which meant that this section of corridor had just become a massive kill box. "Jack," said Cassandra, still crouched behind the support column. "Get down," said March. "Right now." He grabbed Adelaide and dragged her behind a chunk of debris. "Wait a moment," said Dominic. He and another Royal Guard walked towards March. "You." The howl of plasma fire erupted from the maintenance bay, and a storm of bolts lashed out. 3 of the royal guards went down, concentrated plasma fire punching through their shielded armor. Dominic and the surviving guards dove for cover, taking shelter behind pieces of damaged bulkhead or chunks of the Tiger's hull. A plasma bolt shot past Mach's face, so close he felt the heat of it against his skin, and he ducked behind a twisted chunk of metal that had once been part of a cargo airlock. He got Adelaide behind the wreckage. He had to get her to a doctor right now. He took a quick look around the edge of the torn airlock and realized that she might not live long enough to need a doctor. At least a dozen men moved through the maintenance bay, plasma rifles in hand. Like Odin, they all wore business suits. Unlike Odin, they were all young and wore gloves over their left hands. Odin had brought iron hands to serve as the jaws of his trap. The surviving royal guards took cover behind the debris strewn across the docking corridor. But between the initial explosion and the first volley of fire, they were outnumbered 3-1. The royal guard sent a barrage of plasma fire into the bay, and the iron hands scattered, taking cover behind half-dismantled equipment. "Jack, my boy." Odin's deep voice boomed from within the bay, sounding like it was coming from a loudspeaker. March couldn't see him. He must have taken cover somewhere. "You should have known it was going to end this way." "Jack." He risked a look to the side, saw Cassandra crouched behind the catwalk support. A dead royal guard's plasma rifle had slid to a stop next to her. She kicked it, and the weapon spun across the deck. March grabbed it with his cybernetic arm and pulled it to him. "It would have been easier if you died on Kalaskar," continued Odin, "valiantly trying to save your mind-controlled fiancée, as we turned her into a puppet." Dominic cast a sharp look in Mach's direction. "That was how you were supposed to die, but as usual you were too foolish to know what was best for you." March lifted the rifle and peered around the side of the wreckage. The surviving guards had taken cover behind various chunks of debris from the Tiger and the station's hull, sending bursts of plasma fire into the bay. March counted a dozen iron hands in the maintenance bay, moving forward in groups. One group would lay down suppressive fire, forcing the royal guards to take cover, while a second rushed forward. They would leapfrog their way to the docking corridor, and when they were close enough to use grenades, that would end the fight then and there. Wait. March still had the rigged power packs in his coat pocket. The iron hands might not expect that. "Instead, you can die with the royal guard," said Odin. "You've caused me a lot of trouble, Jack. First on Burnchain Station and then on Raisha. And the temerity of an iron hand defecting to join the kingdom of Kalaskar." March peered over the edge of the shattered airlock, tracking the locations of the iron hands. One of them swung his plasma rifle towards him, and March ducked a half-second before a bolt sizzled through the space his head had occupied. He glanced down at Adelaide. She was still alive, but he didn't know how much longer she would stay that way without medical attention. He looked across the debris-strewn corridor and caught the gaze of Cassandra, who still crouched behind the support column for the catwalk. March gestured for her to stay down, and she nodded. "You can consider this a mercy," said Odin. "You've proven troublesome enough that I'm just going to kill you." The royal guards and the iron hands exchanged more plasma fire, the howl of the bolts filling Mach's ears, but he still had no trouble hearing Odin. "The pulse is coming, and it will turn Kalaskar to ashes. But you won't have to live to see the destruction of the side you chose." March risked another glance around the airlock, the rifle in both hands. A plan had formed in his mind during Odin's speech. It was insanely risky, but they were trapped, and they were all probably going to die anyway. He took a deep breath and surged to his feet, swinging the plasma rifle around. The bulk of the iron hands had gathered at the entrance to the bay, crouching behind a half-dismantled air handler as they sent fire at the royal guards. March spotted the nearest iron hand, the one who had been firing at him. The man looked like a typical iron hand, lean, fit, hard-faced, clad in dark clothing and tactical gear. He swung his plasma rifle around to track March, but he was too slow. March squeezed the trigger, and his plasma bolt burned off the top third of the Iron Hand's skull. The Iron Hand staggered to the side and fell over. March dashed around the ruined airlock and sprinted forward into the maintenance bay. He raised the rifle and started pulling the trigger, sending plasma bolts at the Iron Hands. The enemy had moved forward in a methodical, cautious advance, using the pieces of dismantled equipment as cover. They had intended to crush Dominic and the surviving royal guards in a pincer. That was the tactically sound approach, and had March been in their position, he would have done exactly the same thing. But they weren't in a good position to shoot him, and his wild charge and random firing forced them to take cover. March figured he had about 3 seconds before they recovered their bearings and killed him, and he rushed towards a half-dismantled hydroponic pod, a massive metal cylinder about the size of a van. He got off another shot as he ran, and to his surprise, he managed to hit another Iron Hand in the head. About half a second later, the Iron Hands unleashed a volley of plasma bolts. March flung himself behind the hydroponic pod, and the shots hammered into it. Some of the shots punched right through the thin metal of the tank and through the other side, and March pressed himself to the deck, hoping the thicker machinery of the POD's base would shield him. "Going out fighting, Jack," said Odin, a mocking tinge in the deep voice. "You might as well shoot yourself and save us all some time." March shot a quick look around the base of the pod. He thought he had pinpointed where Odin's voice originated. About 20 meters away was a huge air handler about the size of a house, and Odin's voice was coming from the base of the machine. Either Odin was standing behind it, out of everyone's line of sight, or he had left a speaker and a transmitter there. But March was certain Odin had stayed behind. Like Simon Laurie and so many of the machinist agents who had served him, Odin was a ruthless, brutal man who enjoyed getting his hands dirty from time to time. March had personally hindered him twice before, 3 times if you counted the king surviving the assassination attempt at the construction site, and Odin would want revenge. He would want to kill March with his own hands, or to watch March die with his own eyes, both his organic eye and whatever the hell was behind that eye patch. More plasma bolts hammered into the hydroponic pod. The Iron Hands were converging on it, bringing all their fire to bear. March pressed low to the deck, keeping the POD's thick base between him and the Iron Hands. The top half of the pod now looked like a shredded mass of half-melted metal. The Iron Hands had him pinned down, and they knew it. March could not even fire around the pod, because the sheer volume of incoming fire would hit him. Instead, he reached into his coat, yanked out the modified power packs and gripped them in his cybernetic hand. Typically, sabotaging a power pack would cause an explosion in about 3 seconds once it was triggered. Typically. Sometimes that could vary by up to a second. Sometimes they blew up immediately. He wished that he had some actual grenades, but this would have to do. March took a deep breath, listening to the roar of the plasma fire as the Iron Hands converged. They were close now. The Iron Hands would stack up near the pod, covering each other, and then rush around either side to finish him. Their boots rang against the deck. March yanked the wires from the power packs and slid them around the corner, taking cover behind the POD's thick base. As they rasped across the deck, he curled up into a ball, his hands clamped over his ears. He heard the Iron Hands start to take cover, as they saw an object that might be a grenade slide across the deck towards them. The power packs exploded. The shockwave was so immense that the hydroponic pod rocked upward, high enough that March thought it was going to tip over and crush him. The noise was somehow worse. The repair bay was essentially a giant metal box, and the sound of the explosion echoed over and over through the space. Even with his hands clamped over his ears, the noise was still painful. The hydroponic pod slammed back onto the deck, the ringing sound lost in the echoes rolling through the repair bay. March surged to his feet, went around the pod, and started firing. 7 Iron Hands had converged on his position, and the sabotaged power packs had killed 3 of them, their smoking corpses lying on the deck. 2 more were stunned, and the remaining 2 were on their feet, plasma rifles tracking towards March. He shot them both, and then hurriedly put plasma bolts through the heads of the corpse of every Iron Hand. The hive implants wired to the base of their skulls could take control of their corpses and bring them back to the battle otherwise. March sprinted across the repair bay, making for the half-dismantled air handler. Plasma bolts burned through the air behind him as the surviving Royal Guards traded fire with the remaining Iron Hands, but neither group was shooting at March, at least not yet. His eyes swept over the air handler. The damn thing was the size of a house, and at least half of its surface had open access panels. Odin could be hiding anywhere in it. A gray blur shot out from the side and resolved into Odin, a wide smile on his bearded face as he leveled a plasma pistol and squeezed the trigger. The bolt burned for March's heart, but he reacted on reflex, and he snapped up his rifle in guard. The bolt struck the rifle at the base of the barrel, and the weapon ripped apart in his cybernetic hand. For a blazing instant he thought that the power pack would explode, and March flung aside the ruined weapon with a clatter. He lost his balance and fell to one knee, and Odin shot him again. March managed to twist to the side, and the plasma bolt burned a chunk out of his cybernetic left forearm. It didn't hurt, not exactly. There was a sensation of pressure, and he felt a partial loss of function in the limb. In time, the arm would repair itself as its native nanotech harvested iron molecules from its surroundings, and used them as raw materials to rebuild the damaged components. As far as March knew, the only way to permanently destroy the arm and stop it from repairing itself was to kill him. Which looked like it was about to happen. Odin stood a dozen paces away, pistol leveled at March's face. March was fast, but there was no way he could reach the cognurch before he pulled the trigger. He braced himself for the end. At least it would be quick. A plasma bolt to the head or to the chest would destroy the brain or the heart, causing a near-immediate loss of consciousness. Perhaps it was only proper, given the violent life March had lived, that he would fall to violence. Certainly March had always expected a violent death. But Adelaide, she didn't deserve this. He had tried to save her and failed, and now the final consciousness would take her life, as it had already taken so much from her. But Odin did something that March did not expect. He started talking. "You see, Jack," he said, his voice jovial, his visible eye as cold as the lifeless void between the stars. "You can call this mercy." Why the bloody hell was he talking? "You abandoned the final consciousness for the primitives of Kalaskar," said Odin. "We are the pinnacle of human evolution, and you betrayed us for a monarchy. For a woman. To spend time at barbecues with her useless family." Spite, March realized. He had left the final consciousness, and he had thwarted Odin's plans on multiple occasions. The cognurch was taking the opportunity to gloat, to vent his annoyance. A mistake. March felt the weight of the holstered pistol resting against his lower back. "But I'm still giving you a merciful death," said Odin. March flexed the fingers of his right hand. "You ought to have died with the king and that wretched archaeologist of yours, but you made a botch of it. I would rather that you have watched Dr. Terran die, but this is better. To come so close to escaping, only to die at the very end. A fitting end for a traitor. Still, you won't live to see the pulse destroy Kalaskar." "You talk too goddamn much," said March, and he moved. Odin might have indulged himself with that little speech, but he was still deadly quick. Even as March moved, Odin squeezed the trigger. March snapped his left arm up, and the plasma bolt struck his forearm. The alloy of his cybernetic arm could punch through concrete without a scratch, but the plasma blast vaporized his left hand and about half of his forearm. The heat of it washed over his face, the harsh fumes stinging his eyes and nose. Before Odin pulled the trigger again, March got his own plasma pistol free and fired. Odin's one eye just had time to widen in surprise. The plasma bolt burned into Odin's chest and he staggered. It should have killed him at once, but it didn't. March suspected some of Odin's cybernetic enhancements included subdermal and skeletal armor. Odin tried to line up his pistol for another shot, but March swung the stump of his cybernetic arm and knocked the weapon aside, even as he kept pulling the trigger. 3 more plasma bolts stabbed into Odin's chest, and the cognate fell to one knee. The next 2 shots burned into his forehead and his face. Odin fell backward, his face and the top of his head a smoking ruin of char and black bone. The plasma bolt had ripped away his eye patch, and March saw the thing that had replaced his left eye. At first glance it looked like a polished black stone, but March recognized it for what it was. It looked like the quantum inducers, the firestones, and the other pieces of technology left behind by the Great Elder Ones. March tucked his pistol beneath his damaged left arm, reached down and ripped the machine from Odin's skull. It felt icy cold beneath his fingers, even though it had just soaked up a plasma bolt. He knelt, felt through Odin's coat, and found an object that looked like a small blue stone carved into a stylized scarab. That was the quantum inducer from the heart of a Wraith device. With it, perhaps March could prove that Adelaide had been mind-controlled when she had tried to kill the king. If she was even still alive. Had Cassandra been hurt in the fighting? The roar of plasma fire had fallen silent in the background. Either the royal guards had prevailed or the Iron Hands. He shoved both the quantum inducer and the thing from inside Odin's skull into his pocket and turned. Before he found Adelaide, before he tried to convince the royal guards not to kill him, March needed to first deal with his damaged arm. He already felt the pressure building in the arm as the nanobots began to repair it. They would start harvesting appropriate metals from the environment, and if he wasn't careful, they would open up yet another hull breach. March shoved the stump of his left forearm against the side of the air handler. The limb vibrated and fused with the air handler for a second, and then March ripped his arm away. A cylindrical chunk of molten metal rested on the end on his arm, the heat of it radiating against his face and making fresh sweat break out. It was just as well that the plasma bolts had already destroyed the left sleeve of his coat, or else the heat would have made it caught fire. The molten metal ripped and shuddered as the nanobots from his implants swarmed into it, reshaping it as they rebuilt his arm. Another hour or 2, and he would have use of the limb again. He turned and saw Captain Dominic approaching. The Royal Guard held his plasma rifle ready, not quite pointing at March, but able to aim it at him in the blink of an eye. "Adelaide," said March. He wanted to push past the Royal Guard and run to Adelaide, but that would be a great way to get shot. "And Cassandra. Are they still alive?" "Yes," said Dominic. He sounded bone-deep exhausted. "Dr. Yerzov is unhurt. Dr. Terran was badly wounded. Emergency crews are coming to deal with the hull breach, and a medical team is coming as well, both for my wounded men and for Dr. Terran." He gestured with the plasma rifle at March. "What the hell is wrong with your arm?" "Odin shot it," said March. "It's rebuilding." "How'd you beat him?" said Dominic. He stopped to talk. Dominic glanced at the smoking corpse. "That's always a mistake." March lifted his right hand. "One of these is the quantum inducer from the mind control device the machinist used on Adelaide. The other is an implant from Odin's skull. They're both dangerous and should be under immediate guard." He took a deep breath. God, but he was tired, and the last 2 days' fatigue and fear were crushing down on him, but that didn't matter. "Also, I forced Cassandra to help me against her will by threatening violence, and—" "I don't know what the hell's going on here," said Dominic, "but it's beyond my pay grade." He shook his head. "There's more happening than you know. I found out some of it after you disappeared. We're at war. The final consciousness is attacking the kingdom of Kalaskar on all fronts. I don't know what to do with you, but you had better come with me." 15. Final consciousness. March followed Dominic into the corridor, still carrying the 2 pieces of technology from the Great Elder Ones, his left forearm glowing as the cybernetic limb rebuilt itself. More people swarmed through the corridor, repair technicians in red pressure suits and helmets, security personnel in blue uniforms, and medical techs. A knot of them had gathered around the chunk of the airlock where March had dragged Adelaide. He had a sudden premonition that he would see them lifting a stretcher, Adelaide lying dead and bloody upon it. Jack. He turned his head and saw Cassandra picking her way over the rubble-strewn deck, a royal guard following her. Some relief went through him. As far as he could tell, Cassandra was unhurt. At least her death would not be on his already overburdened conscience. Cassandra had followed him of her own volition, but nonetheless, March had dragged her into this. Cassandra stopped and gaped at his arm. "What happened to you?" "Got shot," said March, lifting his left forearm. The molten metal had taken the rough shape of a hand as the nanobots continued their work. "It'll be fine in an hour or so." "Are you hurt?" She shook her head. "No. I ducked behind the pillar as soon as the shooting started, and I stayed there. I guess the Iron Hands were so busy with the Royal Guards that everyone forgot about me." "Thanks for getting me that rifle," said March. "Is Odin?" she started. "Dead," said March. "Found the quantum inducer." He reached the knot of medics as two of them lifted a stretcher. Adelaide lay upon it, eyes closed. The medics had placed an emergency pressure bandage on the gash in her head and more around the bloody ruin of her left arm. Several tubes went into her right arm, connected to a drug complier mounted on the stretcher's side. An oxygen mask was over her face, which seemed gray from blood loss, and her closed eyes had sunken deeper into their sockets. March stepped forward, reaching for her with his right hand. One of the medics gave him an impatient look and put a hand on his chest, no doubt assuming he was one of the victims of the explosion. "Sir, please get out of our way. She needs immediate surgery," said the medic. "We." His eyes widened. "What the hell is that on your hand?" He had spotted the angry glow coming from the heated metal of March's left hand. "He's fine," said Dominic. "Get moving." The medic blinked again and began giving instructions to his men. Two of them moved off with Adelaide, the anti-gravity stretcher floating between them. Other medics moved to help the fallen Royal Guards. Some of them, March suspected, would have survived thanks to their armor. Some of them were dead. "Where are they taking her?" said March. "The infirmary," said Dominic. "You two had better come with me. You can wait there." "Are we under arrest?" said March. Dominic paused for a long moment. March had the impression he was listening to something on his helmet's comm. "I don't know," he said at last. "Whatever the hell's going on is beyond my pay grade. I don't know what's going on with you two, but the decision's out of my hands. This way." "I'm sorry about your men," said March. Dominic hesitated and glanced back at him. "You didn't kill them. You warned us that we had walked into a trap. Too bad we didn't listen. You went out of your way to avoid killing anyone. Thank you for that." "I'm sure that will serve us well at the trial," said March. He was too tired to tell if that was sarcastic or not. "I think we've moved past a trial," said Dominic. He led them down the docking corridor to the lift doors. Two more Royal Guards fell in behind them. They stopped before the doors and waited in silence, since the medics had taken Adelaide and the wounded guards on the previous car. March's left hand began to cool as it settled into its previous shape, and he felt twinges down his arm. Not quite pain, but something like tightness and itching as the rebuilt cybernetic limb began to come back online. The human nervous system had not been made to interpret the feeling of a cybernetic arm rebuilding itself, and so interpreted the sensation as a pulling and pinching. March didn't care. His thoughts were fixed on Adelaide, on what he could have done differently. The next lift car arrived, and they stepped aside as more repair crews rushed out. Their expressions were grim, and the men looked shaken. He wondered why. As violent as the hull breach had been, on an installation the size of Kalaskar Station, it was trivial, and the emergency systems had responded well. The repair crews would likely have the breach fully repaired in 2 days. They stepped into the lift car, which was large enough that it looked like a bus, and March saw the screens mounted to the wall. Civil Defense Emergency, they proclaimed, and an official government notification played. As of 2 hours ago, the Kingdom of Kalaskar was officially at war. All reserve military units had been activated. All installations, bases, and ships were to maintain standby alert. All civilian defense associations were to exercise the highest level of vigilance, and further directives would come from the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Defense. All that because Adelaide had almost shot the king. No. Something else was going on. What happened? Said March. You'll see, said Dominic. The lift car shot through the depths of Kalaskar Station. Given the size of the station, the lift was less of an elevator and more like a high-speed train. After a journey of 5 minutes, the car stopped and the doors opened into a wide corridor with a polished deck. Screens mounted along the wall every so often displayed station news and updates, though right now, all of them showed information about the civil defense emergency. Infirmary's this way, said Dominic. He touched the side of the helmet. They're taking Dr. Tarrant into surgery. For what? Said March, though he could guess. Cranial trauma, skull fracture, brain swelling, and internal bleeding from the explosion, said Dominic. He hesitated. She's probably going to need a cybernetic replacement for the left hand and forearm. Apparently they can't clone her one. Genetic damage due to battery alloy poisoning when she was younger, said March, voice grim. Cassandra gripped his right shoulder. Can I see her? Not yet, said Dominic. Some high-ranking people want to talk to you and Dr. Yerzov separately. They headed through an open blast door with the words, Medical Wing above the arch. Since Kalaskar Station was essentially an artificial city orbiting the planet, the medical wing was the size of a metropolitan hospital. The lobby's counters were manned by courtesy androids who sifted the incoming cases and sent them off to the appropriate rooms. 4 more royal guards met them, and 2 of them escorted Cassandra off in one direction. Dominic and the other 2 led March to the surgical wing, and then to a waiting room. The room had been built of dull blue metal, with the chairs bolted to the floor in the event of gravitational failure. 2 monitors had been affixed to the wall. Have a seat, said Dominic, and March crossed to the far chair and sat down. A VIP wants to talk to you. He paused. I would handcuff you to the chair, but with that arm of yours, you'd rip it off. So if you get up, I will have to shoot you. March couldn't tell if he was joking or not, but he was too tired and too worried to care. Been a long day, March said, dropping into the chair. Good to get off my feet. Dominic stood in silence. March simply enjoyed the sensation of sitting, holding his left arm out, so it didn't accidentally ignite the upholstery on the nearby chairs. I got to ask you something, said Dominic. Sure, said March. At this point, it really didn't matter. It occurred to him that Adelaide might die in surgery. If she did, he didn't really care what happened to anything. How the hell did you get away from us in Kalaskar City? Said Dominic. The museum site is surrounded by empty fields for miles in all directions. Our patrol drones should have spotted you as soon as we got organized. March shook his head. We went underground. Kalaskar City is like a tree. The roots spread much deeper than the city itself. That shouldn't be possible, said Dominic. You can break into the underground, sure, but the maintenance drones would kill you without proper authentication. I did wreck a maintenance drone, said March. Stashed some supplies in the underground, and then headed to Kalaskar City proper. Clever, said Dominic. surprised that more fugitives don't use the underground. "Captain," said March, "what the hell's going on? There's no way that we should have been able to move around Kalaskar City as much as we did." He reached into his jacket pocket with his organic hand and drew out the quantum inducer and the piece of ancient technology he had taken from Odin's skull. "For that matter, I should have been able to contact someone who knows about these things, but I couldn't reach him. We took the king to a secure location immediately after the incident at the museum site," said Dominic. March supposed it was a good sign that the Royal Guard hadn't called it an attack. "As for what has been happening, see for yourself." He stepped to one of the screens and tapped the controls a few times, switching it to display the official news feed. A somber-looking female newscaster came on, gazing at the camera. Initial reports indicate that no more than 10 of the Royal Navy ships managed to escape the attack at the Antioch system, but the planet and most of the adjoining stations and outposts have fallen under machinist rule. "What?" said March. The report continued. The Final Consciousness, the newscaster said, had launched an unprovoked and massive assault on the Antioch system, one of the 7 core systems of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. The attack had coincided with multiple acts of sabotage across the core systems, slowing and hindering the military's response. The Prime Minister and the King were scheduled to make public statements in the coming days, but the Ministry of Defense and the Admiralty were scrambling to respond. And that was just the official news, edited for public consumption. The real situation, March knew, was likely to be much worse. "How bad is it?" said March. "Bad," said Dominic. The 2nd and 4th fleets were on station in the Antioch system. Both fleets were ambushed and destroyed. He gestured towards March's right hand. Apparently, the Lord Admiral of the 4th Fleet was under the influence of one of those mind control machines, and he put his ships in exactly the worst possible position to fight off the machinists. The last report from Antioch II's Tachyon relay said that 90% of the 2 fleets had been destroyed. The planet itself and most of the outlying asteroid colonies had fallen to the machinists, and Antioch Station itself was under siege. There hasn't been a message since, so the Tachyon relay probably fell soon after. March said nothing. Antioch Station, like Kalaskar Station itself, was a heavily defended orbital installation. Yet even a well-armed space station would fall to an invader without support. And if the 2nd and 4th fleets had been destroyed, the Royal Kalaskaran Navy was organized into 20 fleets, so in one battle, Kalaskar had lost 1/10 of its warships. Bad was an understatement. "There was a wave of sabotage," said Dominic. "Key installations and ships destroyed or disabled. I think your fiancé shooting the king was supposed to be the crown jewel of the attack. At least something went right today." March thought of Adelaide lying gray and motionless on the stretcher as the medics hauled her away. "Yeah," he said. But it was obvious what had happened. Cassandra had unknowingly figured it out during their search for the Wraith device that had entangled Adelaide. The Final Consciousness had realized that Cassandra's Eclipse machine would negate the advantage of their mind control weapon. Rather than lose that advantage, the enemy had decided to spend it all at once. With devastating effect, the Final Consciousness had seized one of Kalaskar's 7 core systems and wiped out 1/10 of the Royal Navy in a single day. It was not as heavy of a blow as it could have been. Antioch was the youngest of Kalaskar's 7 core systems, and most of the kingdom's population, industry, and shipyards were elsewhere. Yet controlling the Antioch system would give the machinists straightforward attack vectors deeper into Kalaskaran space. For the entire time, March had been part of the Silent Order. The Final Consciousness and the Kingdom of Kalaskar had been locked in a simmering Cold War that frequently broke into violent skirmishes in border systems. But the Cold War had turned deadly hot, and it would be a fight to the death now. He had chosen Kalaskar over the Final Consciousness. Could Kalaskar win this fight? March didn't know. He didn't know if he could contribute to the fight. Depending on what happened now, there was a very real chance he might spend the war in a penal colony. That did not trouble him nearly as much as the thought of Adelaide dying. His mind wanted to recoil from the idea, but March had seen too much, endured too much, to flinch from a brutal truth now. If she died, he would find a way to make the final consciousness pay for what it had done. Perhaps in the kingdom's military. Or if the government decided to send him to prison for the attack on the king, he would break out, steal a ship, and start a one-man war against the machinists. That would, of course, inevitably end with his death, but March had always thought he would die in battle. It was only after meeting Adelaide that he had begun to think otherwise. Dominic tilted his head to the side, no doubt listening to something on his helmet. He turned and crossed the door. It slid open, and a man wearing a suit stepped into the waiting room. He was on the older side, with white hair and a close-cropped beard of the same color. Something about him put March in mind of a dusty old academic, like some of the professors he had seen at the University of Kalaskar, the ones who rarely left their office or the library. He had distant blue eyes, like he was constantly looking at something only he could see. The old man looked at Dominic. "I'll leave you alone then," said Dominic. He saluted and left the waiting room with the other two royal guards, the door sliding shut behind them. The old man watched them go and then turned. He sat across from March with a sigh and leaned forward, elbows resting upon his knees. "Who are you?" said March. "I think," said Censor in his familiar voice, "that it's time we met face to face, Captain March." 16. Omega. March stared at the old man. "Who are you?" he said again. "Let's not waste time," said Censor. "You know exactly who I am. You have been taking assignments from me for years. I imagine you have many questions, so we'll start with the most urgent ones. Dr. Taryn is currently in surgery. So far, she is responding well. She will need a cybernetic limb replacement from her left elbow down, but her prognosis is favorable, barring unexpected complications." March let out a breath. "Cassandra." "Dr. Yerzov is unharmed," said Censor. "Nor is she facing any legal danger. The fact of the matter is, Captain March, you saved the king's life and managed to rescue Dr. Taryn in the process. You did it without anyone getting killed until Odin's ambush. Dr. Yerzov will have a choice to make, as will you, but she is presently in no danger." Censor paused. "At least, she is in no more danger than the rest of us, given the machinist's threat to the kingdom of Kalaskar." "Why couldn't I reach you?" said March. "Our communication system came under attack by machinist operatives at the same time the king arrived at the museum site," said Censor. "Part of a coordinated sabotage effort across the entire kingdom of Kalaskar. I'm afraid we didn't see it coming. It should have been obvious, of course. Once Dr. Yerzov's Eclipse devices were installed in every military installation, the machinists would have lost the strategic advantages offered by their Wraith devices. You've heard of the disaster in the Antioch system by now, I expect. That was the most serious defeat, but we've had numerous others. Currently, our defense is in disarray. I expect communications and the chain of command to be restored within 72 hours, but the damage has been done. We have lost the Antioch system, and I expect it will be a hard fight to get it back." "All this because of the eclipse," said March. Censor shook his head. "It would have happened anyway. Not exactly as it did, but in some form or another. No other interstellar nation has resisted the final consciousness for as long as we have, and so the machinists have been preparing for a war of annihilation against us. If the beginning of that war didn't come today, it might have come tomorrow or in 5 years, but certainly within your natural lifespan. You've seen evidence of the weapon they are building to deal the death blow to Kalaskar." "The Pulse," said March. He had seen an early version of the weapon tested on Raisha. "Correct," said Censor. The old man sighed. For all our preparations, for all our vigilance, I'm afraid we were taken off guard and are now paying the price. His cold, sharp eyes considered March. One of the few bright spots of the last 48 hours has been your performance. The king ought to have been killed at the construction site, followed swiftly thereafter by your death and that of Dr. Tarrant. Your quick thinking and action averted one less disaster today, though not without cost. Adelaide almost died, said March. And she will have a rough recovery ahead of her. Yes, said Censor. The old man's expression of distant thoughtfulness softened for a moment. Not without cost and not without consequence. Those consequences are what we must discuss now. He rose to his feet. Come with me, Captain March. March shook his head. Not until Adelaide wakes up. Censor tilted his head to the side, as if listening to something. Maybe he had a concealed earpiece. She is in surgery now. Once the procedures are complete, she will not awaken for another 8 to 12 hours. The prognosis is quite favorable. The blunt fact of the matter is that you can do more for her by coming with me than you can by sitting at her bedside. Fine, said March, getting to his feet. But I want to be back here by the time she wakes up. You shall, said Censor. One way or another. Where are we going? Said March. You have a decision to make, said Censor. We will show you the facts, and then you can choose however you wish. It was an odd thing to say. March was tired and angry, and he wanted to take it out on someone. Maybe punch a hole through a wall as soon as his left forearm finished rebuilding. But that would do nothing for Adelaide or Cassandra. March at the moment could do nothing for Adelaide. Her life was in the hands of the doctors. He sighed. Let on. Censor nodded. The door slid open, and March saw that Dominic and another royal guard waited in the corridor. The guards and Censor led March through the corridors, and they took another lift car. March watched the map of the station on the wall screen, and the car took them from the medical wing in the station's core to docking ring 1. The lift car opened, and they walked through the main concourse of the docking ring to an airlock. Are we leaving? Said March. Yes, said Censor. It will be a short flight, though. We will be back by the time Dr. Tarrant awakens. They passed through the airlock, down a short corridor, and into the passenger compartment of a shuttle. It was more luxuriously appointed than most of the shuttles March had seen and ridden on in his life. It's the acceleration chairs, large and comfortable, and holographic displays on the walls, showing an exterior view of the station and the shuttle itself. 2 serving androids stood motionless in the center of the compartment, waiting for orders. King Alexander Kala, the 16th of his name, sat in one of the chairs, gazing at March. He still wore the crisp black uniform of a royal guard, though he had opened the top buttons of the jacket and held a glass with amber-colored liquor. His bearded face was solemn, and his deep eyes turned towards March. Again, March felt the strange pressure from the king, the sense that he was possessed by a dark energy macrobe. Your Majesty, said Censor. Captain Jack March. Thank you, said the king. He had dark eyes, deep and tired, and they turned towards Dominic. Please tell the pilot we are departing for the mountain at once. Then leave me with my guests until I send for you. Your Majesty, said Dominic. The royal guards left the passenger compartment and headed into the shuttle's control room, leaving March alone with the King of Kalaskar and the head of the Silent Order. Please be seated, said the king, gesturing at the chair facing him. March hesitated and then sat. It did feel good to sit down again. Censor moved to stand at the king's left hand. Would you care for a drink? March blinked, fatigue hammering at him, and he pushed it aside. Yes, thank you. The king gestured to one of the serving androids, which bustled off to one of the cabinets built into the wall. The shuttle jolted, and March felt the familiar vibrations of a ship undocking from an airlock. The holographic screens on the walls came to life, showing a view of Kalaskar as the shuttle flew towards the planet. "It seems that I owe you my life," said the king. "Dr. Terran was under the control of a Wraith device, and you stopped her from killing me, and escaped without killing any of my royal guards." "I should have realized what was happening sooner," said March. The serving android approached with a glass identical to what was in the king's hand, and March took it and drank. A strong brandy burned against his throat. He supposed there were proprieties to be observed in the presence of the monarch, but he couldn't remember them, and was too tired and worried to care in any event. She had been acting erratically. If I had. "We all should have realized what was happening sooner," said the king. "Hindsight, alas, is ever clearer than foresight. Even for me." March wondered what that meant. "And Censor tells me that you killed Odin. That was a great blow for Kalaskar." "Little good it does now that open warfare has begun," said March. "Perhaps, but it counts for something," said the king, gesturing to Censor. "The man who called himself Odin was one of the founding members of the Final Consciousness over 7 centuries ago," said Censor. "Even as other cognarchs were killed in battle and new ones came to take their place, Odin remained. His was the mind that directed all the covert strategies of the Final Consciousness. The Wraith devices and the attack on Kalaskar were his masterwork, and they destroyed 1/10 of our naval strength and seized the Antioch system. He came here in person to oversee the pinnacle of his attack, the death of the king. You thwarted him, and his hatred for you undid him at the end." He looked at March. "It was Odin who engineered the fall of your homeworld Calixtus decades before you were born. It was Odin who ordered the destruction of Martel's world, which brought you to Kalaskar. Much evil has been avenged with his death. Perhaps Kalaskar can yet be spared the fate of those unhappy worlds," said the king. His gaze turned back to March. "You have my gratitude, Jack March. Because of that, you have a choice to make. But first, we must establish the parameters of this conversation." "Parameters?" said March. He wasn't sure what to make of Alexander Kala. He had only seen the king in news reports, always looking dignified and lordly, or making brief remarks on patriotic duty. The king of Kalaskar was in many ways the most powerful man in the government, but he rarely exercised that power, since he was in many ways a symbol. The fact that he was also a man of flesh and blood was irrelevant to the monarchy, and even a potential liability. "Because you used to be an iron hand," said the king. "You can sense it, can you? Something strange about me." March hesitated. "You feel like a navigator." The king nodded. "And what is a navigator?" "A human possessed by a dark energy macrobe," said March. "If the human survives the experience," he remembered killing the mutated passengers and crew of the Alpine, "the navigator can sense dark energy flows and can navigate in hyperspace with incredible accuracy." "Correct," said the king. "The navigators have always been one of Kalaskar's ultimate defenders, the reasons we have prevailed in wars against our foes." "But the navigators," said Censor, "are not the only way humans can be possessed by dark energy macrobes." "I don't understand," said March. "I will demonstrate," said the king. "Tell me 4 things, Captain March. Things I could not know by reading your file, which I did on my way to Kalaskar Station. Let 2 of them be true, and 2 of them be lies." March still didn't understand, but he shrugged. "All right. I killed my first man when I was 11. My favorite food is grilled chicken strips. I replaced the hyperdrive on the Tiger 3 times. He felt a pang as he thought of his ship, destroyed in Odin's trap, but he was so afraid for Adelaide he could barely think on it. I can't remember the names of all of Adelaide's siblings." The king looked at him, and his eyes started to glow. March's mostly repaired left hand curled into a fist. He had seen that shade of blue light shining in human eyes before, in humans who had been possessed by dark energy macrobes. Yet Censor remained unalarmed. Was the king a navigator? No, He had just said that there were different forms of dark energy possession. "You did kill your first man when you were 11, said the king, his voice soft. "Your favorite food is not grilled chicken strips." It was, in fact, vat-grown eggs and bacon accompanied by strong coffee. "You have not replaced the hyperdrive in the Tiger 3 times. It had, in fact, been 4, most recently after he had met Cassandra for the first time. "And you know the names of all your fiancé's siblings." They sat in silence for a moment, the only sound the hum of the shuttle's fusion drive as it flew towards Kalaskar. The planet grew larger on the holographic displays flickering over the walls. "How can you know that?" said March. "Why do you think the Kalaskaran monarchy has endured for the 2,000 years since the fall of the Fifth Terran Empire?" said the king, the blue light in his eyes dimming. March shrugged. "The support of the silent order." "That is part of it," said the king. "But monarchy, as a system of governance, is obsolete and inefficient. 100 billion people live under the authority of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. One man cannot possibly govern them all. Something deep within the human heart craves monarchy, yes, but that does not translate into effective governance for billions of people." "So how has the monarchy endured?" said March. "The king of Kalaskar cannot speak a falsehood," said Censor, "but he will know if a falsehood is spoken." The dry note returned to his voice. "A rather useful tool in politics, as you can imagine." "How is that possible?" said March. "Truth and falsehood exist on a quantum level," said the king. "The macrobe within me senses them, just as the navigators sense the paths through hyperspace. When my father died before my coronation, I underwent the trial. The macrobe and I bonded in a symbiotic relationship. Ever since then, I have been unable to speak a falsehood, but neither can anyone lie to me. Thus I serve as the center of gravity for the government of Kalaskar, for no magistrate, official or officer can tell a lie to me." "You are familiar with Kalaskaran history," said Censor. "You will no doubt recall monarchs who only lasted a short time on the throne, who died suddenly and were replaced by the next in line to the crown." March frowned. Yes. He had noticed that, but hadn't thought about it very much. "Did the silent order assassinate them?" "No," said the king. "To bond with a macrobe requires a trial, just as the navigators must endure one to become what they are. Some can endure the trial. Others cannot and so perish." A chime came from speakers overhead. "We're approaching atmosphere, Your Majesty," came the pilot's voice. March glanced at the holographic displays. The image of Kalaskar now dominated the screen, the curve of the planet's horizon covering the entire wall. From what he could tell, the shuttle's vector was taking it towards the planet's south pole. Which didn't make much sense. Kalaskar had a continent that covered the southern pole, but it was sheathed in glaciers. There were some seismic research stations there, and a few companies mined the glaciers to obtain fresh water, but other than that the polar continent was deserted. "Better strap in," said Censor, seating himself between the king and March. "The atmosphere turbulence near the mountain can sometimes be jarring." "The mountain," said March. There were restraints hidden within the cushioned chair, and he buckled them into place. "Where are we going?" "To make you an offer," said Censor. "In gratitude for saving my life and all you have done for the kingdom of Kalaskar," said the king. "You can accept or decline the offer, but there will be consequences either way. Such is the nature of life." The shuttle began to shudder as it entered the atmosphere. Yellow-orange light flared across the holographic displays as the shuttle angled its shields for re-entry. March watched as the planet drew closer and closer. They flew over the Southern Ocean, and then the polar continent came into sight, covered in unending ice, broken icebergs breaking off to float in the waters along the coast. A mountain rose from the coastline, gray and stark. It was enormous, at least 5 miles high, its base surrounded by deep valleys. Glaciers ran down its sides in rivers of dark ice. March frowned as he looked at the holographic image of the mountain. He had not paid all that much attention to the physical geography of Kalaskar. It hadn't come up much in his work for the Silent Order, and since he had moved in with Adelaide, he had spent most of his time in the area around Kalaskar City. "That mountain," he said. "It's not on the official maps, is it?" "No," said Sensor. The shuttle jolted, adjusting itself to the freezing winds as it flew towards the mountain's peak. Something of a useless affectation, I know. Obviously, the terrain can be observed with ease by the instruments of any vessel in orbit. Nevertheless, the airspace and orbital slots over the southern polar continent are restricted, and any unauthorized craft will be shot down. Someone had carved a hangar into the side of the mountain, perhaps 4 miles up, and he saw the blue glow of guidance lights around its entrance. "What is inside the mountain?" said March. "The heart of the Silent Order," said the king, "and the ultimate guardian of Kalaskar." The shuttle slowed and headed for the hangar. The whine of the anti-gravs accompanied a few bursts of the ion thrusters, and the shuttle put down, rocking a little as it settled on its landing struts. The king unbuckled his restraints and stood, as did Sensor. "Come, Captain March," said the king. "You are owed answers, and the monarchy of Kalaskar always pays its debts." The royal guards returned to the compartment, and they left the shuttle, exiting through the airlock and into the hangar. It was cold, but warmer than March would have expected. He saw the faint haze of an atmosphere shield over the mouth of the hangar, the polar continent visible far below. The hangar had been cut from the rock of the mountain, the stone fused with plasma torches to make it smooth and level. A half-dozen maintenance robots, bulky cylinders mounted on treads, rolled towards the shuttle and began working on the hull. "This way," said Sensor, and March followed the head of the Silent Order and the king towards a set of blast doors on the far side of the hangar. The royal guards remained with the shuttle. The blast doors slid open, revealing a large lift. March, Sensor, and the king stepped into the lift, and the doors hissed shut behind them. The car lurched, and the lift descended into the earth. "You're putting a great deal of trust in me," said March. He flexed his left hand. The limb had almost entirely rebuilt itself. The metal of his fingers still looked rough, but it was smoothing even as he looked. The king only raised an eyebrow. "If you wanted to kill me, you had ample opportunity earlier." "Your loyalty has been proven beyond doubt," said Sensor. "Which is why you will have a choice few in the Silent Order have ever been given." "What choice is that?" said March. "To become an Omega operative," said Sensor. "Omega," said March. He knew all the different levels of operative within the Silent Order. Alpha operatives were field agents who went out and completed missions. He had been one for years. But he had never heard of an Omega operative. The car slowed. March looked at the control panel and saw that they had descended 4 miles, deep into the heart of the mountain. The lift stopped, and the doors hissed open, revealing a short metal corridor. 4 heavily armed security drones stood in the corridor, robots that looked like metal spiders with gun turrets mounted on their abdomens. Another pair of heavy blast doors stood at the far end of the corridor. They looked capable of withstanding just about anything. "What is this place?" said March. "The heart of both Kalaskar and the Silent Order," said the king, stepping from the lift car. They walked to the end of the corridor, and the blast doors slid open. The chamber beyond was immense, a huge cylinder carved from the rock. It stretched at least 500 meters overhead and dropped 200 meters from the blast doors. A round metal balcony extended into the cylindrical chamber, and March, the king, and Sensor stepped onto it. Machines lined the walls of the great chamber, thousands of identical machines, black rectangles with glowing blue highlights. They were linked together by blue glowing circuits. March had seen a design like that somewhere before. He recognized the machines and froze in surprise. "Do you know what you are seeing?" said the king. "Those are neural AI processing units," said March. "From the Third Terran Empire. This is..." He frowned. This is an artificial intelligence. A true artificial intelligence, not a pseudo-intelligence. Correct, Captain March, said the king. Welcome to Censor. March frowned and looked at the old man in the suit. I thought you were Censor. But he had wondered in the past if Censor was some sort of dispatch communication system, or an advanced pseudo-intelligent computer like Vigil on the Tiger, but far more powerful. But he had never dreamed that Censor was a true AI. I am the current holder of that office, said Censor. He waved a hand at the massive computer rising above them. This, however, is the Censor AI. This artificial intelligence monitors every piece of information it can gather about the kingdom of Kalaskar, and makes recommendations about how to act against potential threats. I don't understand, said March. Every single true artificial intelligence degenerates into homicidal insanity. That's what destroyed the Third Terran Empire. The AIs went insane and tried to wipe out humanity. The founders of Kalaskar were among the few who knew the secret to creating a stable AI, said the king. Symbiosis, said Censor. Much as the macrobe and humanity merged to become a navigator. To achieve and maintain sanity, an artificial intelligence must have a mental link with a human to act as the interface and to provide executive function. He rolled up his right sleeve, revealing something that looked like a metal bracer attached to his forearm. This interfaces with my nervous system and allows me to communicate with the AI from any distance. Together we monitor and oversee the silent order and advise the king. I am merely the latest in a long line of men and women who have had the honor of holding this office of Censor. There have been many censors before me, and I hope there shall be many more after I am dead. Together, the Censor and the king are the guardians of Kalaskaran civilization, said the king. Little can escape the notice of Censor and the silent order, and they can often accurately predict future trends. I expect, said Censor, that you have many questions. He did. March took a few steps towards the railing, gazing up at the neural processing units covering the cylindrical walls of the cavern. Each one was a quantum computer that could contain and process every single piece of information that human civilization had ever produced. And there were hundreds of thousands of them linked together. Why, he said at last. A question with many potential answers, said Censor. Why did you build this, said March. Or why did the founders of Kalaskar build the Censor AI? Because human civilization is doomed, said Censor. There have been 100,000 years of human history since our ancestors left primeval Earth and took to the stars, said the king. In that time, mankind was ruled by 5 Terran empires and tens of thousands of smaller regional governments. And all of them, every single one, failed. They all disintegrated or were conquered, and new civilizations rose in their place. The founders of Kalaskar fled the chaos and bloodshed that heralded the fall of the 5th Terran Empire, said Censor. They wished to know the answer to the riddle. Why do human civilizations always collapse? Why do they always decay from within? 100,000 years of human history provided countless examples and vast data. All 5 Terran empires, the First and Third Solar Republics, the United States and the Soviet Union, the Antaran Directorate, the Colonial Confederation. Your own birthplace of Calixtus was once strong and prosperous, and now it is a slave camp for the machinists. Censor gestured at the great computer towering over them. But our founders had an advantage. Technology has kept detailed records for 100,000 years, and a computer on this scale could analyze them and find patterns. What did they find, said March. Again and again civilizations fall for the same reasons, said the king. The elite. The ruling class. The nobles. The magnates. The managerial class. The nomenclatura. The upper class. Whatever term a particular civilization uses for its ruling class. The censor AI analyzed tens of thousands of civilizations and governments and found the same pattern repeated over and over. Whenever a sufficiently large percentage of a civilization's ruling class abandons basic morality for personal aggrandizement or comes to consider itself above the law, then a civilization will fall from within, whether from civil war, collapse, or conquest by a more disciplined neighbor. Censor. Censor gestured, and a holoprojector mounted to the railing came to life. Images appeared floating in the vast space of the cylindrical chamber. March saw charts and graphs, records culled from thousands of different civilizations. Over and over again, the founder's hypothesis played out. When too much money and power became concentrated in too few hands, and when those hands became corrupt, a civilization was doomed. It was only a matter of time. The civilization would fall, and the cycle would repeat. The founders of Kalaskar saw this pattern, and so they built the censor AI and created the Silent Order, said the king. The mission of the Silent Order is to defend Kalaskar from all its enemies. But the primary mission of the Silent Order is to defend the kingdom from internal foes, from the corruption of the ruling class. Again and again, said Censor, we have seen the same patterns that destroyed other civilizations play out here. Wealth and power gather into too few hands. The wealthy and the nobles begin to form secret cabals, intending to reshape society for their own aggrandizement. The pattern starts to repeat. A note of grim satisfaction entered his voice. But we disrupt the pattern before it is too late. See for yourself. He gestured again, and the holoprojector's images changed. Mission reports floated through the cylindrical chamber, thousands of them. The records of the Silent Order, said the king. Yours to examine. Take as much time as you wish. March hesitated, and then stepped to the console at the railing. It didn't always work, he said. The Silent Order failed many times. Alas, this is true, said the king. But you are not a fool, Captain March. You know that no human organization meets with unbroken success. Not even an organization backed by a mind as powerful as the censor AI. We failed to see the rise of Paul Renark and his ideology for the threat that it was, which led to a civil war and the creation of Rustral. Nor did we see the rebellion brewing on Ratia, which led to the rise of the Falcon Republic. We did see the danger posed by the machinist's Wraith devices, thanks to your efforts, but we did not act quickly enough at grievous cost, as you have seen today. Look at our records, Captain March, said Censor. See what we have done, and you will understand. March nodded and tapped the controls on the console, scrolling at random through the thousands of mission reports floating in the chamber. And he saw what the Silent Order had done to keep Kalaskaran civilization from falling. 300 years ago, a mayor of a large Kalaskaran city had tried to force farmers off their lands, intending to sell the mining rights and make himself rich. The Silent Order had exposed his corruption, and he had been prosecuted. 74 years ago, a noble on Constantinople had secretly funded riots, hoping to use them to push his favored candidates to victory in the local elections. This had lasted until the Silent Order had exposed the funding, and the noble's political ambitions and reputation collapsed. 119 years ago, a popular singer had begun composing songs in favor of the Renarchists. The Silent Order had arranged for her contracts to be canceled, and she had spent the rest of her life serving as a repair supervisor on a civilian space station, music becoming a hobby. That same year, a professor had published papers arguing for the forced genetic culling of the population. The Silent Order had pushed him out of the university, and he had fled to the Falcon Republic, where he had died in obscurity. 97 years ago, a Kalaskaran earl, funded by the Final Consciousness, had quietly begun buying male and female teenage slaves from Kesradite raiders, offering them to his guests at his debauched parties. The earl had then recorded the encounters and used them to blackmail his guests, parlaying the knowledge into becoming one of the wealthiest men in the kingdom, selling secrets to his machinist allies. That had lasted until a silent order Alpha operative had put a bullet through his brain from 2 kilometers away. 542 years ago, a colonial governor had deliberately started a war with a small, independent colony world, using it as an excuse to seize the colony's mineral resources and enriching his family's arms company at the same time. Once the plot had been discovered, the war had been stopped before any harm could have been done, and the governor had been quietly assassinated. 168 years ago, an archbishop of the Royal Calaskaran Church had covered up a ring of priests who had been molesting students in their care. The silent order had assassinated the archbishop and then methodically executed every priest in the ring. 152 years ago, a plague had broken out on a small colony world. The governor had used the crisis to seize emergency powers, and even after the illness subsided, the governor refused to yield power, using his emergency authority to enrich himself and his friends. The silent order had arranged for him to die in a vehicle collision. The report praised the operative involved for arranging the accident without inflicting any other casualties, and the governor's political machine had been dismantled. March saw some of his own mission reports among the flow of data. The time that he had, and Darius Memnon, another Alpha operative, had found the evidence that exposed a governor who had been conspiring with the Agatani pirates. Or the many missions he had undertaken with Constantine Bishop, exposing corrupt officials and nobles. The mission to Rust Belt Station to deal with the treachery of Thomas Vindex, which had led to the discovery of the Wraith device, and set March upon the path that had led him here to the heart of the silent order. He stood on the balcony and looked at all the missions, the traitors found and exposed or executed, corrupt officials ruined, and the trail of covert work the silent order had left through the 2,000 years of Kalaskar's history. At the ruin of those who believed their wealth and power gave them the right to do as they pleased, to declare themselves above other men, to write their own morality. March looked at the mission reports and found that he agreed. He would have done the same if the decision had been his, because he had seen where such things ended if left unchecked. His homeworld of Calixtus had once been rich and prosperous, but some of the world's elites had decided they wished to become part of the immortal final consciousness and subverted Calixtus's government to their ends. Odin might have persuaded them, but the rulers of Calixtus had been more than willing to be persuaded. When March had been born, Calixtus had been a slave world, its population in labor camps, and that had happened because the ruling class had betrayed the people in pursuit of its own power and glory. If Calixtus had been defended by a silent order, would the machinists have claimed the world? Would March have been born in a labor camp? Would his mother have died of malnutrition and illness? He knew none of that would have happened. Kalaskar had not suffered the fate of Calixtus because of the silent order. March turned from the floating holograms and looked at the king and censor. "You are right," said March. "I do understand what the order has done. Else the machinists would have devoured Kalaskar long ago." "That statement is accurate in all regards save one," said censor. "The final consciousness is only 7 centuries old. Kalaskar would have collapsed long before its rise, consumed by the inevitable corruption of the elites, if not for the silent order. Now that our civilization has survived long enough to face the final consciousness, we must fight to survive it." "Your Majesty." "Jack March," said the king. "By my authority as monarch and sovereign of the kingdom of Kalaskar, I now name you an Omega operative of the silent order." "Omega operative," said March. He looked at censor. "You mentioned that before. What is an Omega operative?" "The highest rank that an operative of the silent order can achieve," said censor. "One who knows the truth about the king and the censor AI." He gestured at the endless rows of neural computing units, at the floating holographic mission reports. "Not everyone can accept this truth. Few can, in fact, which is only why those who have demonstrated themselves worthy of trust are even considered for the opportunity to learn it." As an Omega operative of the Order, said the king, I now offer you a choice. Adelaide Terran was not responsible for her actions, and you thwarted the attempt on my life with no casualties. Royal Guards died on Kalaskar Station, said March. That is regrettable, said the king, but I fear that many people have died today, and that was Odin's doing, not yours. But too many people witnessed the attack at the museum site, and with Kalaskar now at war, it will be impossible to cover up. That is why I must offer you this choice. You and Dr. Terran may leave Kalaskar and settle quietly somewhere under new identities. What's the second choice, said March. Fulfill a mission as an Omega operative, and Dr. Terran will receive a complete and full pardon, said the king. What is the mission, said March. Find and destroy the pulse, said Censor, before the final consciousness uses it to destroy Kalaskar. What is the pulse, said March. He had heard rumors of it for years, ever since he had first stumbled onto the Wraith devices and disrupted Simon Laurie's plans in the process. He knew it was a weapon that would use triple theta band dark energy radiation, which was instantly fatal to any kind of organic life. March had seen a demonstration version of the weapon when he and Cassandra had visited Raisha, and he knew that it relied upon the technology of the Great Elder Ones, but beyond that, he had been unable to discover any additional details. The weapon that the final consciousness believes will destroy Kalaskar, said the king. We don't know exactly what it is, said Censor, only that it is a dark energy radiation weapon. But we do know that the weapon is almost ready, and the machinists are certain it will destroy Kalaskar. Most likely, that is why they launched their offensive now, to use the Antioch system as a staging position for the weapon. If it's being staged in Antioch, said March, why send me? Why not the Royal Navy? Because the weapon isn't being prepared in the Antioch system, said Censor. All our current intelligence indicates that the pulse is being constructed in one of the non-aligned systems beyond the Eschaton system. That's a long way from here, said March. He had visited the region near the Eschaton system more than once, beyond the borders of both the Kingdom of Kalaskar and the systems controlled by the final consciousness. The non-aligned systems was a vast lawless region with numerous single-system governments and pirate bases. Interstellar shipping companies like the Stromboli Consortium operated with impunity, arming their convoys to protect them from the ubiquitous pirate raiders. Once the non-aligned systems had been the outermost fringe of the vast Fifth Terran Empire, and even though the final Terran Empire had fallen 2,000 years ago, the non-aligned systems remained wild and only partially mapped. Indeed, said Censor. But we have verified intelligence. Observe. He gestured, and the mission reports disappeared. The holographic projector flickered, and a new image appeared. March found himself looking at a man's face, lean and gaunt, with a shock of blonde hair and green eyes. He wore a Starship crewer's jumpsuit beneath a white lab coat. Who is this? Said March. Dr. Terra Sigrande, said Censor. A professor of dark energy physics at the University of Orodria. Cassandra's specialty, said March. Not quite, said Censor. Dr. Yerzov's focus is on dark energy radiation. Dr. Sigrande's focus is on the mechanics of hyperspace. But closely related, yes. 8 days before the attack on the Antioch system, the Silent Order received this message, which only reached us today. He gestured, and the recording began playing. Hello, Silent Order, said Sigrande. He had a cheerful voice with a mocking edge. Right. I don't have much time, so I'm going to make this quick. I am defecting to the Silent Order. See, I've been working on the Pulse project for the last 5 years, and I realized what I'm actually doing, and I don't approve. So, in exchange for amnesty, I want to tell you everything about the Pulse weapon. To prove I'm telling the truth, I'm sending along some equations and a portion of the schematics. But if you want the complete blueprints for the Pulse weapon, you're going to have to come and rescue me. I'll be at Azov Station in the non-aligned systems. Sigrande glanced over his shoulder, brow furrowing. Meanwhile, I'm stealing a ship and leaving right now. See you on Azov station. The recording ended, and the image faded from the holoprojector. Is that verified? Said March. It is, said Sensor. As you know, Orodria is a client state of the final consciousness. President Murden and his government are more than willing to carry out quiet work for the machinists in exchange for trade advantages and other favors. We have been aware for some time that top Orodrian scientists and engineers had been working on a massive project for the final consciousness. We also know that Dr. Tanis Sigrande is one of the leading experts in dark matter physics, and he had been assigned to this project as well. The Pulse, said March. We don't know, but it seems likely, said Sensor. An analysis has been carried out on the data provided with Dr. Sigrande's video. It is legitimate and would be useful for the construction of a triple theta band, dark energy radiation weapon on a massive scale. Complete information, however, is lacking. Because Dr. Sigrande wants to save his own skin, said March. One can hardly blame him, said Sensor. Given the reputation of both the Orodrian secret police and the covert arm of the final consciousness, if Sigrande wants to escape them with his life, then the Silent Order is his best chance. This is your mission, Captain March, said the king. Find Dr. Sigrande and use his knowledge to either locate or destroy the Pulse before it can be used against the Kingdom of Kalaskar. This is your choice. Accept this mission as an Omega operative, and you and Dr. Terran can return to Kalaskar once it is finished. Or decline, and you can live quietly on one of the colony worlds or asteroid stations, but you will not be allowed to return to Kalaskar. What about Cassandra? Said March, though he already knew how he would choose. And he knew how Adelaide would decide. I will ask her to accompany you, said Sensor. She is an expert on dark energy physics, and you might well need her skill and knowledge. Like you, she knows the threat the final consciousness poses. She has learned the hard way that one cannot run and hide when war comes. Odin blew up my ship, said March. Another one shall be procured, said Sensor. One suitable for the dangers of the non-aligned systems. I will need to talk with Adelaide once she comes out of surgery, said March. But I accept. 17. Until death. With the decision made, the King's shuttle took March back to Kalaskar Station, while the two relics March had taken from Odin remained in the mountain under guard. March suspected that the King and Sensor would remain at the mountain for at least the rest of the day, discussing the war effort. All Kalaskaran society and industry would be directed towards driving back the machinist threat and regaining the Antioch system. The Kingdom of Kalaskar and the Royal Navy had won wars against the final consciousness before, even after setbacks. Though there had never been a setback quite so severe as the loss of the Antioch system. And this time the machinists had the pulse. When the shuttle docked at Kalaskar Station, the Royal Guards escorted March to the hospital wing. The station had guest apartments near the medical wards, and March would stay there until Adelaide recovered from surgery. He had Dominic contact the medical wing and get an update on Adelaide as soon as they docked. She had come through the surgery successfully and now had a new cybernetic left forearm and a neural computer interface in her brainstem to control it. The doctors expected that there would be no complications. Or so they thought. She hadn't come out of the anesthetic yet and woken up. March walked into the waiting lounge of the medical wing. At the moment it was empty but for Cassandra Yerzov, who sat slumped in one of the chairs, a cup of coffee in one hand and a glassy, exhausted look on her face. But she blinked and straightened up as March sat across from her. "Jack," she said. "You're okay." "So far," said March. His left arm had finished rebuilding, and now it looked just as it had when he had gone to the museum site with Adelaide to meet the king. Had it only been 48 hours? It felt longer. It certainly had been longer since he had slept. The physical augmentations that the final consciousness inflicted upon its iron hands let March go a long time without sleep, but the need for it was catching up to him. "I talked to one of the nurses," said Cassandra. "They think Adelaide came through surgery okay. She should wake up in a few hours." She hesitated. "I had a phone call from Sensor finally." "You did," said March. He rubbed his right hand over his face. "What did he say?" "That the reason he couldn't contact any of us was because of machinist interference," said Cassandra. March supposed she had been speaking with the Sensor AI, while he had been talking with Sensor himself. Or maybe Sensor had been carrying out both conversations in his head simultaneously. He expected that the head of the Silent Order and the ancient AI existed in symbiosis like a navigator and his macrobe. Or the king of Kalaskar and his macrobe. "He said he had a mission for me if I chose to accept it," said Cassandra. "He said that you and Adelaide would be going after the pulse to stop it from deploying against Kalaskar." March nodded. "You don't have to come if—" "I do," said Cassandra. "I thought I would be safe on Kalaskar. But there's nowhere that's really safe, is there? I saw what that triple theta radiation weapon could do on Raisha. I looked at some of the equations that Dr. Sigrande sent." "Do you know him?" said March. "Only by reputation when I was still on Orodria," said Cassandra. "He was supposed to be a genius. If he wrote those equations, he really might be one. But I think the pulse is designed to be a large-scale, dark energy radiation weapon. One capable of saturating an entire solar system with triple theta band radiation. Which would destroy all organic life in that solar system," said March. Cassandra nodded. "Even the old Terran empires at the height of their power never had anything like that. If the machinists build the pulse and deploy it in the Kalaskar system, that's it, isn't it? The war is over." "Not unless we destroy the pulse first," said March. "I talked to Sensor as well. He omitted the secret of the Sensor AI. And the king." "The king," said Cassandra. "You talked to the king?" March nodded. "He knows I saved his life and he was grateful. But there's a problem. Too many people saw Adelaide try to shoot him. So he gave us a choice. Find and destroy the pulse and we receive full royal pardons. Or live quietly in exile somewhere under assumed names." "That's not fair," said Cassandra. "No," said March. "But life isn't fair. And this situation could be much worse. Another man might have simply said we were assassins and ordered our deaths. But the king of Kalaskar could speak no word that was untrue." "But not the king," said Cassandra. "No," said March again. "Not the king." They sat in silence for a while. "Will Adelaide want to go?" said Cassandra. March nodded. "But she's been hurt and—" "She'll recover," said March, filling his voice with a confidence that he did not feel. "She hates the final consciousness. She hates it as much as I do." He met Cassandra's eyes. "You hate them too, but not the way we do. They took her husband from her, her ability to be a mother, and now they've taken her arm and her career. And me, they took everything from me as a child and as a young man. They almost took Adelaide from me." He gazed at the wall. "You're fortunate, in a way. You haven't had to experience that kind of hatred. We could try to live quietly somewhere under new names. But I couldn't do it. And neither could she." Cassandra let out a long breath. "I think that's the longest I've ever heard you talk." March shrugged. "It's only the truth." "I'll come with you." Cassandra offered a crooked smile. "Neither one of you knows very much about dark energy radiation. You might need my help. Especially if Dr. Sigrande decides to double-cross you." "Thank you," said March. I. He fell silent as a middle-aged woman in nurse's scrubs approached. "You're Jack March," she said. "Yes, that's right," said March. "Come with me," she said, checking a computer tablet in her right hand. "Adelaide Tarrant has been moved to a recovery room, and I've been instructed to bring you there." "Go," said Cassandra. "They got me an apartment. I'm going to get some sleep, and I'll check on you and Adelaide tomorrow." March nodded, got to his feet, and followed the nurse down a wide metal corridor. Doors opened on either side, leading to small rooms just large enough to allow a gurney to maneuver. In some of the beds, March glimpsed unconscious royal guards from the firefight recovering from their wounds. Adelaide Tarrant lay in a bed in the room at the end of the corridor. March stopped and gazed down at her. She was in a hospital gown, her eyes closed. They had shaved her head for the surgery, and it made her features look harsher, her eyes sunken. An IV line and a life sign monitor were hooked to her right forearm. Her left forearm had been replaced with a cybernetic prosthesis of dull gray metal, the fingers resting loose against the bed. March saw the ugly raw tissue around her elbow, where it had been joined to the flesh of her arm. He glanced at the monitor next to her bed. Heart rate and blood pressure were both low. Neurological activity was consistent with someone who had just received a cybernetic limb. Until her brain adapted to it, she would likely experience headaches, mood swings, and occasional bouts of disorientation. "We thought you might want to wait here until she wakes up," said the nurse. There was a chair next to the bed. "The call button is right there if you need anything." "Thank you," said March. The nurse nodded and left, and March sank into the chair with a sigh. He stared at Adelaide in silence for a while, watching the rise and fall of her chest. March remembered the day his mother had finally succumbed in the labor camp, overwhelmed by a combination of malnutrition and influenza attacking her weakened immune system, both problems that were trivial to solve on Kalaskar or any other world that hadn't been ground into the dust by the final consciousness. He remembered the day that Martel's world had burned as he watched the nuclear bombardment from orbit. March had nearly died in the slums of that planet, carrying out his final mission as an Iron Hand, but one of the slum families had taken him in and helped him recover. They had died with millions of others when the machinists nuked the planet. The final consciousness had taken so much from March and from uncounted billions of others. At least they hadn't taken Adelaide from him. Not yet, anyway. "I'm sorry," said March, "that I wasn't faster. That I didn't realize what was happening sooner." She made no response. March wondered if she heard him. He knew there were documented cases where an unconscious person heard those around her. He also knew that Adelaide would probably be fine when she woke up. Most Kalaskarans who lost limbs had cloned replacements grown, but Adelaide's genetic damage made that impossible. Fortunately, cybernetic limb replacement was an ancient science, already perfected even before humanity had left primeval Earth for the stars. Once she adjusted to it, Adelaide would almost certainly be fine. Almost certainly. But things could always go wrong. They could always get worse. Hadn't he learned that so many times already? March leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, saying a silent prayer. Once he had become a Kalaskaran citizen, he had of necessity joined the Royal Kalaskaran Church, since all Kalaskarans were legally obligated to attend the Royal Church at least 4 times a year or pay a stiff tax penalty. March suspected God existed, but he could not say if God cared about humanity, or if God even cared about the problems of one person. Nevertheless, he prayed for Adelaide, asking that she would be spared. If she was spared, he would find the pulse and rip it to pieces with his bare hands. If she died, he would probably do that anyway. But he wanted to do it for her, not in memory of her. Eventually, March fell asleep, his head dropping against his chest. "Jack." The voice was scratchy and thin. March had spent too long as both an Alpha operative and an Iron Hand to be a deep sleeper, and he snapped to full wakefulness at once. His eyes flicked to the monitor over Adelaide's bed. 3 hours had passed. He had been more tired than he had thought. Adelaide's eyes were open, gray and bloodshot and confused. "Adelaide," he said, leaning closer. "You're hurt," she croaked. "You're—" She waved her right hand at him. March realized she was looking at his tattered clothes, still charred and bloodstained, and most of his left sleeve had burned away as his cybernetic arm rebuilt. Maybe he should have taken the opportunity to change, but he couldn't have made himself leave her side. There were various bruises and scrapes on his face and neck. They would heal, and much faster than they would on an unaltered human, but March supposed he looked pretty rough at the moment. "No," said March. "I," started Adelaide, reaching for him. She blinked as her metal forearm came into sight. March squeezed her right hand as Adelaide stared at her new hand. Some replacement patients took their new limbs calmly. Others experienced a full-blown episode of body dysmorphia, panicking that a strange machine had been grafted onto their flesh. Adelaide closed her metal fingers, opened them, closed them again. "Well," she said at last. "Shit." "You were hurt," said March. "Do I still have my legs?" said Adelaide. "Can I walk?" "Yes," said March. He lifted the blanket to show her. "Maybe not right now. But yes. Once you're stronger." Adelaide leaned back against the pillow and let out a quiet laugh. "I suppose I can get used to this." "You did, after all." She sighed. "They shaved my head, didn't they?" "Do you want a mirror?" said March. She smiled a little. "Not until I'm stronger." "I'm sorry," said March. "I should have." "Jack," said Adelaide. "I remember the tiger exploding. We're not dead. And I suspect the only reason we're not dead is because of you." Her eyes clouded with concern. "Cassandra. Is she?" "She's fine," said March. "Sleeping, I think. It's been a long couple of days." "What happened?" said Adelaide. He told her everything. Almost everything, at least. The secret of the sensor AI he kept. Only Omega operatives knew the ultimate truth of the Silent Order, and while March suspected Adelaide could have accepted that truth, he would not betray sensors and the king's trust. But he told her the rest of it: Odin's death, the meeting with the king, the loss of the Antioch system, Dr. Terra Sigrande and the pulse, and the king's offer. "You killed Odin," said Adelaide. "Yes," said March. "The king said Odin had the blood of tens of billions upon his hands. I don't regret killing him. But I wish it had more value. The covert war between the final consciousness and the Silent Order is over. Now it's open war, and war to the death." "Saboteurs traditionally play a big part in any war," said Adelaide. Her voice was clearer and a little stronger. "You still dealt a blow to the final consciousness by killing Odin." She squeezed his hand. "Will you take the king's offer?" They stared at each other for a moment. "You know I have to," said March. Adelaide nodded. "And once I can get out of this bed, I'm coming with you." March sighed. "I would try to argue, but—" "But you know it's useless," said Adelaide. "I have to come with you. You're my life now, Jack, and we'll see this through together." Her eyes hardened. "And my family's on Kalaskar. If the machinists finish building the pulse, they'll kill my family and everyone else on the planet. We'll stop them, Jack. And we'll pay them back for everything they've taken from us, and God knows how many others." "Yes," said March. He paused, an idea coming to him, and made a decision. "Let's get married." She gave him a puzzled look. "We are getting married." "Right now," said March. "Before we leave. I know you wanted to have a wedding with all your family there, but—" She reached up and grasped his collar, pulling him closer. She really didn't have the strength to do it, but March bent closer and kissed her. "Yes," said Adelaide. "Right now. Before anything else happens." March arranged it. He summoned a priest from the station's church, and Cassandra stood as witness. March married Adelaide Tarrant as she lay in her hospital bed, Cassandra tearing up several times. He didn't know what the future would hold. He didn't know if they could find and stop the pulse, if the Royal Navy could prevail against the machinists. Perhaps this was the end of Kalaskaran civilization, despite the best efforts of the Silent Order and the King. But whatever happened, March and Adelaide would face it together. The end. Thank you for reading Silent Order, Royal Hand. Jack March's next adventure will be Silent Order, Rust Hand, coming in 2022. If you like the book, please consider leaving a review at your ebook site of choice. To receive immediate notification of new releases, sign up for my newsletter or watch for news on my Facebook page. About the author. USA Today best-selling author Jonathan Moeller has written over 120 novels, including the best-selling Frostborn, Sevenfold Sword, Dragontiarna, and the Ghosts Fantasy series, and the Silent Order science fiction series. His books have sold over 1.5 million copies worldwide. Visit his website at http://www.jonathanmoeller.com. jmcontact@jonathanmoeller.com. You can sign up for his email newsletter here, or watch for news on his Facebook page or Twitter feed.